The story begins on a blue star in the year 2088 of the new era. A girl with rabbit ears is broadcasting live with her subscribers. The main character, whose name is Lin Yu, has an awakening type where he turns into a small white rabbit. The girl's followers noticed that the guy behind her had the same bunny ears. The girl decided to play to the crowd with that guy and wanted to knock him down. She walked up to Lin and pushed him away without any difficulty. She did this with the help of special skills and abilities. Her actions earned her several rockets from her subscribers. The main character was offended that on his way he met such a nasty person and suffered from him without doing anything to him. When he first came to his senses, he saw a huge bus rushing towards him at full speed. The strong blow sent the main character flying to the side and causing bruises. That same girl was mocking the guy live on air because he flew high into the air. The driver did not continue on his way because he wanted to deal with the animal that had crossed his path. While flying, Lin regretted that his only ability was to transform into a rabbit. At school, he was constantly bullied because of his rabbit shape. In a forest with a huge number of ferocious animals, the rabbit can only wait to be torn to pieces. When the main character fell to the ground and began to bleed, the driver went to him. He wanted this guy to pay him back for damaging his expensive car. Using his abilities, he struck the young man to teach him a lesson. During this blow, Lin felt like he was going to die right then and there. At that moment, he wanted to become stronger than he actually was. When Lin came to his senses after these showdowns, he discovered that he had X-ray vision, hacking skills, and knitting. Robot number 9527 appeared before him, and he was not averse to serving him. The robot said that for the first time in 1,000 years he had found a suitable owner and was now using his power to save him. With the help of the robot, the main character realized that his skills were higher than those of the guys at level 13. He thought that he could choose the right one from the offered abilities, but the robot said that it would awaken a new skill in him every day, and it would do it completely randomly. Lin decided not to stay here for long, and the robot said that he could resurrect him in the place of death. The robot suggested awakening a new skill right now. The young man thought and realized that it didn't matter to him what skill he got, because he had a chance to return to life. He decided to take a risk and chose to acquire a random skill. When the skill lottery was activated, the robot congratulated its owner on acquiring the highest ranked skill. This skill allows Lin to enhance all of his abilities. The main character woke up again in front of the guy who hit him with a truck. Thanks to the new skill, attack and jumping abilities have been strengthened. Neither the girl from the live broadcast nor the driver understood how the recently wounded young man was able to fly so high. Lin made a high jump and climbed onto the truck. The driver did not like this action of the main character, and he activated his abilities. Lin gently pushed him aside, saying that he was not going to die today. His light blow threw the driver back several dozen meters. The girl shuddered with horror and began to film what was happening on her phone. The robot notified that the rabbit fist skill had been activated, increasing the strength of the hands and the attack speed. In that situation, the female streamer also got into trouble for her vile act. The girl felt really bad after the main character's blow, and Lin took her phone. He went live with her followers and declared himself the main rabbit. The next day, the schoolgirls were talking about yesterday's news, in which their classmate appeared live on air. It was strange to them that their quiet classmate was able to deal with his ill wishers in such a way. Just as the discussion about the main character was in full swing, he, Lin Yu, entered the classroom. All his classmates immediately showed attention to him and threw him a couple of compliments for yesterday's broadcast. The same class included yesterday's driver and that same streamer, who bowed and apologized to Lin. They recognized him as a role model and a real man. At this moment, the main character realized that he had not yet received a new skill and summoned the robot. The robot activated the lottery and congratulated Lin on acquiring the world-seeding skill. While the young man was figuring out his new skill, all his classmates were glued to his chest. He couldn't understand what had changed in his body after acquiring the skill. The robot explained that this skill meant that Lin had gained knowledge of all the plant seeds in the world that would be planted by him and would definitely sprout. Lin got angry at the robot and said that this skill should be given a different name that would not give false hope. Another student, Khan, who awakened the wind, bronze and stars, entered the class, and he offered the main character a chance to earn some good money. Usually this guy would pester Lin every day, but today he suddenly became kinder. Khan said one club was hiring and that the club was meant to be a gay club. Thinking that Han had no problem with money, Lin took this offer seriously. Then Khan began to justify himself and said that he had never been to a gay club. Lin began to make fun of him, and a fight broke out between the heroes. The teacher entered the classroom and stopped the insults to the students. He asked the students to sit in their seats and announced that there would be a test on every student next week. According to him, Those students who awaken their abilities will have to take an additional special exam to enter Lin Yu University. The main character wanted to enter this university, which is known as the University of the Highest Valor. After the reappearance of the aura, Blue Star created the Lin Yu University, which specializes in cultivating skilled motivators. Due to limited educational resources, the main way to assess students' abilities is through a special exam. The main character realized that right now, he had a chance to become someone better. He raised his hand without hesitation and asked the teacher to participate in this special exam. The teacher explained to the student that he was too underqualified and would only bring shame on their school if he took the special exam. These words hit the protagonist like a huge stone. Lin insisted that he, like everyone else, could take part in the special exam. The protagonist didn't like that all these people looked down on him, and he wanted to quickly show them his abilities after awakening the 13 skills. The teacher decided to give Lin a chance and said that he could be in the top 10 in the next test, and then he would give him the opportunity to participate in a special exam. The protagonist agreed to the terms and accepted the challenge. The teacher didn't want to defend his point of view, and he decided that the test results would settle their dispute. The main character is determined to fight, no matter what, to get into the best university. In just a few moments, the main character was running to the school gates. Besides testing, he also thought about money for training, because his salary is not enough to pay. He stopped when he was almost hit by a car. A couple of beautiful girls got out of the car and recognized Lena as that very rabbit. The classmates who were next to him were crazy about the goddess Chin and her friend Ming. The main character decided to pull himself together and introduced himself to the goddess. He decided to get to know this girl better and remembered that she was the presenter on that broadcast. The girl handed him the jacket that he had lost in the fight. In addition, she asked Lin to keep the fact that she was doing live broadcasts a secret. Her friend Chin was the highest-ranked student in the school. Host Min told her friend about this unique guy who dealt with a rival with 2 stars. Having heard the conversation, the main character offered to demonstrate some of his abilities. The girls abruptly ended the conversation and suggested parting on that note. The protagonist wanted to talk to Min more closely, and he suggested going out for lunch or just chatting. Chin invited him to fight next week, despite the big difference in strength. If he wins, the main character can make any wish, but the girl believed that he would never achieve this. Min asked Lin to just take his jacket and refuse the challenge. The protagonist thanked her for the advice and said that he would not back down from it. After the girls left, Lin received a message. The protagonist saw an order from Mail who was in danger and begging for help. He was ready to pay any amount for this help, and this greatly excited Lin. He started his motorcycle and went to help Mail. These showdowns took place in an internet cafe, and the young people were trying to sort things out with one young man. The boy's name was San, and he was an awakened healer with 9 bronze stars. San was ready to give them all the money, but that was not enough for them, and they wanted to beat him to death. Suddenly, a third person came to San's aid and distracted the attackers. It was the main character with a bat in his hands who reproached the attackers for their crimes. Having heard the main character's rudeness, the attackers decided to deal with him too. The main character snapped his fingers and called for reinforcements in the form of several dozen people. These people didn't like the fact that someone outsider was showing off on their territory. Seeing such a large number of people, the hooligans abandoned the young man and ran away. San was grateful to the protagonist and was curious as to how he managed to hire such a group of thugs. For such help, he decided that Lin would forever become his older brother. But the main character just wanted to get cash. Money was not a problem for the young man, and he decided to introduce himself as a high school student at first. For this help, he offered the protagonist 30,000 and also promised that he would always do everything that Lin asked for. The main character thought that if he gave a few bills to the people who came to help, he would have enough money left. With this money, he will be able to pay for his entire university education. It turned out that Sun was playing a female character to get married in one game, and the guys asked him to say something into the voice microphone. He tried to change his voice himself so as not to ruin his game personality, but it turned out that the guy was sitting opposite him. After listening to the story to the end, Lin decided that it was time for him to return to work, but Sun wanted to give him a lift in his car. Lin assumed that luck was on his side today only because he met that beauty. He still went home on his motorcycle and wanted to arrive early so as not to screw up in front of the goddess. A new school day began, but the main character had no time for it. He was terribly sleepy because he had been studying for the upcoming exam all night. He drank coffee to perk up, because today the teacher had to talk about the nuances of a special exam. To jog his thoughts, Lin asked the robot to give him a new skill for today. Thanks to the lottery, the main character was given the skill of photographic memory, which is indispensable for the final exams. Lin decided to test his skill on ordinary examples, and it worked. It felt as if all the letters, signs, and numbers were imprinted in his memory forever. In the normal learning process, having this skill makes Lin invincible. Suddenly, the teacher reprimanded Lin for reading a physics textbook during a Chinese language lesson. He reminded him that he would not be allowed to take the special exam if he did not try hard enough in class. Lin decided to stand out and told the teacher that he knew the book by heart. A battle began between the teacher and the student, in which Lin did not lose. He easily named all the facts from the textbook, and this surprised the teacher. In the end, the teacher could not understand how the worst student could achieve such results. Despite this success, the English teacher said that Lin would still not be able to take part in the special exam with his low knowledge. Lin recited a little-known fact from the textbook and went home, leaving the teacher in shock. During the break, everyone went to the school rankings and saw that the weakest student, Lin Yu, was in first place. Lin was grateful to the robot for giving him a photographic memory, with which he can easily pass any exam. 10 days later, the competition of abilities began in the competitive arena. All the stands were filled with students and various spectators. They introduced the delegate from the 30th district, who was among the top 100 students in the country. Also introduced was Chin, who was among the top 3 students in the previous round. The girl was completely furious because she came in second place. During her outburst of anger, the protagonist greeted her, and she could barely contain her emotions. The girl admitted defeat, and Lin made a wish for a dinner together. For her part, she apologized for having considered Lin a weakling at the time. When she apologized, she was so sweet that she made Lin fall in love with her. The presenter noticed their spark of emotion and announced it over the loudspeaker. The host turned to Lin and told him to boldly take part in the form of a rabbit. The main character announced to the public that he had come here to take first place among all the students. The spectators believed that he had simply gotten lucky with the exam and would be destroyed in the ring. The main character snatched the microphone from the host and told the audience to pray for their favorites, because today would not be easy for them. His words caused a stir in the stands. He seriously declared himself the #1 student among all the participants. The spectators insisted that he behave more modestly, because he would definitely be in trouble in the ring. The host announced the rules, in which the winner moves forward and the loser is eliminated. A total of 257 students will take part in the competition, and their numbers will be sent to their mobile phones. Since the number of participants is odd, one of them will be randomly selected to skip the round. While all the nearby participants were praying for victory, the main character was yawning out of boredom. The host announced number 66, which went to Lin. The other participants were indignant that this upstart had once again become a random player. The game was about to begin, and the host asked the participants to step into the ring. Looking at the screen, the protagonist noticed that Chin was participating. Chin easily won the game and forced her opponent out of the game. Using her abilities, she created a huge ice flow on the participant and blocked his movements. None of the spectators doubted that Chin was indeed the Ice Awakener. The protagonist grabbed the book and wanted to learn more techniques to counter Chin. 10 minutes later, the players were eliminated from the game one by one. The main character stopped learning new techniques because they made him sleepy. He decided to invite his robot to talk and choose the necessary skill. The system gave Lin a new S-rank skill, body strengthening. The protagonist was happy with this skill and decided to activate it right away. At that very moment, his clothes began to tear and his muscles began to grow. The enhancement was so powerful that the student truly considered himself a man. When the nearby girls looked at the rabbit, they fell in love with him all over again. It turned out that Lin's pants were torn and his underwear with chickens on it was visible. The second round came to an end, and Lin was once again named the lucky one who gets to skip a turn. The second day of the competition passed, and luck smiled on the main character all the time. On the third day, Lin entered the top 35 participants, and he was tired of boredom. He fell asleep on the podium and woke up when the presenter asked him to say a few words. The people around him were indignant that the main character had made it to the top without playing a single round. One of them couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the microphone and announced that there was injustice in the game. He wanted all participants to be treated equally and for every participant to have to fight. One of the participants withdrew from the competition, and because of this, Lin will participate in the round. The main character liked this turn of events because he was already tired of sitting for a couple of days without active movement. He wanted to test his level as soon as possible after the latest transformations. The spectators shouted for player number 88, Lei Ding, to give this white rabbit a masterclass. Lei Ding is the Awakener of Thunder and has 8 bronze stars. He was confident that his opponent would meet his end sooner than he planned. Lei Ding said that Lin's lucky streak had ended, and he was extremely unlucky to be his opponent. He didn't want to brag before the game, but he promised that in this ring he would smear Lin all over the ground. He wanted to torture Lin so that he would not be able to recover for a long time after the battle. The fight began and he activated his best skill. Lin carefully stepped to the side and avoided a direct attack. Lei Ding was angry that he missed, because the skill's cooldown time was too long. Then he used another technique, the thunder technique, and wanted to attack Lin. Despite his luck, the protagonist understood that if the thunder hit him, he would receive catastrophic damage. In this case, he decided to get rid of his opponent faster so that he would not have time to strike. He struck the young man, and he didn't expect his speed to be so fast. The host announced that contestant number 66 had defeated his opponent with a single blow. The winner of the round could not understand that his strength had increased due to his stats. All the participants and spectators watching the round were amazed by his strength. The vice president of the martial arts university, Wang, was dissatisfied with the protagonist's victory. They watched the entire round closely and were sure that he did not use spiritual power when striking. One of the vice presidents believed that this was impossible because too much force was put into the blow. After some thought, Vice President Wang became interested in Lin. The next day, a fight took place between Lin and participant number 12. Participant number 12 was Genoa, who awakened the physical power of a beast in the form of a wolf. Feeling his incredible aura, the protagonist decided to improve his characteristics. When he did this, his opponent decided to give up without a fight. In the next match, one of the participants also followed this example and also surrendered. This happened several more times, and the protagonist was declared the winner without a fight. So Lin entered the top 8 participants in these competitions. He was given the new title of Invincible. When he lay down to rest, a robot appeared in front of him and offered to choose a new skill. The new skill for today was mastery of any weapon. In fact, with this skill, the main character could shoot a bow and spear quite accurately. While he was resting, Mrs. Chin approached him. She said she was planning to put together a team to explore the bronze spirit market over the holidays. This news interested Lin, and he began to ask more about the bronze spirit market. After the revival of spiritual energy, countless spiritual markets naturally revived, filled with all kinds of spiritual beasts and rare treasures. These beasts are valued not only for their skin, but also for their ability to produce special spiritual spheres that can be used for cultivation. The main character liked the fact that with this offer he would receive not only rare treasures, but also pleasant company. The girl said that he didn't have to worry about safety, because there would be 6 more people besides them. Lin happily accepted the offer, but first asked who the other guys were. Chin did not reveal the details of the other participants, and told Lin that she would contact him later. The main character suggested that she wait a little and chat with him a little in a cafe. Chin asked him to prepare for the game so that he would not be embarrassed when they met in the ring. The final competition was waiting for all participants. The opponents of this round were Chin and Ling. Even though Lin was part of Chin's team, she didn't plan to give him first place. If it weren't for the gesture that the main character showed at the beginning of the interview, he himself would have happily given up. He advised the girl to admit defeat, but she was determined to win. The players were ready, and the host announced the start of the game. At the very beginning, Chin said that several years ago she also received a black belt in wrestling. She was sure that she was not inferior to the young man in physical strength, but Lin thought otherwise. He made one attack, but the girl used a perfect hold. She made a maneuver and beat Lin. If it weren't for the strengthening of his body that improved Lin's form, he would have taken the blow badly. The fight had just begun, and the main character had every chance of winning. All his blows were useless, and Chin easily parried them. One of her blows sent the young man flying far to the ground. Chin asked her comrade to give up because his skills were poor. She boasted that during the battle, she didn't even have time to use her best skill. The protagonist agreed with Chin that if the game continued like this, he would accept defeat. He decided that he had only one way out, and asked the host to stop the fight. He jumped out of the arena, and the host didn't understand what was going on. Lin picked up a piece of a mop and asked the host if he could use the prop. In all his time, the presenter had never met such impudent people as Lin. The girl couldn't understand what her friend thought of himself and why he was using a mop. She knew that the next fight would be too brutal, and she needed to gather her strength properly. The main character believed that he had received the perfect deadly weapon in the form of a mop. At the very first attack, the girl noticed that her comrade was transformed as soon as he took this object in his hands. Lin attacked and unsuccessfully struck Chin in the side. Using his body control skill, he hit Chin time after time. Then Chin had no choice but to use the basic skill of creating an icicle. The protagonist felt cold and his body weakened a little. If he hadn't improved his physical fitness earlier, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Chin used cold to create an explosion at the place where Lin stood. She turned to the host and asked him to announce the results, because she was the winner. As the host began to announce the winner's name, Lin appeared from the dust cloud. There was not a single scratch on his body, and he wanted to continue the fight. He turned into a fighting rabbit and launched another attack on the girl. Ling's strength was so great that it could pierce Chin's ice armor. She was not prepared to accept second place at any cost and continued to fight. Her strength was running out, so she used a second-tier breakthrough. The main character understood that if he made a mistake somewhere, all the results would go to hell. He again asked the referee to stop the game and declared foul play. He said that breaking through during a fight is considered cheating, and it's not according to all the rules. Chin realized that her comrade did not attack her because of her breakthrough. She found this act too cute, and for a second, she fell in love with Lin. The girl resolved this dispute and suggested that the hero continue the battle according to the rules. She warned him to be very careful because she had become much stronger. Due to the breakthrough, her speed and attack power increased, and the hero almost fell to the ground. Lin knew he couldn't survive another couple of attacks, and it was all coming to an end. His hands were too cold from her skill, and the hero gradually lost consciousness. The main character decided to fight with all his might so as not to lose. He activated his skills and rushed towards his opponent. Seeing this, Chin realized that she had underestimated his abilities. Lin was able to knock the girl off her feet with one blow. After that, he made a maneuver and made a capture. He fell to the ground with her, but he never let her go. Seeing the blood, Chin kindly asked him to remove his hands and stop the fighting. The protagonist said that he would not let her go until she admitted defeat in this battle. The boy said he had a rabbit bite he could use if she didn't admit defeat. He said that he really wanted to win this round, and Chin accepted his wish. She raised her hand and announced to the host that she surrendered. Then Chin relaxed, and losing consciousness, fell to the ground. The last thing he saw was Chin's face, trying to bring him back to his senses. After some time, he came to his senses and could not understand who was calling him and where he was. Chin explained to him that he had been careless with himself, and had wasted too much energy in the battle. Suddenly the girl screamed and asked Lin to take his rabbit paws away from her. It turned out that it was all a dream, and the main character woke up in bed at his home. He was greeted by a robot who gave him an enhanced beast skill, which transformed the white rabbit into a stray rabbit. Lin was angry, but the robot cheered him up by saying that he hadn't learned a single skill during the day he'd missed in a coma the previous day. The main character decided to test his luck and asked the robot for another skill. For the second time in a row, the young man received a triple C rank skill called Awakening of the Cosmic Power. The robot discovered that Lin already had similar skills and applied the fusion process. The fusion was successful, and the robot congratulated its owner on becoming a B-level beast. This skill has given Lin a number of advantages in the space system that will help him make his dreams come true. The main character's stomach now has a storage space where you can put anything you want. In addition to space, Lin has awakened a new skill called Any Door. This skill allows the hero to teleport to any point in a few seconds, but only within a distance of 5 meters. The main character decided to try out this skill and move to the nearest point. He wanted to go to the floor below, and the skill worked flawlessly. The main character found himself next to the owner's daughter, whose name was Suze. The girl grabbed the knife and began to fear the main character. Fortunately, the main character managed to explain everything, and he left there without injuries. The next day, the protagonist went to meet Chin at a cafe. The girl invited everyone here, so that the researchers could get to know each other in advance. Among the guests sat an 8-star sound conqueror and a 9-star healer. She introduced her friend to a real storm of a team named Chan. Chan is a bronze 9-star firemaster. Besides these guests, there should be 2 others present, but they are currently busy with admissions. The protagonist said that this morning he also received a bunch of invitations from universities. The famous university, which he could not even dream of before, is now competing with other universities for it. Chin asked Lin which university he was going to choose from the options offered. The main character realized that the girl asked this for a reason, because she had already thought everything through a long time ago. Lin replied that for now he was leaning towards a martial arts university. The friend replied that she was going to apply to the same university as him because she was not ready to accept her loss. The young man realized that he was ready to fight at the command of the goddess. Chin brought up the topic of today's meeting and said that they needed the spiritual beast that was hiding in the location. These ice foxes usually live in groups, so the girl needs help from outsiders. She was grateful to everyone for doing well on the exam and joining her team. The men, however, considered themselves very lucky to have Lin on their team. They assumed that by participating in this team, they would learn a lot from Lin. Chin announced that they would be leaving on a mission in 3 days. On the day of departure, the protagonist summoned the robot to gain a skill. The robot seemed to be mocking him and gave him the skill of culinary mastery. The robot asked his owner not to despair, because he had previously inherited a space system. Lin remembered the space he had on his stomach and decided to try it out. When he activated the space, A huge backpack appeared in front of him. The assistant said that Lin could take the whole room with him. Suddenly, the main character saw through the window that his teammates had arrived for him. On the bus, the Soundstar was surprised that Lin had a space system skill. The other team members also started to stare at him and made him feel embarrassed. Chin explained that the space system was quite a rare phenomenon, and she didn't understand how Lin managed to obtain it. The bus with the participants arrived at the site. When the main character got off the bus, he saw a huge energy wall in front of him. Nobody knows how such places appeared, but everyone assumes that it is connected with the restoration of spiritual energy. In such places live animals of various species, the level of which is determined by the level of space. Although spiritual beasts can enter the human world, they rarely do so on their own initiative. People should and should not be afraid of these animals. Regardless of whether people are bronze, silver, or gold, they will certainly be monitored by government authorities. They are the last line between worlds. The heroes approached them for registration, but the registration form was already closed for today. While Chin went to fill out the form for tomorrow's registration, the protagonist headed towards the portal. In this place, he felt that the aura was much stronger than in other places. Min approached him and asked what he was doing. The girl took the main character to a special place because she wanted to touch his cosmic belly. Chin's group was observed by outsiders who had conflicting views towards them. The leader of the wolf squad, Yan, ordered his subordinates not to leave this company when they entered inside. This squad's job is to take care of rich, weak adventurers like those in Chin's team. The leader was sure that this place would become their cemetery. The next day, registration began again, and Chin's team went into the portal. After a moment, they found themselves in the spiritual space of the spiritual beasts. Chin informed her members that they needed to go deep into the snowfields, and that the journey would take 2 days. She tasked her friend with keeping an eye on what was going on around her. Min connected the sound radar with a special skill that allows her to use echolocation, like bats. All preparations were ready, and Chin announced the advance, the beginning of the movement. At this moment, a subordinate of the wolf squad was already watching them. The leader told his subordinates that they should not attack this team in the open. Their entertainment should begin when Chin's team enters the forest. This location is inhabited by big-horned goats, which are a low-level spirit beast and do not like strangers actively attacking them. Team Chin used their skills in a ridiculous manner and burned the nearby goats. The main character scolded them for this because goat wool costs a fortune. Min exclaimed that she managed to find 2 spheres without skills. Suddenly, Chin and Lin noticed that their team was being watched by wild wolves. Chin warned her subordinates to be careful and not trust their sneak attacks. If these animals sense that someone from their pack has died, they will become stronger and more powerful. Then the main character became interested in what would happen if their leader died. Chin explained that the wolf leader would not allow him to be killed so easily. The main character decided to take this responsibility upon himself and find the leader of the wolves using the portal. He asked his team to remain where they were until he returned. He soon found the leader and attacked him with that mop stick. The leader of the wolves clearly did not expect such an attack, and after a moment was pinned to the ground. When he died, all his subordinates were confused and did not know where to run. Thanks to this act, Lin rose even higher in the eyes of his team. He suggested cutting up the carcass of this wolf and looking for the necessary items. He discovered a golden sphere with a hidden skill. He handed over this discovery to one of the team members to be responsible for revealing the skill of this sphere. The young man said that this sphere was very expensive, and for such a gift, he would transfer money to Lin upon his return. After killing the wolf leader, Team Chin was confident of a good outcome. The young man managed to activate the sphere and recognize the skill. Meanwhile, the main character decided to summon a robot and learn a new skill. The assistant congratulated him on receiving the physical enhancement from the rank. The main character didn't like this, since he had already gotten this skill a couple of times. At the same moment, Lin's clothes were torn to pieces, and his muscles increased in size. Lin suggested that his friends take a break to sort out the issue with their clothes. Now his strength was equal to that of the awakened 6 silver stars. Evening came and the team set up camp and lit a fire. Ming reported to Chin that someone was following them. After observing, she discovered that they were being followed by another team, and she immediately suggested that they keep their distance from each other. Chin had heard before that there were illegal organizations that hunted guys like them. This team is difficult to track down, as they leave no traces after their murders and destroy the corpses of their victims. She suggested that it might be a group, and then they had been watching them from the very entrance to the forest. The main character supported her and promised that he would protect their team. The girls said sheepishly that no one needed his protection, because everyone could fight back against the enemy. The next day, the protagonist started the morning by learning a new taming skill. Before he could think about the new skill, he heard Min's voice. Coming out of the tent, he discovered a huge snake. The assistant informed him that it was a speed cobra, extremely fast and poisonous, and difficult to tame. It turned out that thanks to the taming skill, the main character can receive information about some creatures. The protagonist hurried to his comrades to warn them of the danger of a close-range attack. But it was too late, and one of the snakes splashed its poison at the participants. Some participants decided to unite and listen to Lin's advice at the same time. They made one attack, but unfortunately it did not cause any damage to the snake. Only Chin's ice skill was able to penetrate the snake's armor and draw blood. When the main character wanted to deliver the decisive blow, the fat man noticed that something was moving inside the snake. Lin carefully examined the snake's body and asked his comrades to be careful. He made an incision in the snake's body and discovered a pair of eyes. A gopher with a docile temperament, who knows his way around the soil, jumped out of the cut. In addition to the gopher, there were several spheres inside the snake. Gopher showed by his actions that he wanted these spheres that were in Lin's hands. Eventually, the gopher rushed at Lin and took the sphere. The main character used the skill and created an explosion on the gopher. Suddenly, Chin reported that she heard someone's voice. Ming felt that they were surrounded by a group of spirit beasts, and there were a lot of them. A multitude of gophers appeared next to the heroes, holding spheres in their paws. They all ran to Lin's feet and presented him with the spheres. Lin understood the speech of the gopher, who said that all these spheres were a sign of gratitude for the 2 earthly spheres that he gave them. As a result, the Chin team had 213 spiritual spheres, including magical ones. Unfortunately, there were no rare and earthly spheres among these, because they were swallowed up by gophers. The main character decided not to be modest and agreed with the gopher's proposal. Chin suggested to her comrade that he try to absorb these spheres. Lin had never done anything like this before, but he still decided to listen to Chin's advice. He absorbed one of the spheres and received 3 copper stars. This sphere was so strong that the young man also received 1 breakthrough. Chin congratulated him and said that their team's fighting ability was now much higher. She wanted to let the gopher go, but Lin had business with him. Lin tamed the gopher and told him to follow the team. All this time, the Chin team was secretly being watched by hooligans. The subordinates turned to the leader, wondering why they had not yet carried out the attack. The leader said that the team needed to be allowed to go deeper into the forest, and he was confident that his guys would handle it brilliantly. According to him, when that team lets down their guard, they will attack. In the evening, Chin's team returned to the camp and lit a fire. Gopher helped them with the placement of stakes. Lin asked the subordinate gopher to leave the place with his comrades. After that, he spilled poison on the ground so that no one could get out of there. He asked the gophers to be careful and not let other spirit animals catch them. The lady announced that all the traps were set and an attack could be expected. Min said she had some news for everyone present. According to her, that group of people stopped half a kilometer from their team. Min clearly heard their conversation and learned that an attack would take place that night. She also managed to find out that there were several silver-level people on their team. The main character noticed that all the guys were nervous, and this only hindered them. He did not hold back and told his comrades that they were behaving incorrectly. He asked everyone to remain calm because they would cope with anyone who attacked them. He took on the role of commander and divided the team into roles. He promised Chin that she could always rely on him. These words touched Chin, and she fell in love with the protagonist again. Night had fallen, and a group of bandits was preparing to attack. There were only 3 of them so far, but they were armed. The leader of the wolves also divided his group into roles, and several more people joined them. At the leader's command, they rushed towards the Chin team and wanted to surround them. When one of the gang members suspected something was wrong, he fell into a trap. It was pierced right through by the pegs that the gophers had installed. This situation almost knocked the leader of the wolf group off his feet. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them to retreat so as not to fall into traps. Thanks to the traps, 2 members of the group were dead. A spear in the pit pierced the stomach of one of the participants. But unfortunately, there was poison on the spear. The main character came out of the tent and reprimanded these people for the noise at night. The leader of the wolves did not understand how he could chase them all day and end up becoming prey himself. He didn't care what level the Chin team was because he was sure that they would all die. The main character announced that they still needed to see who would die first today. He activated the prepared skills and ordered his comrades to advance. His 2 comrades with fireball and thunder skills were ready to meet the attackers. By the time the wolf leader realized they were being ambushed, it was too late. The lady did not let him leave. She used an ice brand. All the criminals froze in place because their feet were covered in ice. While they were immobilized, they were covered by a huge fireball. The leader was informed that at that moment, one of his subordinates died. Despite this, Lydia was confident that they would show their opponents a real fight. All the members of the group were at the silver level, and they emitted a strong aura. This aura even embarrassed Madame Chin. To avoid becoming like villains, it is important for heroes to remember that they were simply defending themselves. Chin decided to take on the role of a hero and said that she would deal with the leader of the wolves. The protagonist asked her to slow down and rely on him. The girl realized that she still couldn't do anything because she was afraid. However, she decided to do it her way. But Lin was going to come to her aid as soon as possible. He asked Min to find a safe place and the rest of his comrades to guard him. He came out to the remaining members of the group, but they did not see him as an enemy. They launched an attack using special skills, but Lin warned them to be careful. The very next moment, these young people were flying at a considerable distance from Lin. When they were on the ground, the hero mocked them for not putting even 10% of his strength into the blow. The main character's team understood that they would most likely succeed in winning. Meanwhile, Miss Chin attacked the group's leader. Seeing that the girl was in danger, Lin rushed to her aid. He knocked her out of the leader's hands, and he noticed that the remaining members of his group were dead. When the protagonist attacked the leader with just a stick, he was immediately met with a whip. He will have to come up with a more sophisticated way to defeat this group. Because he previously underestimated the skills of the silver level, he decided to create a special skill using the portal. Suddenly, the leader of the group noticed that all his opponents had disappeared. This was the main character's skill that allowed him to move 5 meters. When the leader realized this, he also used his other skill. Lin commanded his assistants to begin the attack. Madame Chin used the ice freeze skill that had never failed her. Another team member used a fireball. In addition to these skills, a lightning strike skill has appeared in the location. Combining their skills, Team Chin repelled the attacker. The leader flew some distance and lost consciousness from the pain. After examining him, the fat man said that he was still alive. This fight had an impact on all members of the group. The protagonist explained to his comrades that murder in this location is normal because the law of beasts works. According to him, Chin's group gathered here to put an end to crime and murder. After the battle, he suggested that the team take a rest, but first deal with a bunch of dead people. He made the right decision and suggested simply changing the location. He sent all his comrades to sleep, and he and the fat man began to guard the camp. The lady came out of the tent and asked Fatty San to go to bed. She explained that she needed to talk to Lin face to face. Hearing this, the main character became embarrassed because he was also in love with this beauty. He was scared that Chin wanted to talk to him about something. The girl started the conversation and said that she saw Lina as an attractive person. She fell completely in love with him when he took on the role of commander and helped deal with the group. The young man, without thinking, took her hands and asked if she had a boyfriend. This situation embarrassed Chin, and Lin regretted what he had done. He explained his action by saying that he thought he had hoped that Chin had not complimented him out of pity. The lady said that her chosen one should be cooler than her in all aspects. She said that the test results would come in soon, and then everyone would know who was number one. Previously, the main character was not going to take the exam to enter the university, but now the lady challenged him. He told Chin that if he won the test, she would become his girlfriend. At this time, other participants came out of the tent and offered to change the guard. They didn't understand why their commander was angry after meeting Lin. The next day, the protagonist, after sleeping, summoned a robot to extract the skill. Today, he got the Aura Enhancement skill from rank. Thanks to this skill, the breakthrough increased by 2 levels at once. The protagonist hoped that he would soon reach the silver level, and then the gold one. When the main character left the tent, everyone noticed that his aura had changed. The fat man was the first to notice that Lin had increased his breakthrough to 5 bronze stars. The protagonist explained that he broke through so quickly because he gained too much experience yesterday. Suddenly, Min announced that a large group was running towards them and they needed to prepare for defense. Thanks to his skill, the protagonist learned the characteristics of these attackers, who are extremely difficult to tame. Besides everything, they were also sexually preoccupied. Lin took on the role of commander and ordered his comrades to protect the girls. According to him, these ghosts are prone to promiscuous sexual acts, and therefore girls should not fall into their hands. The team rushed to run, but soon everyone realized that they did not have enough strength. One of the participants said that they should take this fight as real heroes. Lin agreed with him and grabbed his only weapon. The lady asked him to promise that he would kill her if he lost. She was ready to accept death, because she did not want to fall into the hands of these monsters. Lin promised all his comrades that everything would be fine with them. He rushed towards the ghosts who had already marked the goddess. He fought them, but unfortunately they gradually surrounded him. One of the ghosts came as close as possible to Chin. Lin managed to come to her aid and killed this ghost. During this blow, Lin injured his shoulder and developed a bleeding wound. Ming and Chin were ready to attack and wanted to replace Lin. Thanks to their joint actions, they managed to repel the attack of this bunch of ghosts. Suddenly, with the help of her skill, Min sensed that a herd of animals was approaching them. It was a herd of ghosts led by a leader. The main character understood that the fight would not be easy, because the team's strength was already exhausted. Min started crying because she didn't want to die that way. The fat man was ready to fight the leader himself for Min's sake. He didn't want Min's virginity to be at risk. He took out his phone and called someone for help. Suddenly, a stranger with a strong aura appeared nearby. The protagonist recognized him as Shi, and learned that he had a gold-level awakening. He has the skill, the beast-like nature of an orangutan. San asked Shi to do him a favor and kill these creatures. At that moment, Shi used his skills and became devilishly strong. The fat man proudly announced that his guard was a gold level. San pointed out to Shi where he should run to attack. This young man was equal in strength to an orangutan. From the very first attack, it was clear that Shi was much stronger than this animal. Seeing this skirmish, the chief orangutan's subordinates began to worry. They were ready to throw the boss onto the battlefield, but he suddenly fell to the ground next to them. When their leader was already dead, they began to run wherever their eyes looked. The power of the gold rank impressed the protagonist and scared him at the same time. She reported to Sun that the job was done and said goodbye. The team members then discovered that she had always been at the fat man's side. The team members believed that if they had known that someone was behind them, they would not have shown their abilities in such a way. The experience of the last few days had given them a lot, and now there was a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Thanks to the experience, all team members except the main character were able to acquire additional breakthrough stars. The main character decided to try to do this as well and felt an incredible flow of energy. Lin found a silver-level spirit sphere with a lion's roar that could immobilize an enemy for a few seconds. He decided to give this rare thing to Fat Man San. He hinted that with the help of this sphere, San could show his attention to Min, for whom he had a crush. For this gift, San decided to thank the protagonist with 2 million upon his return. He wanted Min to be his, and after his return she became his wife. Suddenly, Min herself approached the young people and asked what they were doing. Seeing San's confusion, Lin decided to help him a little. He pushed the boy towards the girl, and he offered Min to accept this gift. From the silver sphere of the sound system skill, Min melted and fell in love with San. Chin put an end to this love affair and suggested that her comrades pack their things to move on. Soon they came to the border of the forest and snow-capped mountains and decided to stop there. Now the protagonist decided to think about his relationship and take care of Chin. The company had already spent a day in this location, and morning had come. Lin, with the help of his assistant, gained a new skill in marksmanship. The protagonist's mood dropped because of this useless skill, and he decided to cheer it up with something sweet. San was grateful to him for his previous help and handed him a jar of honey. Suddenly, a huge white predator grabbed this jar. After scanning it, Lin found out that it was a snow bear, which was a silver-ranked spiritual beast. Min decided to save the young people and created a lion's roar. Other companions also came to help with their best skills. Within seconds, the polar bear was dead. Chin announced that today they must reach their destination, the fox's lair. Finally, the main character decided to check the bear's soul for the presence of spheres. He decided not to bother and threw his entire body into outer space. 3 hours later, the map showed that the team was not far from the foxhole. Min, using her skill, heard that there were Thais, 2 snow foxes next to them. At that very moment, a small snow fox cub ran up to them. Lin received information that this fox is easily tamed and that it is necessary not to harm its fellow tribesmen. The young man was curious about what Chin would choose, because she had come here for the sphere from the body of the snow fox, but had fallen in love with this little animal. He explained to the girl that it would not be difficult for her to kill this soft fox and get what she needed. The girl let the fox go and said that she did not want to be like those pursuers who kill for personal reasons. At this stage, it is enough for her that she simply met such a cute animal. She told her team to prepare to return, but suddenly danger appeared ahead of them. Ahead of the team appeared 2 huge snow foxes, who were aggressively disposed. They thought that the young people wanted to grab their cub, and so they became aggressive. The little fox approached his parents and tried to explain the situation. Fortunately, the little fox was able to explain everything to them, and the foxes calmed down. Lin decided to talk to the adults and explain to them that he needed the same sphere as the one in his hand. He offered to exchange his team for helping the foxes defeat all enemies. The foxes explained to the main character that they were being pursued by a snow bear, and they were unable to deal with it. The main character took the bear's body out of his bag, and the foxes were grateful to him for his help. They thanked the hero with 2 spheres that he needed. Thanks to these spheres, Chin was able to master a new skill. She immediately absorbed one of the spheres and received the necessary power. She demonstrated her strength, and the blow was much stronger than the previous one. The protagonist realized that now he would definitely never surpass Chin. The heroes took a photo as a souvenir and decided to go back. 3 days after the expedition, Lin received all the funds for the gifted spheres. The total income from this trip exceeded 10 million yuan. If the protagonist takes first place in the exam, he will be able to meet all of Chin's requirements. Lin summoned the robot and asked for a new skill for today. The hero has gained the skill of clairvoyance, which he can use in the exam. In addition, Lin decided to use this skill to monitor Chin's safety. A month later, it became known that Chin's team was the only one to pass the exam. Min hoped that she made it into the top 10 participants. After seeing the results, Chin became angry because the protagonist won first place. She couldn't understand how Lin managed to get maximum scores in all subjects. Swallowing her pride, Chin accepted defeat and admitted that Lin was smarter than her. Besides this, the main character showed her that he has a large sum of money and he can become her fiancé. Unfortunately, the lady pushed Lin away from her, and he still has a long way to go to win her heart. The heroes said goodbye and promised to see each other in 2 weeks. The day before the trip, the main character felt uneasy about leaving his home. Then he got the skill to increase spiritual energy from rank. Lin decided not to use this skill and test how much he could break through on his own. He absorbed sphere after sphere and decided to conduct an experiment. He managed to achieve a breakthrough of 9 bronze stars. After that, Lin used the boost from today's skill and received 1 silver star. As a reward for this, the robot gave the hero the skill of teleportation, allowing him to absorb objects from a distance. Lin decided to try teleportation, but in one use he used up all his accumulated energy. The robot warned him that it would take a lot of practice to master this skill. The next day, Chin came to visit him and his door was open. When she walked inside, she saw a note and an envelope on the table. The note said that Lin was leaving to study in Shanghai. The envelope contained a large sum of money that Lin had earned, but it was not Chin, but the hero's sister. At this time, the main character and his friends were on their way to school when suddenly his sister Xiao called him, demanding that he return home. The main character managed to explain to his sister that he earned this money honestly. At the end of the conversation, Xiao asked her brother that if he found a girl, he should bring her to meet the family. The hero's car arrived at the appointed place, and they needed to get out. The company was met at the station by the director of Chen University. First of all, he noted the skills of the main character, which he saw in the sparring recordings. When he noticed that Lin had reached the silver level, he asked him to come to his office later. The main character became scared that immediately after his arrival he was summoned by his superiors at the university. Men lived separately from women. Before going to the director, Lin decided to learn a new skill. He got another C-rank body upgrade. At the moment, the main character's physical strength is equivalent to 2 gold stars. In the future, once you reach gold level, any physical enhancement will be CC rank. The main character arrived to the director, who called him for a talk. The university director started the topic of class division. The class division has 7 levels from bronze to legend. Class levels include bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, myth, and legend. Remembering that the hero belonged to the Beastmen, the director asked if he had had any strange encounters. Lin assumed that the director knew about the robot's existence. It turned out that the director was not aware of the robot, and he simply did not understand how such a simple person managed to grow to the silver level in a matter of days. The main character was worried that his system had been exposed, and he needed to quickly come up with a legend for his rapid growth. He said that he reached the silver level through the spiritual realms. Then the man asked him about the number of skills, and the hero, without thinking, answered that there were 7. The director got angry and said that such an ordinary rabbit had too many skills compared to the others. Lin calmed his interlocutor and told him that his body had evolved, and now he could use the skills of the space system. He proved his words by the existence of the suitcase on his chest. There is only one person in this country who has mastered this system. According to the man, only their chief director Yan has this skill. He asked Lin to keep his skills and space system a secret to his friends. Suddenly, he unexpectedly asked the protagonist to hit him with maximum force. During the last competition, he noticed that Lin was quite strong, and therefore wanted to experience his strength for himself. Lin apologized in advance and hit the director in the chest. The director noticed that the protagonist's physical strength had reached the gold level. Thanks to Lin's physical strength, the director found the best place for him for the near future. The director suggested that the main character attend a competition that is several times greater than the usual school competitions. The main prize was 5 million, but Lin simply wanted to defend the honor of the academy. The main character arrived at his room and met his new neighbors. One of the neighbors was a strange young man with green hair. His name was Hong, and he had 9 bronze stars. He suggested that the neighbors share responsibilities and begin living together. At that moment, they were all invited to a scheduled meeting. They arrived where several dozen people were already sitting. The main character's company began to meet new classmates, but they were too unfriendly. The teacher was Han Ning, who had 8 platinum stars and was a rare 9-tailed fox. Han Ning declared herself a consultant and said that anyone could contact her with any questions. She called all the students together to get acquainted and choose a class leader. The first to announce himself was Fatty San, who is a silver-level healer and who admitted that he likes Min. The main character revealed that he is a silver-awakened rabbit. Han said that Lena was already known to everyone thanks to that competition. Then all the classmates started whispering, because they didn't think that the rabbit would be in their class. After meeting, the girl suggested choosing a group leader. She selected several silver-level candidates who scored more than 700 points. This list included Qin, Ling, Yang, and Sima. Han announced the start of a battle in which candidates must tell some things about themselves. Sima said that he is a silver 2-star beast in the shape of an eagle. He wanted to be the class leader so that their class would be the best in the academy. The next speech was by the main character. Unfortunately, he was not interested in being a headman. He took the microphone and told everyone that he did not want to be a class leader and asked not to be elected. He asked to give all the votes to the girl Qin. Qin humbly asked the students to vote for her. Finally, Yang spoke, who in Lin's opinion poses no threat. Yang is a fire awakened and has 3 silver stars in her inventory. All the male students immediately fell in love with her and were ready to give her all their votes. It was clear to everyone that the choice would be between 2 girls. Once the votes were counted, Han announced the results. According to the voting results, Qin won, and everyone applauded. The deputy headman is Yan, who was angry about the loss. Han then began to discuss military training, which is different from the usual training in that it is difficult, and those who miss military training are expelled. The trainers are real experienced special forces fighters. During the consultation, Jan noticed the attractiveness of the main character and decided to start a conversation with him. A couple of days later, the day of military training arrived. All the students saw a huge eagle in the sky. There were several of these eagles, and they carried special forces fighters on their backs. The leader announced that the first day of military training was beginning. The head of military training introduced himself as Lin Chong. He honestly admitted that he did not want to teach newcomers this difficult task. He and his soldiers decided to listen to the order and start preparing. An instructor who has 3 gold stars approached the main character and introduced himself as Shin. To begin with, the instructor asked his subordinates to run 10 laps. If anyone uses any force, a 5-lap penalty will be imposed. According to the instructor, anyone who can't run 10 laps will go without lunch. After 5 laps of running, there were stragglers. It was easy for Shin to understand the physical fitness of each student by his running pace. Of all the students, he was struck by the main character, Lin. Lin only had silver, but he still managed to run ahead of everyone. Lin noticed that his friend was tired and running with all her strength. He decided to stop and wait for his beloved. He offered to help her and said that they could escape together. When Shin refused, Yang approached the hero with the same proposal. Lin politely declined to go jogging together because Chin was terribly jealous of him. After the last lap, the main character came first. Right at the finish line, Sima tried to overtake him, but he failed. The instructor praised the main character for his endurance and asked his name. Lin realized his mistake, that he should not have finished first. Now the instructor will always keep an eye on him as the most successful student. Sima promised Lin that next time he would not give up first place to him. He challenged Lin and said that the brave eagle would never give in to a pathetic rabbit. The instructor gathered all the students and announced the next test. According to him, everyone should do 5 sets of 100 push-ups. Thanks to running, he had a clear understanding of what each student was like and expected brilliant results from Lin. The students and soldiers began practicing push-ups. Sima was confident that he would definitely defeat Lin in this test. When he looked at the main character, he was already doing a few more push-ups. Lena decided not to hold back her strength because the instructor had already noticed her. During the push-ups, the instructor realized that Lin was the best among the students. Lin and Chin did a great job with this task, but Simu and Chin found it quite difficult. This concluded the morning training and the students would return to it in 2 hours. Sima was not in a good mood with this news, and the instructor decided to give him a chance to challenge him in the afternoon. An instructor may lower his strength to be on par with his students if they challenge him. Lin liked the instructor's suggestion and wanted to challenge him too. He asked if he could use a weapon during this, and the instructor asked what kind he had. Lin said he would have liked to use the gun, but the man didn't like it. The instructor stopped talking to the students and ended the training. The entire training was filmed, and the teachers made Lin their favorite. The director said that he had personally selected several people who needed to be given a thorough workout. The director asked the Eagle Leader why he could not heal the wound on his face, and he said that it would be done as soon as the culprits were found. He left this wound to remind himself of the pain he had experienced. He already had a couple of ideas on how to find the culprit, and all that was left was to wait for that day. During his lunch break, Lin began searching for a suitable weapon. He decided to trust his past weapon, which had never let him down. Suddenly, he received an offer to take a golden spear made of a very rare alloy. The fat man himself, with the help of his assistant, organized a new weapon for his comrade. After the break, the battle between the instructor and Sima began. Sima was confident that with such a level of instructor, he would defeat him brilliantly. He promised that in this fight he would transform into a human beast. With his skill, the young man can transform into a huge eagle. The instructor strained his strength and pacified Sima's attack. In fact, Shin has a rare metal awakening, and it's no surprise that he took on this challenge with ease. No one will be able to break through his metal armor. It turned out that Sima's spiritual strength was not enough to win this fight. Without thinking twice, he accepted defeat and decided to surrender. Shin approached the other students and invited them to take on the challenge. From the crowd came Yang, who has the fire element, and she wanted to compete with the instructor. When Shin accepted her challenge, the girl concentrated on the firepower. The instructor analyzed her actions and realized that she had more than just this ability. He decided without thinking to attack the girl who was preparing to attack. Having apologized in advance, the girl released a stream of fire towards Shin. The fire was able to penetrate Shin's armor and burn his body. The instructor had to use some of his own strength to create a huge steel barrier. It was hard for him to hold on, because the temperature of this flame was about 1,000 degrees. But suddenly Jan ran out of energy and accepted defeat. Despite Yang's loss, the instructor praised her for her abilities. Next was Chin, who has 4 ice elemental stars. When the fight between the young people began, the girl used the ice arrow skill. The instructor was pleasantly surprised that his students were one stronger than the other. To counter Chin's abilities, Shin will have to cover his entire body in metal. When he tried to attack Chin point blank, ice arrows immediately flew at him. Shin managed to break through Shin's metal defense and burn him with cold. The main character watched what was happening and was proud that he had chosen such a strong girl. Suddenly, Chin gave up because her spiritual power was exhausted. The tired instructor asked the students if there were any more willing ones. The challenge was accepted by the main character, who has a silver star. It was Lin's strength that interested Shin the most. Suddenly, the squad leader intervened in the tests, persistently recommending that the instructor restore his strength and attack at full power. According to him, if the man does not do this, he will lose to this student. After hearing this dialogue, the students did not understand what the excitement was about, because none of the students would be able to defeat Shin. Shin began to restore his strength and energy, and the leader went to talk to Lin. He said that the teacher told him everything about Lin, and Lin thought that it was about outer space. Hearing about outer space, the leader announced that Lin could help him with one matter. Lin Chong asked Lin to teach Shin Min a lesson because he had become arrogant lately. Chun told Shin that if he lost, he would do 500 push-ups. The main character did not like this situation, because for a long time he wanted to stay in the shadows and not become famous. Shin announced the start of the fight and asked the student to transform into a beast. Lin apologized and announced that his power did not lie in transformation. The instructor found his words impudent, because he was sure that the power of the awakened beast was precisely in the transformation. He got angry and made the first attack on Lin. Lin realized that Shin had not been spending much time training, relying only on his own abilities. Shin made only a couple of awkward movements and dodges, and therefore you can't call him a professional after that. Despite this, Shin's attack was strong and could be countered if a flaw was found in it. The hero threw his weapon towards Shin. Shin didn't expect this because he was thrown a long distance away. When Shin fell to the ground, Chun laughed because he was right. Everyone realized that Lin's physical strength was at the golden level. Shin realized that she could never surpass this white rabbit in ability. She realized that she wanted such a strong person by her side. Then all the students were already rooting for Lin and wishing him success. The main character himself did not understand why just one attack made the instructor feel uneasy. Shin rose to his feet and decided not to let Lin get cocky. He created an energy dagger using his abilities. The main character believed that it was not about weapons at all, but about skills and abilities. Chun noticed that the instructor had become more serious, and each of his weapons had its own strengths and weaknesses. The spear is good for long-range attacks and allows you to fight off enemies without close contact, but is inconvenient in close combat. The instructor's dagger, on the other hand, is convenient to use in close combat, but poor at long range. Chun found it interesting to watch the two opposing fighters. Lin believed that Shin was only good because he could use various weapons and display metal defense. When the instructor attacked the student at close range, Lin changed his weapon to a dagger. He simply detached his spear and made 2 daggers out of it. Shin was grateful to Chun for advising him to regain his strength and energy, otherwise he would have lost. Lin made another attack and threw the instructor away from him. Shin didn't understand how someone who awakened a beast could have such power. The main character is tired of this battle because it has dragged on for too long. He hinted to Shin to make a choice between continuing and stopping, but Shin did not know how it would all end. Lin openly suggested that they end in a draw because they were both equally strong. When he agreed, Lin said that at the end of the battle, Shin would definitely win. The instructor admitted that in this battle he did not suppress his skills, as he promised. He considered Lin to be the winner of this battle, and allowed him not to participate in the training. At that moment, Sima was overcome by jealousy, hatred, and envy. Shin turned to the rest of the students and said that they had to run 10 laps again, or they would go without dinner. The fat man felt bad because he couldn't cope without his friend Lin. Lin wished his comrade good luck, and Chief Instructor Chun immediately approached him. Chun suggested that Lin spend his free time usefully and go for a ride with him. For Lina, this was a personal proposal, and he became alarmed. He was at a loss and told Chun that he had important things to do. Chun became upset and said that he would like to fly with Lin on his eagle. Chun waved his hand, and an eagle immediately landed on the ground. The main character suggested that these eagles begin serving as chicks. Eagles are either brought from the ruins while they are still young, or they hatch in the barracks. The young man also noticed that something was wrong with the eagle's diet. He also noted that the eagles of the detachment barely live to be 50 years old, and in the wild, they do not live more than 100. He didn't understand how this student knew so much about eagles. Thanks to the resurrection skill, Ling's Beastmaster skill rose to expert level. The instructor asked the student for help in dealing with the eagle and invited him to go after him. Lin was worried because he had classes today, but Chun took care of everything. He called the director and asked Lin to take the whole day off. If Lin refuses this offer, he will be counted as absent for the missed classes and expelled. And so the young people climbed onto the eagle and prepared to leave. Chun showed the newcomer the secret base from a bird's eye view. And after some time, the young people landed in that very place. They were met by the chief of staff of the Beast Transformation Department, whose name was Yoon. Returning early, Chun said that he had brought a real treasure and pointed to Lin. After these words, the main character became embarrassed and asked the instructor to explain what was happening. Chun told the assistant that he brought Lin here to show him to the team leader. The young men walked towards the group leader across a long wooden bridge. They arrived at a huge stone wall and Lin felt uneasy. Chun pressed a secret button and the wall began to slide apart, revealing a door. The main character admitted that these modern technologies scared him. Chun invited him to come inside, because there he could see even more shocking things. For Lin, it was a completely different world from the earthly one. In front of him, he saw laboratory assistants who were taking care of the health of the bird. Besides the eagles, the laboratory was full of spirit beasts. Lin looked at the nearby animals and said that they were not being fed properly. Chun thought that since Lin wasn't afraid of so many problems, it would be easy to solve them all with him. Chun asked the boy to control himself because he hadn't even been introduced to the manager yet. The manager didn't open the door and Chun easily kicked it down. In front of the heroes sat a fragile girl who was deep in thought. The squad's main task is to awaken Shen from her deep thoughts. According to Chun, this girl is a gold-level demon awakener. Shen has the awakening type of 8 golden stars. Previously, Lin thought that demons did not exist, but the teacher told him otherwise. Chun explained that there is a type of awakening that is as rare as Ling's cosmic system. It turned out that Chun knew all along that Lin was the carrier of the space system. The instructor asked the boy to step aside while he woke Shen up. He wasn't sure he could handle Shen because she would go into a demonic state when disturbed. The worst thing that could happen in this situation is that he gets beaten up. He touched the girl's shoulder, and Shen immediately grabbed her weapon. She opened fire and Chun could only dodge the bullets. The main character thought that the leader was out of her mind and that she was going to kill everyone here. Luckily, the girl ran out of ammo, but she began to transform into a demon. In demon mode, she launched an attack on Chun. Without thinking twice, Chun used the stone wall skill. For the girl, the wall was not an obstacle, and she instantly smashed it into stones. Chun used the stone skin technique and was surprised that Shen was close to the 9 stars. Her attacks are so powerful that even the head instructor with 3 layers of defense is inferior to her. A moment later, Chun turned to Lin for help. The main character rushed to help the instructor, but on the way he was distracted by the parameters of the Firebird. He noticed an error in the parameters and assumed that the bird would hatch with defects. Lin immediately reported the status of the Firebird to Chun, thereby attracting the attention of the leader. He added that he knew how to correct this mistake, and this calmed Shen's temper. The horns immediately disappeared from her, and she turned to the guest. The girl said that she had been hatching firebirds for a long time, but still could not find the mistake. Chun was offended that the girl could be woken up so easily, and he endured beatings for many years. He announced that he had brought an expert on spirit beasts to solve the problem with the latest research. The girl laughed at these words, because she did not think that such a young man could be an expert. The protagonist reported that the parameters the girl entered were incorrect, because the temperature in the incubator was too low. The fire elemental spirit beast has high fire resistance, and usually the mother bird breathes fire on the egg to speed up the hatching process. In addition to temperature, spiritual energy is needed for a chick to hatch. The hero said that it is worth placing several spiritual spheres next to the egg, so that the chick itself absorbs the necessary energy. Shen has previously observed birds hatching their eggs with flames, but this is the first time she has heard of spiritual realms. The main character decided to test her knowledge and asked what were the main differences between their habitat and our reality. The girl couldn't find an answer to this question, and Lin explained that the difference was the aura. After these words, Shen fell in love with Lin for a moment and confirmed that he was a professional. She asked him for help to help her create a new life. If the protagonist can hatch these chicks, the girl will recognize his talent. The main character decided to refuse and said that now there are more important things to do than conception. He grabbed her hand and asked her to follow him. Suddenly, important information was heard throughout the laboratory. The main character announced to everyone that he was here to give a couple of tips about mistakes in feeding chicks. The lab technicians got angry with him and said that they were excellent specialists even without his advice. According to them, no outsiders will interfere with their research, for which they are responsible. Chun scolded his men and asked them to behave decently. To gain trust, the main character decided to demonstrate his advice in practice. For his evidence, he borrowed an eagle from the instructor. One of the experts said that spirit beasts are precious and cannot be disposed of at will. Chun realized that these guys did not want to cooperate with Lin because they were seeing him for the first time. He ordered them to open the gates and release his personal eagle. The experts tried to dissuade the commander from this bad idea. Chun said he trusted the man and asked him to release the eagle. A couple of minutes later, the commander's eagle was already in the laboratory. Lin said he also needed a wake-up drug, alcohol, painkillers, and a scalpel. The specialist asked the commander to think again, because this bird had reached gold. The commander asked his subordinates to calm down, because they were facing a real healer. The protagonist took responsibility and asked his assistants to follow him. Thanks to her taming skill, Lin has a good understanding of spirit beasts. There should be a place on the eagle's head that can be used to let the bird know that the hero is in a friendly mood. When the hero stroked the bird, everyone noticed that the eagle liked him. Chun couldn't understand how Lin managed to tame such a proud eagle in such a short time. The eagle lay down on the ground, and Lin asked to be placed on its carcass. When he was over the bird, he asked for a painkiller. Everyone nervously watched the actions of the main character as he inserted a huge syringe into the eagle's body. When the protagonist asked to pour a cup of boiling water into the eagle's belly area, Chun became alarmed. Then the main character began to pluck feathers from the eagle. Finally, it came down to the scalpel. The lab assistant and the commander were worried, but Lin asked them to trust him to the end. Chun asked his assistant to bring the necessary equipment and a scalpel. The protagonist began the operation, and the assistant closed his eyes in fear. Lin found fat the size of an egg on the eagle's body. With the help of an assistant, he got rid of this layer of fat and helped the eagle. After this, the main character asked the assistant to activate the healing skills. After the operation, Lin told Chun that the Thunder Eagle did not need so much fat because it had not had any chicks yet. If you remove excess fat, the bird will become stronger and will be able to give birth to new life. He advised in the future to switch the pet to beef or lamb so that there would be less fat on the eagle's body. While the leader was thinking about Lin's words and advice, Shen noticed something. The eagle rose to his feet and began to look for his cute little piece of fat. He told people in his own language that he was no longer a cutie, but now he was a big, proud bird. The owner noticed that his pet had entered the second phase of development, and his height had increased sharply to 15 meters. After listening to the bird, the main character told Chun that the eagle wanted to fly with him. Both Chun and his assistants were now confident that they were dealing with a true spirit beast expert. The protagonist promised to point out the mistakes that need to be corrected, so that the team's strength reaches another level. After some advice, Chun sent Lin to the break room. While talking with the scientists, the main character didn't even notice how night had fallen. As he began to fall asleep, he felt Shen approaching his bed. Lin thought she wanted to seduce him, but she came to show him the success of the firebirds hatching. The girl said that she listened to his advice and used the golden spiritual spheres. Lin was happy about this news and asked the girl not to disturb his sleep. Shen thought about it and told Lin that she wanted to become his disciple so that he could teach her all the nuances. The main character was afraid to refuse this woman because she carried the energy of the devil within her. For today, he showed Shen the door and said that classes would start tomorrow. The next day, the main character woke up and realized that the instructor was on a flight with a cutie. Shen immediately approached him and started a conversation about classes. The protagonist did not know how exactly to teach her, and decided that the training would take place in a question and answer format. The girl said that they managed to find iceberg eggs, but the hatching was unsuccessful. Lin explained to her that the main thing is to monitor the temperature in the incubator so that it does not get above 0. Lin felt bad from this training, but luckily he had already reached the lab. The lab technicians greeted the main character with smiles on their faces. They immediately asked Lin to operate on another eagle and find feeding errors. Over the past few days, Lin had become too tired as a teacher. While he was resting in his room, he heard a strange noise asking him to go out to the square. The main character became alarmed because something wrong had happened. Shen said that their captain had returned, and after that the alarm was immediately raised. The unit captain gathered all his subordinates to announce an urgent message to them. Captain Chow, who has 8 diamond stars, said that a transnational criminal group appeared in the country a few days ago. After several days of surveillance, the unit commander found their lair. The captain decided to select the 10 best guys and form a group from them for a special mission. He added that he knew that a certain Lin Yu had appeared among his subordinates. The protagonist raised his hand and introduced himself to Captain Chow. The captain thought it was some kind of child, but Shen confirmed that Lin was an expert. The girl listed all his glorious deeds and elevated him in the captain's eyes. Chow didn't understand how he could take such a person on such a dangerous mission, because he was afraid that something might go wrong. Lin volunteered and therefore takes responsibility for any consequences. Shen asked the captain to let the protagonist go, and in that case she would stand up for him. This mission could cost Lin his life, but he was sure he wanted to go on it. Chow gave the protagonist information to study and asked him to prepare for departure. Soon the protagonist, together with the leader Shen, set off on a Thunder Eagle. The main character learned that the leader of the criminal group is a dangerous and strong man who has 8 platinum stars. The leader's subordinates are guilty of mass murder and are on the run. Lin's team deals with a group of mercenaries who commit crimes through arson, murder, and robbery. Shen said the problem is that these people are always in crowded places, and the wrong actions could lead to unnecessary casualties. Also, the group has an explosives expert, and it would be great if Shen's team had a space system awakener. Soon, an important call came in, and Shen said that they had arrived at the scene. They landed at an ordinary border town. They were met by Chun, who said he had discovered the group by chance while on an eagle walk. The instructor had to monitor this group for a long time, and therefore he could not contact his subordinates. It turned out that the criminal had been leading Chun on for several days and did not come to the right place. Fortunately, the instructor managed to discover that the criminal had returned to his lair at the hotel. Min Chun asked Lin not to show a worried face because they were probably being followed. The leader told his subordinates to go to rest and gather strength for the upcoming battle. The next day, Shen reported that she had followed the criminal all night, but he had only gone out to the store. Lin suggested that Shen go for a walk to take a closer look. The girl said that she didn't have any suitable clothes, and the hero took something suitable out of his backpack. Shen grabbed the clothes and decided to follow the criminal outside after all. She went out into the street with the main character, and he gradually fell in love with her. They arrived at the required location, but a sniper was already watching them. Using his abilities, the protagonist sensed this and warned Shen. To distract the sniper, the main character decided to play a trick and began to harass Shen. The young people arrived at the hotel and said that they could not stand it any longer and needed a room on the 3rd floor. The administrator put them in a room on the 4th floor, which was a plus for the heroes. She asked for the guests' ID cards, but Shen had forgotten them at home. The main character apologized for the fact that they did not have documents and explained that it was very difficult for him to resist such a beauty. The administrator still refused them, and then they had to give her a bribe. It worked, and Lin and Shen went to their room. The room had increased soundproofing, and the main character was unable to catch a signal for wiretapping. But he still managed to catch a wave, and he heard a female voice. Shen and Lin realized that they were hearing a sound of an intimate nature. They switched to another channel and heard an angry conversation. Shen couldn't understand what was being said at all, but she says she knows 8 languages. Fortunately, the main character has mastery of all human languages on Earth. Besides the useless nonsense, the protagonist heard 3 key points. First of all, these people did not come here on their own initiative, because someone hired them. Secondly, they had to take something out of country N. Thirdly, they have prepared a large quantity of explosives, and if they are not destroyed, the consequences will be catastrophic. The heroes concluded that there was someone 3 times stronger standing above these people. The criminals spoke on the phone and said that they needed a day to get the goods out of the country. The leader of the group told his subordinates that tomorrow they would begin an important task, and if they completed it, they would not have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, Shen received a call from the captain, and it was not very good. The girl answered the phone and asked what was happening to the captain. The man reported to Shen that they had fallen into a trap and lost what they were supposed to protect. The protagonist assumed that what was lost had something to do with the conversation they had just heard. Lin reported to the captain that a group of mercenaries was to deliver the goods tomorrow, and perhaps this is what the captain was talking about. Captain Chow said that they need to be careful because something crazy could happen if the group discovers them. He added that he would send a support team to Shen and Lin. He added that what was stolen was the research of one gentleman's entire life, and said that it was the final model of a spiritual weapon. Chow's group's job was to get the right information into the right hands. The protagonist calmed the captain down and said that he and Shen would do everything in the best possible way. Shen told Lin about a spiritual weapon that absorbs spiritual energy and increases it when attacking. Unfortunately, the gentleman who was involved in these developments passed away. The main character said that they must return what was stolen and not disgrace the memory of the master. Instructor Chow arrived at their room with the support group. Shen suggested that Chow cooperate with the fire department to evacuate people from the hotel under the pretext of a drill. The main character remembered the robot and asked for today's skill. He has been given the ground driving skill, which allows him to drive any type of transport, including tanks and armored vehicles. Lin got angry at the robot because this skill was again E rank. During the missed day, Lin also gained the skill of ventriloquism, which allows him to reproduce any sound. The protagonist realized that this skill would help him in this mission. He asked Chun for his opinion on where the group had planted the explosives. When the instructor expressed his opinion, the hero realized that it would be easy to deal with. Lin laughed and said that they should take the flame out of the cauldron and burn the inn down. Shen was alarmed by this news, but Chun asked her to continue. The protagonist said that once the hotel caught fire, the criminals would panic and would probably forget to take explosives with them so as not to attract attention. The captain and assistants pretend to be police officers to help the criminals escape as quickly as possible to a safe distance in the event of an explosion. Then the captain would take the criminals to a place where Shen and Ling could deal with them. If the criminals are eliminated, all the necessary information can be obtained using their phone and memory card. Over the phone, the protagonist can pretend to be one of the criminals and invite the other party to the desired location. Chun was afraid that something would go wrong, but Lin assured him that he could imitate the voices of the criminals. The main character was sure that with the criminal's phone, he could easily lure the other party to return the lost data. Chun guessed that the main character had the skill of ventriloquism. He asked Lin to promise to take the explosives out before they were activated. The instructor decided to trust Lin and announced to everyone that the mission would begin at 8 in the evening. There were a couple of hours left before the mission, and the main character wanted to sleep. He fell asleep for a moment and saw himself harassing Shen. Luckily, it was a dream and Shen was able to wake him up. Lin woke up just in time for the mission to begin. The heroes prepared the radio and began to wait for the commander's order. Soon the entire hotel was on fire alert. The leader of the criminal group thought that their affairs had been exposed and that the alarm was false. His assistant concluded that there was a real fire in the hotel, but did not know what to do. The commander ordered his subordinates to follow him according to the evacuation rules. He added that the explosives needed to be left in the room so that they would not reveal their plans during the evacuation. One of the group leader's subordinates set the timer on the explosives and went after the commander. The timer was set for exactly 10 minutes. By the time the group left their room, firefighters were already dousing the hotel with water. The main character was on the street and watched every move of the bandits. Chun's men put the criminals in a car under the pretext of evacuation. Chun ordered his subordinates to immediately deal with the explosives so that an explosion would not occur. Lin and Shen ran to the 3rd floor where the bandits' room was. In Buck's room, they found several explosives with timers installed. Unfortunately, none of the heroes knew how to defuse explosives. Lin informed Shen that everything here would blow up in exactly 3 minutes. Shen began to worry and said that the explosion would be huge and the entire hotel would fly into space. From her words, Lin understood that he could use the space skill. He used the skill of any door, and which can move an object up to 50 meters. Using the portal, the heroes reached the roof of the hotel. Using the necessary knowledge of physics and his skills, the main character calculated safe actions. 30 seconds before the explosion, he asked Shen to throw him as high as possible. There were 20 seconds left before the explosion. and the girl began to swing the line to throw it high into the air. It turned out that the main character wants to use any door at the moment of the explosion. He decided to open a new door with each new jump so as not to get caught in the explosion. There were 5 seconds left, and Lin threw the explosives through the highest door. Thanks to his skills, he was able to throw explosives 50 meters into the air. A second later, a real fireworks display took place in the sky. The girl looked at the fireworks with loving eyes and didn't even think about Lin falling from the sky. The main character attracted his attention and asked for help. The blast wave increased Lin's falling speed, and he may crash into the ground. When Lin was close to the ground, Shen managed to catch him. The protagonist was truly touched by this rescue. First, the hero needs to restore spiritual energy. Shen suggested using spiritual pearls to restore strength. She gave Lin 1 gold-level pearl and said that they would somehow settle the score later. The hero took the pearl into himself and asked Shen to show him the place where she finds them. When the hero recovered, he and Shen set out to confront those criminals. When Chun heard the explosion, he began to worry about the boys. The criminals became alarmed and asked the fake policeman where they were going. Chun explained to the criminals that urgent matters had come up and they were almost there. The leader of the criminal group told his subordinate to be on guard because he felt that something was wrong. The car arrived at the scene, and Chun was confident that the rest of the team was already ready. Chun struck one of the captured criminals, and they realized that he was not a policeman. The assistant reported to the captain that she felt that something was wrong. Her name was Asmin, and she claimed that poisonous gas had been spread here. Another member of the group emerged from the darkness and said that he specialized in toxic substances. In his opinion, absolutely everyone present here will suffer. This poison was so toxic that it seemed to corrode Chun's body. He looked, examined his guys, and assumed that they could die because of this poison. The criminal entered into a conversation with Chun and asked him to introduce himself. The criminal buck hinted that he had heard about Chun and the origin of the scars on his face. Chun asked where the villain who had deformed his face was, but the criminal did not reveal this information. He used a special skill and created a giant rhinoceros. Chun had to use his abilities to make stone skin and strengthen his defense. He grabbed the rhinoceros and threw it aside. The criminal told his comrades that only the weak could not use their abilities because of the poison. The deputy leader also decided to use his skills and summoned the wind element. Chun's subordinates told him to avenge them because they most likely would not be able to survive here. Chun had already committed an act of betraying his comrades once, and all these years he blamed himself for it. The group leader's subordinate once again used wind skills and rushed towards Chun. The leader was sure that Chun was no longer a survivor, and that he simply needed to be finished off. The wind caused numerous wounds on Chun's body. Chun strengthened the defenses around himself and waited for another attack from the criminal. Chun's subordinates noticed that he had started to bleed. The instructor realized that he would not be able to escape his fate, and he was sorry that he would not be able to save the boys. When he had already said goodbye to his life, he saw a car flying towards the criminal. At that time, Chun thought it was a miraculous rescue, and he wondered who this daredevil was. The main character flew out of the car at high speed, hugging Shen. They arrived while Captain Chun was still alive. Chun informed his subordinates that they had fallen into a trap and that they would all die from the poison. The criminals were confused when a police car crashed into one of their members. The leader ordered his subordinate to treat another fighter and ordered the rest to attack. They spoke this in a completely incomprehensible language, but fortunately, the main character knew it. The criminals were stunned when they heard that Lin could speak their language. As they recovered from their shock and began to attack, Shen began her transformation into a demon. The Earth Elemental Technique expert was the tank of the mercenary group. The girl's murderous aura could have disastrous consequences for the entire criminal group. She made just one swing and tore the criminal's arm into pieces. The criminals became alarmed when they realized that the power of the 9 golden stars was cast upon them. They decided to rush at the girl altogether, but they were met with failure. Meanwhile, Chun and his subordinates were gradually losing consciousness. The girl Jasmine insistently recommended that Lin at least save the commander, because he was about to die. Fortunately, the protagonist had previously acquired the skill of the art of medicine and bought some medicine. He can determine the degree of poisoning by her pulse, and if he intervenes now, the girl will be fine. But after a moment, the girl was saved from poisoning. The girl Jasmine asked to save the commander, but the hero asked her for help. She didn't understand why he had a knife in his hands and why he was preparing to perform an operation. Lin made a cut on her arm and drew some blood. Jasmine felt the dizziness recede into the background, and her strength was restored. The main character promised her that soon the poison would leave her body completely. Jasmine asked to save the commander, but the hero reminded her that she was a healer. She used her healing skills on Chun's body and brought him back to life. The criminals did not understand how the healer girl removed the poison from the bodies of the victims. After what was seen, panic began in the criminal group. The leader decided to release another wave of poison. He told his opponents that their treatment was pointless, and that he could poison them all again. The criminals decided that they would be safe if the devil's girl was poisoned. They released poison into her, but she absorbed it completely. It turned out that Shen had a new devil weapon that added 1,000 points to poison immunity. She saw the one who was spraying the poison and made him tremble with fear. Within seconds, the young man was sent flying upwards by her attack. The group leader thought that Shen was converting the toxins into his own mana. And now the girl was smoothly approaching the leader of the group himself. She dealt with them all and left them to die on the ground. The heroes only have to wait for the criminals to come to their senses and admit their defeat. Chun went to report to the leadership and ordered the leader to be pumped out for interrogation. Jasmine told Lin that Chun spared the leader because he needed secret information. She said that 8 years ago, Chun was just accepted into the team and went on a special mission with the previous commander. They needed to protect something valuable, something that many people wanted to possess. The captain and his comrade fought off an attack by several units, but then encountered something strange. On the enemy side, there were diamonds and platinum, and even if the commander was platinum at that moment, he still would not have been able to resist this man. In the end, everyone except the commander died, and thanks to their sacrifice, Chun was able to escape. Since then, the scar left by that man remained on his face. Chun did not allow him to heal it, saying that for him it was a kind of reminder of those events. Jasmine added that Chun still considers himself a deserter and constantly talks about it. The protagonist realized that Chun still hadn't given up. He wondered how strong this guy was now, after so many years. At this moment, Shen attacked the leader and his deputy and destroyed them. For these actions, she received a platinum-level breakthrough. Chun ordered the remaining ones to be taken away to ask them a few questions. He asked the first girl he met how they knew about the scar on his face. The girl pretended that she didn't understand this language and began to make excuses. The main character acted as a translator and explained the situation to the girl. A couple of minutes later, he reported to Chun that these people knew nothing about his scar. Unfortunately, whoever knew about his scar was poisoned by toxins and cannot be cured. Jasmine immediately appeared and announced that she could bring him back to his senses. Feeling the warmth of the devil on himself, the man came to his senses. Chun told Shen to take everyone else away from here to begin the interrogation. He himself approached the guy and asked him to tell him everything he knew. The young man did not want to say anything because he thought it would not be of any use. Chun promised that he would not kill him if it was true, but he did not believe it. Knowing how Chun felt about oaths, the young man asked her to promise that nothing would happen to him. Chun swore that his team members would do nothing against this guy. The criminal said that Capella was an American agent, a man with incredible abilities, and it was he who left this scar on his face. At their last meeting, this man was at the peak of the diamond. The criminal said that he knew this information after Capella had a drink with him and spilled the beans. All these years, Chun also thought about Capella, but he was unable to collect evidence. After hearing this information, Chun decided to let these guys go. The protagonist said that it was not necessary to let these criminals go, because they had already obtained the necessary information. The criminals said that according to the oath, their team would be cursed for several years. The protagonist said that the team may be afraid of curses, but he has nothing to do with them. He turned into a white rabbit and advised the boy not to resist. He dealt with the bandit and got his phone. After that, he reported to Chun about the explosion, which did not cause any casualties. Then Chun bowed to Lin in gratitude. He believed that thanks to Lin, the operation was successful, and all his subordinates remained alive. Lin asked the commander not to thank him for his help anymore. Chun asked not to call him commander anymore because they were not strangers, and instead he could just call him brother. Brother Chun suggested that they return to interrogating the surviving boys, and then take a little rest. The next day, the main character began interrogating one of the bandits. The girl's name is Mimika, and she is originally from Japan, who initially worked as a prostitute and later became a healer in a criminal group. She began to charm the main character and asked him to release her. Shen intervened in the interrogation and asked the girl to behave more modestly. Lin asked Mimika who her employer was, but she wasn't exactly sure of the answer. One day she saw the boss talking to an American. She added that she knows who contacted them from the other side and added that he has a high status. Lin asked Mimika how much she was supposed to be paid for the work. The leader's subordinate promised her that she would be paid about 100 million in gold for the work. The main character was surprised by such a sum that almost half of the girl was paid before the mission, and 70 was promised after its completion. Mimicry calmed the main character and said that she knew the password to the shared account. Alarmed, Lin began searching for a computer genius to gain access to the account. 10 minutes later, computer genius Yang Fan was invited. Lin asked the young man to transfer all the money from the mercenaries' account to their account. Lin showed Shen some attention and asked for a small commission for the work. After a couple of minutes, everything was ready, and the money was transferred to the organization's account. When the main character saw how much money was there, he felt offended for asking for a small percentage. Shen wanted to pay him much more than he asked, but he insisted on 1.5 million. Shen got the young man angry and said that she had previously intended to give him 10 million for the work. Lin decided to find a way to heal his broken heart and called in a robot. The robot has extracted today's E-rank skill. Oddly enough, the hero was given the skill of treasure appraisal, with the help of which he will be able to determine the authenticity of jewelry. Lin decided that with this ability, he would often visit the antique market to deceive the sellers. Chun approached him and told him to get ready for the appointed meeting. They turned on the criminal's phone and put it on speakerphone. There was an accomplice of the criminals on the line, but the protagonist easily imitated Buck's voice. The criminal asked Buck what happened yesterday, and Lin replied that they had simply moved to another hotel because of the fire. The accomplice promised to contact Buck after he arrived at the right place. After the conversation, Lin asked his comrades to be on guard because the Englishman had a Chinese accent. Chun asked the surviving criminals to cooperate with them. Otherwise, they would regret everything. The criminals promised that they would cooperate with Chun's team and behave well. 20 minutes had already passed, but the phone still hadn't rang. The protagonist suggested contacting the criminal himself, but Chun wanted to wait a little longer. At that very moment, the phone rang and that Chinese voice was on the line again. The criminal said that the item he needed was in storage box number 35 in the supermarket. He strongly recommended that Baku send someone to pick up the goods. Lin told the criminal that he had to deliver the goods in person, at which point the call was dropped. The team was unsure how to behave and whether it was worth going to the supermarket. The main character said that someone from the outside could be watching the storage locker. He said they couldn't just ignore the contents of the cell. Lin reassured the commander and said that they had a suitable candidate for the courier. The role of the courier must be played by the guy who survived. 10 minutes later, the appointed courier was at the supermarket. He glanced around the supermarket and found slot 35. Earlier, the main character promised him that as soon as he took the thing from the cell, his team would save him from various troubles. When the courier did not know how to open the cell, a dangerous shadow appeared behind him. Someone pushed him in the shoulder, but when the guy turned around, no one was there. On the floor, he saw a note that the group had passed on. Fortunately, the young man managed to open the cell and take the goods. There was a flash drive in the package, and the courier delivered it to the team. With the help of the same computer hacker, the heroes began to read this flash drive. Chun said that with this information, they only need to wait for their comrades and hand it over to them. The protagonist decided to give the mercenaries a surprise one last time, because they still think that everything is going smoothly. The team leader needs to find out what the criminals wanted to do next, after receiving the package. Lin promised that their agreement with the courier would remain in effect only if he told them the information they needed. The girls said that they were supposed to deliver this parcel to the coast, and the coordinates were on the phone. Taking the criminal's phone in his hands, a brilliant idea flew into Lin's head. Lin called the criminal and said that they urgently needed to deliver this package to the right place. He did this in order to receive confirmation of the final payment and not lose money. The person on the phone said that the final payment would be made after delivery. When he refused the payment, Lin said he wanted 100 million, not 70 million. The criminal went to talk to his boss to ask him about the payment. Soon, the money was delivered to the criminal's account, and the interlocutor asked to deliver the goods as soon as possible. The hacker reported that the transfer reached them in the amount of 100 million. Everyone thought this situation was wonderful, that they not only got information, but also tricked the criminals out of money. Shen asked the hacker to transfer all the money to her account. The main character said that he specifically asked for a large sum in order to put it aside for marriage. Shen proposed marriage to Lin, and then he would get even more. Now the main character didn't know who to choose, Shen or that same Chin. He pushed Shen aside and said that she had no chance against Chin. The girl apologized and said that she would pay Lin 30 million as compensation. A few hours later, a support group arrived to join the team. Mu Tu-jung, one of the 3 most influential people in China, stepped out of the helicopter. Shen told Lin that this man was respected by every soldier because he was known as the ferocious army tiger. Chun told Mu Tu that there was no merit in this, and modestly pointed to Lin. The man found it strange that he had never heard the name Lina before. Shen introduced Lin and explained to the master that he was her teacher. It turned out that Shen was his relative and he saw Ling as a brother-in-law. The gentleman's phone rang and he reported that his interlocutor's granddaughter was all right. Chun told Lin that Grandpa Shen was also known as an influential person, due to one of the operations to eliminate the enemy in the country. After the conversation, Mutu thanked the team for eliminating all the criminals. Chun handed the gentleman a flash drive containing the information they were trying to steal. The gentleman said that Lao Zhanghong is the most talented person in the country. After reaching the gold level, he decided to devote himself to researching spiritual weapons. Mutu promised the late master that he would protect the results of his research. He set out and ordered his team to conduct a thorough investigation to find the main culprit. Mutu flew up in a helicopter and took that couple of bandits with him to beat some information out of them. The main character and his team did not waste time and went to the base. They didn't say a word the entire way and returned to headquarters early in the morning. Upon his return, the captain's behavior surprised Lin a little. Captain Chow invited Lin to join their team. The main character refused the offer because he doesn't want to be in the army. The commander asked Lin to think about it and added that he had applied to higher authorities for Lin's first-degree award. Shen intervened in the conversation and said that there was a more suitable reward for Lin. She whispered in the commander's ear that Lin needed their team's treasure. At first, the main character was happy about this conversation, but then he heard that they were talking about an animal. Lin wanted to just be given the money, but the captain ordered a new reward to be brought here. Shen assured Lin that he would like this compensation for his work. An egg with horns appeared in front of the main character. Shen said they still don't know what kind of egg it is or how to hatch it. With the help of the robot, Lin tried to find out information about this egg. The assistant said that it was a huge dragon egg, and it definitely needed to be planted. The main character thought that if there is an egg, it means he has parents. Lin decided that when the egg hatched, he would make it his transport. His incubation skill told him that this egg could be hatched, but it would be quite a hassle. Suddenly, Shen noticed that something was wrong with the egg. It turned out that Shen had been trying to break this egg for months, but when she failed, she turned into a demon. The protagonist announced to his comrades that he had learned that it was a dragon's egg. The commander told Lin that this was the egg of a legendary dragon that soared in the sky. For a moment, he began to regret giving Lin that egg instead of money. Lin explained that there were two options for how to grow this egg. According to the first option, if an extremely spiritually strong person puts his strength into it, then it will hatch in 10 years. The second option is to use spiritual cores to hatch it much faster. Chow said that they had no reason to take back what they had given to Ling, and it would take a lot of effort to plant this egg. Now the main character thought it would be cool if he had his own dragon. At night, before going to bed, Lin began to feed the egg with his spiritual energy. He knew that if he fed this egg every day, he would be able to hatch a dragon chick. When he released a stream of energy towards the egg, he reached the breakthrough of 2 silver stars. He remembered that Shen had given him a golden core earlier. He knew whether to absorb it into himself or use it to hatch a dragon egg. He still decided to absorb this core into himself, because it would not bring any benefit to the egg. After absorbing the core, Lin received a 3 silver star breakthrough. All that was left for Lin to do was sell the unwanted cores in exchange for expensive ones. He wanted to definitely ask Brother Chun about this idea in the morning. When Lin woke up in the morning, he found that all his cores were gone. He hinted to Chun that a thief had broken into the headquarters and taken his cores. Chun explained to the protagonist that there was no thief who could penetrate Lin's outer space. After thinking for a bit, the main character realized that the cores were stolen by a dragon egg. Lin was angry at the egg for not waiting for the sale of unnecessary cores and the purchase of more valuable ones. This egg ate kernels worth 100 million yen. The main character announced to the commander that he was returning to the academy because he needed to continue his military training. Chun informed the protagonist that he still had a whole bunch of people who had questions left unanswered. Chun advised the student to first finish the work he had started and then go to the academy. Shen was worried that the teacher might leave them and asked him not to go. It was written on the girl's face that she had fallen in love with Lin during these days. Shen said that without Lin, they wouldn't be able to deal with the research on spiritual animals. The lab technicians also said that hard times would come again after Lin left. Lin announced that he had written a small handbook especially for them, which contained answers to many questions. The lab technicians were happy with the reference book, but Shen was not pleased. In the following days, Lin devoted himself entirely to writing a book about spiritual beasts. She decided to take revenge on him and every day gave him skills on how to keep and care for spiritual animals. Eventually, Lin managed to complete the book, which began to be copied and distributed to headquarters staff. At night, Shen came to the hero, who was worried about his move tomorrow. The girl was curious about how Lin got so much knowledge at his young age. The main character tried to deceive her and invented that he had a smart mentor. Shen pretended to believe him and said that she had come here to thank him for all his help. It could have taken decades to master the knowledge he gave them. Shen admitted that she and her team would miss Lin and asked that he visit them more often. Lin promised to answer all questions that would be asked of him from a distance. The next morning, Lin felt sad because this place gave him many good memories. He decided to leave the headquarters while everyone was still asleep. It was strange that when he woke up in the morning, he couldn't find his headphones and started actively searching for them. When he finally decided to leave, the commander ordered his subordinates to line up. On his order, all the soldiers saluted Lin. The main character didn't know how to describe his feelings, because at that moment he couldn't even imagine that they would do something like that for him. He realized that he would never forget this little story, because it would forever be imprinted in his memory. The commander was offended that Lin did not agree to join their team. When the eagle with Lin and Chun flapped upward, Shen said that their team was not very suitable for him. The team would have slowed his growth, she said. Upon arrival, the protagonist asked Chun if he had done the right thing by refusing such an offer. When Chun said that those people didn't just come out to say goodbye to Lin for no reason, the protagonist was overcome with strange feelings. Chun said that Lin can be proud of himself because his rank in the research team is comparable to a captain. Chun wanted to go to the director and explain to him what Lin had been doing all this time. Lin declined this and said that he would first meet with his university friends. He arrived at his room and was greeted by the sleepy voice of Fat San. The fat man himself did not look like himself, and he had noticeably changed in his physical development. All the roommates were happy that Lin had finally returned to them. Nobody knew what happened to the fat man, but after military training he changed a lot. It turned out that the fat man had stood up for Lin many times when he was absent from the university. He himself said that on the institute's forum all the talk was only about Lin. The next day, everyone arrived at the stadium for the announcement of the results. The protagonist was worried because here he would see his beloved Chin. Soon the girl appeared before Lin's eyes and greeted him upon his return. At that moment, John approached him and began to show him signs of attention. When the girl said that she missed Lin, Chin was burning with jealousy. Lin got out of the situation and said that all this time he was thinking only about the goddess Chin. The director of the academy, whose name is John, came out to the students. Of all the students, the principal waved only to Lin. The director greeted Lin and asked him to sit down with him. He promised that as soon as he had free time, he would definitely study with Lin. The main character realized that the owner of the space system wanted to teach him all the subtleties. The main character could not refuse and sat down next to the university director. None of the students could understand why Lin had the opportunity to sit with the principal. Sheen felt a gap in strength between herself and Lin, but she was extremely happy for him. During the sophomore's performance, Lin decided to keep himself busy and learn a new skill for the day. The robot congratulated him on activating the thunder control skill. The protagonist was glad that he got an A-rank skill and the topic of E-rank skills was closed forever. The assistant reported that a skill for transforming into an animal had been discovered, and that several skills could be combined. The main character decided not to miss such an opportunity to become stronger and combined his skills. The robot congratulated its owner for raising his transformation skill to rank B. Thanks to this, Lin became a thunder animal and can use thunder for any purpose. In addition, Lin gained the skill of generating electricity through friction, which can only be used in beast form. The hero also received the punishment of heaven, with which he can crush the enemy with one blow, as well as a lightning strike. The protagonist understands that these skills will not help him against the crowd, because they can only be used on one target. He hoped that he could get a group attack soon. He asked the robot what his power level was, and he replied that he was just short of SS rank. The military training was over, and the hero heard the students thanking instructor Shin. Lin was looking forward to finishing the preparations, but now he feels a little sad. The director approached him and asked him to go to the academy director's office. He escorted Lin past a training hall that almost no one knew about. The director of the academy, Yang, trained in this training hall. Lin had the feeling that Yang wanted to beat him up in this arena. The director made it clear to Lin that he wanted to fight him. Lin had no other choice and decided to test the beast's transformation skills. When he turned into a white rabbit, the director noticed that his skills had increased. Lin showed the man all his strength and dealt him a powerful blow. After he struck, he used his door-opening skill and fled the scene. The director noticed that Lin had thunder and lightning powers, as well as a gold-level attack. Lin appeared again near the director, and the latter persistently asked him to show everything he was capable of. Then the main character used lightning strike and heavenly punishment for the first time. The director was completely covered in an electric charge and could not move. After Lin showed all his abilities, the director felt ashamed of himself. He was sure that Lin had a great future, because in just a month he had become much stronger. He invited Lin to become his personal student. Lin agreed with the proposal and asked to teach him all the nuances of mastering the space system. For this, the director decided to give him a reward in the form of a gold-level space sphere. He asked the guy right in front of him to absorb the sphere, and the hero did so. Apart from the director, there is no other owner of a space system in China, and this guy can be considered his successor. By absorbing the sphere, the protagonist achieved a breakthrough of 4 silver stars. The main character decided to test his strength and broke a mannequin that was at a great distance. The director found out that Lin's space system was very different from his system. Lin said that one of the skills of the space system is to open any door. The teacher hinted to Lin that he could use this skill to open his own door. The main character thought about his words and decided to try his skill. After leveling up to 4 silver stars, the distance between the doors increased to 70 meters. With this skill, his speed will increase approximately twice. Even if the enemy dodges his attack, he can attack him again. Suddenly, the director's granddaughter called him and said it was time for dinner. It turned out that Yan was his granddaughter, and she was not happy about her grandfather's conversation with Lin. Yan asked the director not to think that Lin had a space system. She insisted that Lin was just a rabbit and everything he said was complete nonsense. When the principal said that he would be Lin's teacher, Yang became very angry with him. The principal said goodbye to his new student and said that he would return when official classes began. Sun approached Lin and invited him to spend the weekend usefully. Soon the young people arrived at the huge buildings. The company is the 3rd largest in the country, and the protagonist almost forgot that San belongs to a rich family. Suddenly San greeted one of the passers-by. It was Jean-Er, who is the 2nd son of a rich company. San greeted Jean and told Lin that he was his brother. Seeing San lose weight, Jean did not believe that he was his brother. San introduced Lin to his brother and said that he helped him get settled into the academy. Jean had heard about Lin and allowed him to call him brother. He invited a group of young people to come inside to talk. They went inside and began to ascend to the desired floor in a luxurious elevator. Upon entering the apartment, the main character noticed too many ancient treasures. Jean asked the guest to look at some items and estimate their value. Luckily, the protagonist had the necessary skill, which allowed him to find out that this item was a fake. He said that half the room was filled with fakes, and this made Jean angry. Jean said that he spent a lot of money on this collection, and even had it appraised by experts. The main character decided to prove his rightness to his brother Jean. Jean doubted that the guest was better than the experts he had hired. The young people took the first object they came across and began to evaluate it. The main character said that if this item is genuine, then its value is estimated at no less than 20 million. Jean believed the guest and said that he had paid exactly $25 for this item. Then Lin asked to listen to him and explained that the original was worth 25 million and the fake was worth 100,000. He explained that this technique of making counterfeits appeared in ancient times. It eventually turned out that Jean had spent 25 million to buy a fake that cost 100,000. The protagonist upset this young man, but decided to continue assessing his property. After evaluating some things, Jean invited the hero to attend the auction with him tomorrow. The next day, the protagonist waited for the time to go to the auction. He decided to put his time to good use and learn a new skill for today. The robot congratulated its owner on receiving the Brank X-ray skill. The main character could only dream of this X-ray to examine the body of the beauty Qin. When the robot suggested that he use the skill, he didn't even think about it. It turned out that this ability allows the hero to see the essence of all things. Lin looked around the room and was able to see what was inside the objects. San entered his room, not understanding what was happening to Lin. The protagonist pretended that everything was fine and asked San why he came. San reminded the protagonist that he would soon have to go to the auction with Jean. The auction took place at the Tianbao Pavilion. There were some pretty serious people there, and it seemed like the main character had no place among them. After scanning the guards, Lin realized that even they had spiritual magic here. Recognizing Jean, the administrator greeted him and asked him to move on. Sun said that only the most influential people can attend this auction. The main character was lucky and saw his goddess among the guests. The girl was in the company of her mother, and she immediately greeted Lin. Qin's mother's name was Wen Shihan, and it turned out that she recognized the protagonist. Lin realized that he had just met his future mother-in-law. Qin's mother was angry with Lin because he had beaten her daughter many times. Wen found it strange that John was also acquainted with Lin. Jean explained the situation and said that Lin was his brother's friend. Soon the woman's face changed and she winked at the main character. She said that her daughter told her so much about Lina. Wen liked this guy and it seemed to her that her daughter was in love with him. The auction is about to begin, and before that, the host decided to remind the guests of something. He said each piece comes with a certificate of authenticity, but guests should understand that mistakes do happen. The owner of the pavilion, whose name is Yu Zhen, asked the guests to keep everything secret and not to make it public. Without further ado, he began the auction and presented the first slot to the guests. It was a glazed bowl with plum blossoms painted on it from the Song dynasty. Yu-jin counted to 3 and asked the guests to begin placing their bets. Jin immediately asked Lin if the item was fake. The main character scanned the items and said that they were genuine and worth no more than 5 million. Jin raised his hand and announced the price that the protagonist had told him. The owner of the Yu Pavilion asked the guests to continue placing their bets. All the guests sat quietly, and no one wanted to beat this high price. Yu congratulated Jin on purchasing the 5 million cup. The main character got bored and asked Jin if there was gambling in this building. Lin thought that this event was a good opportunity to try his luck. One of the Hilton heirs, named Sun, greeted Chin. According to him, he and the goddess had known each other for a long time. He touched her hand gently, but the girl didn't like it. The protagonist grabbed her hand and anxiously asked Chin where she had gotten lost. Meanwhile, the presenter announced a new lot for 300,000. After looking at this object, the main character found out that it was a fake. Yu then showed the landscape and announced the starting price of 400,000. The main character could easily determine whether an item was genuine or not. After selling the small lots, Yu moved on to his favorite part. He said that now the guests will see an item worth no less than 100 million. Everyone who was there was interested in this proposal and went after the presenter. At this time, Chin could not recover from the shock that Lin helped her get rid of her boyfriend. Sun was angry that this young man was getting under his feet. He asked his assistant to get information about Lin. The heroes were also interested in the slot and followed the crowd. The main character kept looking around and couldn't understand whether the annoying suitor had left. Chin gently pushed him away from her and promised that next time she would cut off his hand. When the main character justified his actions, the girl said that he should have warned her about this. Soon, all the guests came to the huge multicolored stones. After scanning the stones, the main character realized that it was all just ordinary trash. The mines where these stones are extracted are called quarries, and the stones extracted are called material or commodity. Few people manage to appreciate their authenticity and value. And that is how the gambling business associated with stones was born. The game itself is tied to risks associated with the quality and price of stones. This stone must be exactly what the auction organizer said it was. If properly assessed, you can get a stone whose price can reach up to 1 billion. Lin carefully examined the nearest stone and realized that it was a fake. When the protagonist was thinking about this stone, Sun approached him. He advised the protagonist to stay away from Chin because he was not worthy of her. Lin laughed and told the guy in response that he was worth nothing compared to him. Sun believes that he and Chin are the perfect couple. The main character told Sun that he had accumulated garbage in his head, and this made the guy angry. Sun challenged Lin to a game, and whoever lost would leave the city and leave Chin alone. Lin tried to explain to his opponent that the girl was not a commodity and could not be treated like that. Sun insisted that Lin accept the bet, and if he lost, he would give the winner 100 million. The protagonist refused because the stake was too small. He announced his price and said that the loser would give the winner 500 million. Sun's family would definitely not pat him on the head if he lost, but if he retreated, he would lose face. He assumed that the main character was bluffing and did not have that kind of money. Then Anne came up to Lin and said that the money would be found. Sun's assistant believed that Lin was lying and just wanted to show off in front of the girl. Sun eventually agreed to the bet on Lin's terms. When the men left to talk, the mother asked her daughter if she was in love with Lin. Chin proudly replied that she had no time for falling in love right now. Woman Wen made it clear to Chin that she was happy when her daughter smiled. The auction organizer joined the bet between the two men. Yu said all the exhibits on display are divided into 6 categories based on their value. Everyone heard that the price of these exhibits ranged from 3,000 to 1 billion or more. Each participant must choose 10 exhibits, and the one with the most expensive one will win. Sun was the first to choose his first stone from the pile of stones. Lin also made his choice carefully and reported it to the presenter. Sun realizes that his stones are much more valuable than Ling's stones. The host was ready to evaluate this choice and asked who would be first. Lin couldn't wait to hear how he won the first level of this bet. Ling's first stone was Ice Jade, and it was worth about 10 million. Everyone present thought that Lin was just lucky. Now it was Sun's turn to show off his first stone. When the assistants began to saw the stone, the main character realized that he had originally had his eye on it. When the stone was sawn, everyone present shouted that it was made of gold. Sun's assistant thought about it, but Sun assured him that they would definitely win with this stone. Host Yu took a long time to answer, but later he still said that this stone was worth 8 million. It was clear to everyone that Lin Yu had won this round of the bet. After the first round, Lin was ahead by a whopping 2 million. The main character decided to buy Chin a present in honor of the victory. She became embarrassed and asked Lin to continue the bet and choose the next stone. Unfortunately, the second game ended in a draw, but in the third, Sun's assistant won. The final round of stone selection awaited the participants. Sun was alarmed that Lin was ahead of them by almost 2 million. Uncle Wang, who was Sun's assistant, guessed that Lin was an expert on jewelry. When the young men had to choose the last stone, Sun's team was unsure of their choice. Sun believed that he would be able to turn the victory to his advantage and take home 500 million. He pointed to a huge green stone and asked the leader to cut it. An entered the bet, who said that the value of this stone was 10 million and said that the opponent clearly knew something. The protagonist decided to raise the stakes and said that the loser would give his stone to the winner. Sun became scared and sweat began to run down his face. Sun agreed and suggested that Lin choose the stone first. Sun's assistant noticed that Lin's skills were quite good, but he was sure that this time it would definitely be the end for him. When the protagonist chose the stone, people were sure that this crumb was worth nothing. The auction organizer asked the protagonist to check his choice again, but he was confident. On the table lay a huge golden stone and a Lina stone. Sun asked that his stone be cut first, so that Lin would realize his mistake. When the young man's stone was cut, everyone found it to be hollow. The young man received only 15 million for this stone. Sun realized that he was 13 million ahead of Lin. He was sure that such a gap could not be bridged with this stone, the price of which was 3,000 at most. Suddenly, Lin announced that he did not want the stone to be cut, and that it would be enough to simply polish it. The presenter said that the probability that this stone would be of any value was almost zero. When the stone was polished, everyone saw that the Imperial Emerald was lying on the table. One of the witnesses noted that this stone is worth at least 50 million. Lin hoped that his opponent would quickly admit defeat. Sun broke out in a sweat and announced that he did not have that amount to pay. Then one of the people asked Lin to sell this stone for 60 million. Participants began to raise the price one after another, and now it has grown to 80 million. The auctioneer was willing to give Lin 100 million and buy out the rest of the stones. The hero agreed with the presenter because it would save him unnecessary trouble. Lin noticed that there was only one last stone left where the pile of stones had been. Shin thought that Lin wanted to give the red jade to her, but the protagonist carefully pushed her aside and approached Aunt Wen. He gave this red jade to the mother of his beloved as a token of their first meeting. The future mother-in-law thanked Lin and said that she liked him at first sight. Meanwhile, Sun asked his father for help in paying for the bet. The father, through quarrels and shouting, helped his son and transferred him the required amount. Sun promised that in the future he would definitely take revenge on Lin for this situation. He paid the main character back the lost debt, and for now, the matter was closed. Lin was happy that he was able to earn 600 million in one day. He remembered his dragon egg that needed to be hatched. Lin realized that this money would not be enough to purchase spiritual spheres for the egg. Jean thanked Lin for this wonderful evening. Lin turned to him and said that he had one small request. Lin asked Anne to help him acquire spiritual spheres with the money he won. Jean said that this money would not be enough to purchase the spheres of the space system. He added that if he could find something suitable through his connections, he would definitely let Lin know. The main character decided that he would rest in this center for a couple of days. He woke up the next day and called for an assistant to extract the skill. He was given the SS rank transformation skill of the legendary rabbit, which draws power from the light of the moon. It was strange for Lin that he had not received an E rank skill even once in the past few days. With the skill she acquired, Lin can transform into a space moon rabbit. Lin was eager to try out his new skill as soon as possible. When he did this, he realized that the transformation was taking quite a lot of energy. Lin wondered how long he could last if he used the skill during the full moon. The robot reported that at maximum energy output, Lin could only last for 1 minute. Soon, the assistant decided to thank his master for his service and gave him 4 more minutes to the skill. Suddenly, Sun entered the room wanting to wake up Lin. 2 days later, San informed the protagonist that today quite a lot of people were returning to the academy because classes had started. But suddenly they met a strange girl who asked them for help with their luggage. It was Lin Yu, who had 9 golden stars and a shadow system. The girl was sure that these 2 young men were trying their best to attract her attention. She cheekily asked them to take her things downstairs. The main character answered her rudely and said that they were not her servants. Then she pretended to be the most polite girl and asked for help again. This time, the hero decided to lend her a helping hand and took hold of the luggage. On the way to the hostel, the girl decided to get to know them better. She said that her name was Lin Yu and she was a 3rd-year student. San told his friend that this girl was the main beauty of the city. In Lin's opinion, she looked good, but she was still inferior to his beloved goddess. Lin Yu left the young people and went to talk to the commandant. At that moment, someone's panties fell on San from above. Lin apologized and said that she would return the panties to their owner. The next day, the students sat in their first class, which was dedicated to spirit animals. The main character was bored in class because he had already acquired all the necessary knowledge about animals. The lecture was given by the famous Chinese professor of spiritual beasts, Mei Zhang. The protagonist believed that no one could understand spirit animals as well as he did. He started writing the lesson topic and noticed several mistakes. The professor noticed him and asked what he was writing in his notebook. When the professor took Lin's notebook in his hands, he asked his name. The old man was confused by the fact that the main character considered one animal to be non-nocturnal. Lin confirmed his opinion and said that these animals have poor vision in the dark, and this can only be verified in person. The professor explained that scientists believe that this animal is very active at night. The students were confused as to why their famous professor was consulting with Lin. Sim didn't like this, and asked the professor to return to the topic of the lesson. The teacher explained to the remaining students that he was consulting with Lin about some errors in the textbook. The teacher decided to let the angry students go so that they would not distract him from his conversation with Lin. He explained that a mistake they failed to notice could cost someone their life, and it would be on their conscience. The next class was a math class. The main character was happy that there was a free seat next to his beloved. At this moment, Yang approached Lin and asked him to sit down with her so that he could explain some topics to her. Chin allowed Lin to sit in another seat, but she was simply furious. After some time, martial arts training practice began. Before classes began, Lin decided to ask Yang why she was following him. He didn't like it because if it continued, the goddess wouldn't want to be with him. It turned out that this discipline would be taught this month by the group's curator, a girl named Han. She announced that before the start of training, each student must demonstrate their strength. The first such student was the goddess Chin. Next up was Jan, and both girls did well. When it was Lin's turn, he became worried because he didn't know how to show his strength. Han asked him to turn into a rabbit and promised that no one would laugh at it. For the first time in front of someone's eyes, the main character will have to transform into a moon rabbit. When the blue energy covered his body, everyone was in complete shock. Then even men wanted to touch his ears. In this form, Lin could jump as high as possible and break any objects he came across. Jan was glad that her grandfather had found such a handsome man for her. The teacher stopped Lin and asked Sim to continue. Sim wanted to put on a more exciting show than Lin. He was sure that his transformation into an eagle was much cooler than this rabbit. Unfortunately, unlike Lin, the girls didn't open their mouths at Sima. An argument started between Sima and Lin, and the teacher stopped them in time. Han announced that she had seen all the abilities and said that she would develop a personal training plan for the students. As a warm-up, she asked the students to run a couple of laps. She changed her mind and asked the students to run until they reached gold-level fitness. Sima reproached Lin for not running, but the protagonist declared that he was not one of those people whose level was below gold. Hearing this argument, Han decided to personally check on Ling Chu. She took his hand and began the process of reading his aura. The girl couldn't believe that Lin's strength had grown so quickly since their last meeting. She announced to Sima that Lin had achieved gold and was exempt from the run. When Sima went running, Han told Lin that there would be a competition in 2 months. Lin remembered that the deputy director had already secured a spot for him in this competition. Han added that there is someone in their class who will also take part in this competition. When Lin wondered who the lucky man was, Han told him about Fatty-san. She said that Sun's abilities will help him become a great support player. The main character thought that they were going to have a team competition and asked the teacher to tell him more about it. Han said each team will have 6 people who will take part in 6 individual fights and 1 team fight. Each team has the right to bring several reserve players with them. Han was confident that in the team competition, San's strength would be indispensable to Lin. She added that San's ability only lasts for 2 minutes, but that would be enough. The teacher hoped that her students would get at least 2nd place. The protagonist realized that the other side was too strong, and so Han surrendered prematurely. Han said that the opponent was Zhang Hu, who had 3 platinum stars and Awakening of Destruction. According to her, Zhang is the main contender to win this competition. Apparently, the deputy director wants Lin not to compete, but to gain experience from the best player. Lin's current level was silver, and his physical fitness had reached gold. Lin has only 2 months left to reach gold level. By the end of the conversation, all the students had finished their run. Han said that once they improve their physical fitness, they will reduce the side effects caused by other people's abilities. Today's training was over, and Han asked Lin and Sun to come to the training ground in the evening. The heroes did not know why they came and assumed that it was related to the upcoming competition. When they went to the training ground, they were called out by Chun Long, who had 1 platinum star and a space system. He reproached the young people for arriving at the wrong place. In the company of that young man was also that beauty that he met on the street. Introducing himself to the new members, Chun announced that he had 1 platinum star, while Lin Yu had 9 gold stars. The main character told about himself and said that he has 4 silver stars and a transformation system. When San told about himself and his 2 silver stars, Chun laughed. Curator Han also arrived at this place and decided to test the abilities of her students. She wanted to do this so that there would be no mistrust among the students due to their abilities. The main character didn't like that he would have to compete with platinum and gold. Since San was a support player, he wouldn't have to fight and could just show off his skills. San showed his abilities to Lin Yu, and the beauty's entire body was on fire as her strength increased. Seeing that San was increasing his strength, Chun said that he would be useful to their team. Chun suggested that Lin fight the reserve player, who is the lowest rank here. Daiboy had a 5 gold star transformation system. The main character still felt uneasy in his soul because the difference between their powers was great. Still, he decided to give it his all and hit his opponent. He used his rabbit transformation skill and created a rabbit kick. During the fight, Daiboy realized that Lin was not at the silver level. None of the participants could believe that a guy with a silver level beat Daiboy. Daiboy acknowledged Lin's abilities, but said that he would still lose in this fight. Lin, in turn, noted that his opponent had high defense and his blows did not cause him any damage. Daiboy used the transformation skill and became much stronger. As the fight progressed, Lin realized that it was difficult for him to break through this guy's defense. He decided to find Daiboy's weak point as soon as possible in order to gain victory. When he shot Daiboy with his skills, he became paralyzed. Having discovered Daiboy's weakness, the hero continued his attack on him. Daiboy used a speed attack and dealt damage to Lin. The girl Wang, who has 7 gold stars, was worried about Lin, who was bleeding from his mouth. She came up to him and began to heal his wounds. After this, the fight between Daiboy and Ling Cho continued. Lin used the Moon Rabbit skill and increased all of his stats by 120%. Then all the girls present fell in love with him and were rooting only for his victory. After the transformation, the difference in strength did not increase much, but the increase was quite sufficient. The protagonist struck Daiboy and threw him back some distance. Daiboy flew into the wall and destroyed it, and after that he realized that he had lost. He felt bad that he lost to a guy with 4 silver stars. After the fight ended, the main character extended his hand to the guy so that he could carefully rise to his feet. Rising from the ground, Daiboy admitted his defeat. Daiboy thanked Lin for the fact that his strength and speed were not enough to earn him silver. The girl Van turned to the main character to heal his wounds again. Teacher Han asked everyone present about the objection to Ling's strength. Team Captain Chun said without a doubt that Lin had joined their team. The protagonist had a hard time dealing with gold, and he didn't know what to do when he encountered platinum. Han gave Lin several spirit spheres as a reward. She hinted to him that he could contact her at any time for personal training. The next day, Lin realized that the effect of these beads was too weak, so he decided to give them to the egg. After that, San called him and said that Jean had acquired some gold beads. San himself could not go to his brother because he was busy with his beloved. At this point, the young people had already started a romantic relationship. Lin wanted his time to come and for the goddess to fuss over him as well. He decided that his career came first and went to Jean for beads. When he arrived at the right place, he was being followed by a stranger. This man reported to his master that he saw the desired target and was ready to begin the task. The pursuer was told that he had to wait until the hero was alone, without prying eyes. Jean handed Lin several hundred gold and platinum beads. Unfortunately, the young man has not yet found the beads that belong to the cosmic system. Lin was grateful to Jean for his help. As it was not easy to find such a large number of spheres, Jean promised Lin that he would continue to search for the necessary beads for the space system and thunder skills. As Lin left Jean, he realized that the academy was following him. When Lin came out into the street, the pursuers were given the order to act, and so the pursuers came out to Lin and surrounded him. Lin played the role very well and pretended to be very scared by this situation. It seemed that the pursuers wanted the box with the spirit spheres. They took out the spheres and put the box on the guy's head. After some time, this company dragged Lin to an unknown place. The box on Lin's head was removed, and it was Uncle Wang. The hero wanted to know what trump cards were hidden in this man's hands. When Lin looked around, he saw the same guy sitting at the table and eating expensive food. The protagonist reproached Sun that this situation resembled a kidnapping. Sun offered Lin cooperation because he realized that he was a good appraiser. For his work, the main character will receive exactly half of his earnings. When Lin disagreed with this, Sun asked him to realize his pitiful situation. At this moment, Uncle Wang appeared, and a special energy emanated from him. Previously, Lin didn't pay attention to the fact that Uncle Wang looked like a platinum level and had an electric power system. Sun said that the old man had shaken the soul out of him for the money he had lost, and so he needed to do something about it. Lin said that he no longer had that money because he gave it to Jean. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in this room. It was Chin who came to save her lover. Lin didn't understand why San brought Chin to such a dangerous place. The girl was visibly worried about the main character and threw herself into his arms. Lin reciprocated and promised that he would not make the goddess worry anymore. Sun was consumed with jealousy and asked Uncle Wong to kill this monster. Uncle Wong activated his skills again, and his body was covered in electricity. Uncle Wong realized that on his body there was not only his own energy, but also someone else's. He blamed Lin for everything, but the young man did nothing. The director of the academy, Yang, entered the room accompanied by San. The director walked in just as Chin and Lin were hugging. Jan thought he had been called on an urgent matter, but he realized it was a trifle. Chin asked him not to think anything unnecessary because of this hug. Lin couldn't help but take Chin's hand and propose a romantic relationship with her. Before the goddess could answer, Sun became angry with Lin again. He threw a chair towards the main character, but the loving couple continued to stand in an embrace. Sin reacted in time and threw the chair at Sun. After this, Lin proposed to Jin again, and she agreed to become his girlfriend. Lin asked his girlfriend to ignore Sun because he would definitely deal with him. The protagonist went to Sun and asked to return to the previous conversation. Sun was taken aback and admitted defeat, telling Lin that he could take his entire life away from him. The main character said that he was not interested in his miserable life because he just needed money. He took Sun's phone and made an important call. It turned out that he had called Sun's father, who was clearly not happy about the call. The young man told the man that his son was being held hostage and asked for 1 billion for his ransom. When Chin asked why the amount was so huge, Lin said it was his wedding gift. Chin became embarrassed and said that she was not ready to be his wife yet. Sun's father said that his son's life was not worth more than 1 million. He also said that he would not transfer the billion because he might give birth to another such son. Lin began to bargain and offered a price of 900 million for Sun. Director Yang snatched the phone from Lin and started talking to Sun's father. Sun Jung is the chairman of a large company. The principal informed him that Sun Jr. had kidnapped one of the students, and therefore there was a price to pay for this act. Zhang said he was willing to give 2 billion if this situation did not come to light. The director agreed with this and said that if the situation repeated, Sun's company would be liquidated. After the telephone conversation, the main character thanked the director for such a large sum. At that very moment, Lin received a message that 2 billion had been deposited into his account. Sun was very upset because his father would never forgive him for this offense. Finally, for Lin and Chin, this situation with Sun was over. Uncle Wong promised Lin that they would meet again. The protagonist told him that he would never be in that miserable state to fight them. Sun and his assistant left the miserable room. The director suggested that Lin go home with him. Lin declined and said he needed to check something, then took out a paper bag. He told the director that he had a dragon egg that absorbed spiritual spheres. In this paper bag were the spheres that Jean had given him. The director asked Lin why he didn't try to hatch the egg faster. The protagonist reported that the number of spiritual spheres is not enough, because spheres of the highest quality are needed for awakening. He explained that this egg could be awakened by its own energy, but it would take too much time. The director thought about it and suggested using other energy, not his own. This stubborn egg needs a lot of energy, but not necessarily Ling's energy. Lina decided to try to use the power of wind and electricity. At the same moment, the main character's lightning force appeared in the location. A huge stream of charged particles was directed at the dragon egg. After this, the main character asked the master to put up a space barrier around the egg. For this, he used the loot from last time in the form of an explosive device. By combining strength and explosives, the protagonist created a huge explosion. After this explosion, the egg changed shape and a face appeared on it. The hero realized that this egg was capable of absorbing any energy. Then he thought of using nuclear energy to hatch the dragon early. At that moment, the director realized that Lin was worthy of being his student. The protagonist and director Yang Wen combined their abilities to create nuclear energy. That was enough for today, and the men said goodbye. Lin went to his room and began to work with the spiritual realms. Suddenly, Chin came to him and wanted to talk. Suddenly, spiritual energy worked on her and lifted her skirt. Lin was embarrassed. But then he realized that Chin was now his girlfriend, and this was okay. The young man decided to pay attention to his girlfriend, and they went to dinner. In the cafe, the hero was Jan, who greeted her lover. Chin pressed herself closer to Lin to make her friend jealous. Chin decided to ease the situation and invited Yang to have dinner together. At dinner, Yan was beside herself with jealousy when she realized that she had missed Lina. After dinner, Lin told his beloved that he would have to train for 2 months for the competition. Fortunately, Chin understood everything and asked Lin to return only with victory. Lin hugged Chin goodbye, but she still couldn't get used to it. Chin promised the protagonist that she would miss him, while he was busy with his own affairs. 2 months later, San told Lin that they were leaving for the capital today. In 2 months, Lin reached the peak of silver and was unable to break through to gold, and therefore, together with San, was a reserve participant. Thanks to serious physical training, he is no worse than a 3 gold star winner. Over the past 2 months, Lin has also mastered a number of martial skills, swords, and various wushu techniques. The robot has recently become obsessed with martial arts, but thanks to this, Lin's fighting skills have greatly improved. The young men were visited by their beloved girls to say goodbye before leaving. At this moment, a kiss occurred between Chin and Lin. Lin promised his departing friend that he would definitely return victorious. When everyone was assembled, Han asked the guys to give their best and not to disgrace the academy. A few hours later, the plane with the participants arrived in the capital, where the competition was taking place. A reporter immediately approached them to ask why there were 2 freshmen on their team. Han asked Lin to ignore such phrases, because journalists are simply trying to hurt them and provoke emotions. Participants began to arrive at this place, and now 7 teams were assembled. Han asked Lin why he chose to enroll in their academy. After a short conversation, she announced that this year there would be 8 teams participating, not 7. Han suggested that all the details be discussed at a meeting, and said in advance that it would not be easy to deal with these teams. All participants went to the conference room to hold meetings for the competition participants. Han announced that there would be only 2 rounds in the competition this year. The first round consists of 6 individual matches and 1 team match, where you can get 5 points for a team match and 1 point for an individual match. Based on the final points, the top 4 teams will advance to the final. Han announced that some participants, as well as Lin Yu, would participate in individual battles. Lin suggested that these games were like horse racing, and that the order just needed to be right so that the weaker team could earn points. Han said that the group match, which the rest of the students will take part in, is coming up next. Han was confident that when it came time for the group match, their team would be able to score at least 4 points. The leader believed that with Sanya's strength, they were practically invincible. The curator reported that she had the necessary information on all the opponents. The principal concluded the meeting and asked the students to rest and gather strength before the competition. All the participants left, and Lin was left alone with his thoughts. Lin summoned the robot to awaken the skill before the competition. Lin got a rank D skill for flying vehicles, which was of no use. Thanks to this skill, the young man can control any aircraft of any kind. Lin hoped that he would gain a skill that could upgrade him to gold. Upset, Lin went to his room. As he left the conference room, a girl threw herself into his arms. It was Chief Shen, but it was unclear what she was doing here. Shen said that she was at this competition on assignment, since they were responsible for the safety of the competition. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was an unfamiliar guy standing behind Shen and staring at him. This young man was Shen's nephew, and he was Lin's main opponent, whose name was Jiang Hu. Jiang has 3 platinum stars and a rare destroyer-type awakening. Lin remembered that according to the data, Jiang Hu was their main enemy. Shen reprimanded her nephew and told him to call Lin uncle. Jiang became alarmed and decided to test Lin's abilities first. Shen asked her nephew to stop showing off and not to be rude to her old friend. To calm Shen down, Jiang Hu exhaled and called Lin uncle. Lin laughed at the young man and asked him to leave because the adults needed to talk. Shen explained that Jiang Hu was not her real nephew, and they simply grew up together. Jiang's grandfather was the vice principal of the Capital Academy, and he was friends with Shen's grandfather. She later added that she came here specifically for Lin's sake. She has accumulated quite a lot of questions that need to be answered in order to help the spirit animals. The target suggested that the protagonist discuss these issues in a nearby cafe. San also appeared in the same cafe and accidentally discovered Lin. It was at this moment that the protagonist was in the company of Shen in a not entirely appropriate position. San began to threaten Lin and said that he would tell everything to his beloved Chin. Lin tried to justify himself and said that he was simply working with his student. After that, he introduced San to Shen and said that he was his friend from the academy. Shen revealed that she was the head of the logistics department, a special squad, and also Lin's student. Lin decided to finish answering questions for today, and Shen promised that she would come to cheer for him at the competition tomorrow. And so the next day the competition began, and it was broadcast on the internet and on television. Chunlong turned to his team and asked them to prove that they were the best. Watching from the side were Jiang's team, who were clearly not happy to see them. Jiang said that Chunlong's team would not be able to win a prize for 2 years in a row, and these words made Chunlong angry. An argument began between the young people even before the competition began. None of the students intervened in what was happening, and everyone simply watched it silently. The main character emerged from the crowd, turned to his nephew and began to teach him how to talk to his elders. Shen immediately appeared and asked her nephew not to create problems out of thin air. She wished Lin good luck and went to cheer for him. The voice of the competition host, whose name was Liu Meng, appeared. She invited the first team, which was from the capital's academy. Next up was Team Chun from Shanghai. Once all the participants had taken their seats, Lin noticed that Sun was nervous. Liu Meng introduced the judges, and one of them was Boyoung, who is the famous Shield of China. Here he is a special guest judge who will assist the main judges. The main character never thought that he would be able to meet people of such greatness at these competitions. Also among the judges was the director of the Shanghai Academy, Yang Jie. Sitting next to him was Shi Tu-wei, who is the director of the Beijing Academy. Shi Tu-wei took the microphone and declared the competition open. After his words, fireworks began to display over the competition arena. The main character was at a competition of this scale for the first time. The opening match was between Beijing Academy and Jinmen Academy. Ying rushed at his opponent with all his hatred. He was angry after meeting his uncle Lin Yu. His opponent, Xiao Yan, decided to lose with dignity and released a stream of fire from himself. Zhang said it was a pathetic attempt and the game was over. When Xiao gave up, the young man hoped that his aunt had seen his play. When he turned around and found her in the stands, he saw that she was again in the company of Lin. The scene he saw made Jiang's hair stand on end and he was completely angry. He promised that Ling Cho would get more from him. And at that moment, Ling felt this hostile energy. In the second round, one of the participants gave up after receiving a huge blow. Han thought that Zheng Hu was the only platinum winner on her team. Han explained to her participants that they would have to deal with 2 plates. The opponents were much stronger than previously thought, and Han gave up. After some time, the 4th match ended with a victory for Jin Academy, as did all the previous rounds. Han said that only this team has platinum players, and for the rest, gold is the ceiling. In the next match, Lin Yu from Chun's team played and won. During the battle, the opponent realized that the girl's physical strength was at the platinum level. Lin realized that Yoon's skills made her virtually invincible to an opponent of the same level. After her victory, the girl approached Lin and asked him for a confession. She wished the young man good luck because sooner or later his match would come. During the competition, Lin decided to learn a new useful skill, but he got a disguise. The presenter announced that the score was now 1 point up and the Shanghai team was still losing. She announced that Fan, who has 7 Thunder System Gold Stars, would participate in the next match. His opponent was the main character, Lin Yu, who has silver. The host thought that the Shanghai team had decided to give up and sent such a weak player. But Lin was confident. Everyone found it strange that the main character entered the ring with a black backpack. It turns out that he took his egg with him, which had not yet fully awakened. The opponent thought Lin was stupid because he was going to fight with an egg in his hands. Lin said that according to the rules of the competition, he can hold anything in his hand, and he just needs to show his physical strength. The presenter confirmed his words and announced the start of the match. Before starting, Lin praised his dragon egg and promised that he would feed it soon. Fan was not interested in fighting Lin and asked him to surrender without a fight. Lenin said that he was not going to surrender and asked Fanya to attack first. Refusing to accept defeat, Fan decided to throw Lin off the battlefield. He raised his hand up and created a thunder attack. All the electrified beams were directed towards the dragon egg and did not harm Lin in any way. The opponent was confident that he could destroy Lin with just one swing of his hand. But he was wrong. He did not understand why the stands were silent and did not congratulate him on his victory. When he turned around, he saw that Lin had grabbed his egg, using which he had released the captured thunder waves. Then Fan used his skills again, but they were useless against the dragon egg. It was at this moment that Fan realized that it was all because of the dragon egg, which did not allow electricity to pass through. He decided to increase the power of his attack, but it didn't bring him any results. Lin held the egg in front of the electrified waves so as not to miss a drop for the baby's development. Lin told his opponent that all of his waves were just a normal beam because the egg was able to absorb any explosion. Vanya turned to the judge and said that Lin was cheating and that this damn egg needed to be taken away from him. All the judges talked and informed the contestant that there were no rules that prohibited the use of eggs. Lin stopped his actions and asked Fan to prove to him that he was cheating. Fan had no evidence, and his face showed resentment that Lin had fed the egg with his abilities. At this moment, everyone in the Shanghai Academy was rooting for Lin and his strange egg. Qin, who was madly missing her lover, also watched what was happening. Fan was confident that he would eventually defeat Lin because his physical strength was at the gold level. He had no idea that his opponent was almost superior to him in ability, regardless of silver level. The enemy suggested that Lin continue the battle without using his abilities. Lin agreed and asked his opponent not to use the thunder system anymore, otherwise he would grab the egg. Everyone was interested in watching the participants fight without their skills and abilities. When Fan took a swing at Lin, the protagonist realized that this was his chance. He hit Fan, and he realized that Lin's skills were too strong. A few minutes later, the host announced that Lin had defeated Fan without using any skills. Fan was upset that he was defeated by a silver-level guy. In the team match, Tian Academy conceded defeat, so Shanghai Academy wins with a score of 8-3. The next match was between Gu Academy and Jing Academy. Han asked Lin to pay attention to the captain of the Gu Academy, since she was a platinum level. Han also heard that this girl had awakened the abilities of an angel of light. Hanfu is a platinum-level angel of light. After scanning her, Lin realized that it would not be easy to defeat her. In the Gu Academy team, all the members were girls. Lin didn't understand why these girls would put their strongest player in a one-on-one match. It turned out that during the match, the girl can use not only her abilities, but also healing. The fight took a long time to come to an end because the girl had quite a lot of strength. Unfortunately, the opponent gave up, and the Angel of Death won. Immediately after the results were announced, Hanfu used her healing skill and healed all of her wounds. So, Gu Academy won the team match, and that was the end of the first day of the competition. Capital Academy is currently in first place, while Shanghai Academy and Gu Academy are in second place with the same points. Han turned to her students and said that they had a lot to talk about at the meeting at 7 o'clock tonight. When Lin Yu wanted to go and rest, he saw Shen in front of him. Shen thanked the protagonist for the battle and wanted to ask him a few questions about animals. As Lin was answering his students' questions, he suddenly felt unwell. He thought his body was telling him it was time to break through to gold. He took out the spiritual sphere and decided to absorb it to break through. He finally succeeded in doing so, and the breakthrough reached 2 gold stars. Not only has the protagonist's spiritual power increased, but new skills have also appeared in addition to this. Lin was advised to use the energy of the cosmic system to form an invisible shield around the body. Lin guessed that he had finally awakened the thunder system. Sanu felt offended that he was the only participant left with silver stars. Han suggested going back to the competition and discussing the teams they needed to beat. Han said that if Gu Academy continued at this pace, she would not survive the meeting with Shanghai Academy. The girls of Gu Academy are very strong, and despite being platinum, they have some weaknesses. Han said that these girls can't use platinum, and once they're out of the game, it'll be easy to deal with the rest. Han asked her students to win at least one game. She asked them not to give it their all and just try to break into the top 4 for now. During his rest, the main character decided to call his beloved Chin. When Chin picked up the phone, her phone accidentally fell and captured her naked in the shower. The sight he saw made Lin's nose bleed. The protagonist decided to move away from the topic and told his beloved that he had broken through to gold. It was strange, but Chin got angry at Lin and abruptly cut off the conversation. The next day, the competition between the teams continued. The rules have changed, and participants are now prohibited from using weapons without permission. If any of the participants need a weapon, he can ask about it and take one that is available at the stadium. Lin immediately realized that these changes were due to him because he fed his egg. Before the match, Lin decided to wake up the robot and accept today's skill. The robot gave him a C-rank aura enhancement skill. Previously, the main character waited a long time for this skill, and when he broke through, he no longer needed it. But the young man still decided to use it and activate it to improve his aura. At this moment, the protagonist achieved a breakthrough of 3 gold stars. Han watched all his breakthroughs and couldn't believe that she was working with such a strong student. Today's first opponents were Lin Chu and Chen Ji. Lin asked the host if he could take his protection with him, but she forbade it. Lina Chen's opponent has 9 gold stars and a raccoon transformation. He decided to fight Lin using his sword skills and was confident that he would win. Fortunately, thanks to the system, Lin learned a lot of martial arts. Having realized this, the opponent asked his body to replace the necessary skills. Chen pounced on Lin, but he didn't care about these attacks. Lin's calmness made his opponent angry and he became worried. Due to his opponent's nerves, Lin was able to make a precise strike and knock the weapon out of his hands. Then Chen concentrated on his feelings and transformed into a raccoon. Looking at her opponent, Lina felt funny. He decided to respond in kind and transformed into a moon rabbit. The girls in the stands were only in love with the rabbit and didn't pay any attention to the raccoon. The protagonist was unaware that his opponent had a 7-attack combo as a special skill. This did not produce any results, because Lin met his attacks with a single movement of his hand. Lin swung his hand and sent his opponent flying far into the wall. He removed the rabbit transformation and decided to end the match there. This time, even the presenter was in love with Lin and his actions. She announced that the winner of this round was Lin Yu. Since Jin Academy abstained from participating in the next round, Shanghai Academy becomes the winner. When the main character left the arena, Girls approached him with a proposal of romantic relationships. At this time, the judges were discussing all the participants in today's matches. The director of the academy persistently asked his comrades to take a closer look at Lin Yu, despite his low level. He explained that this guy was able to break through from silver to gold in just 3 months. One of the judges said that judging by her aura, Lin now has 3 gold stars. The director of the academy was confident that his student would surprise everyone present next time. At this time, the main character had a hard time getting rid of the rabbit lovers. He returned to his room and threw himself on the bed. He doesn't have any involvement in tomorrow, so he can rest properly. Suddenly, Director Jan came to him and wanted to talk to him. It was strange to Lin that the teacher came to talk to him at such a late hour. The director started talking about world competitions that take place every 4 years. The protagonist knew that these competitions were not broadcast live, so no one knew the details about them. The director explained that academic competitions are very different from world competitions. Nobody knows the details because the rules change from time to time, and the fight scenes can be too bloody and unacceptable to watch. The director also told a secret that people die at these competitions. The survival rate at the World Championships, he says, is only 20%. There have been many discussions about holding these competitions, but they all agree that without such a manifestation of competition, it will begin to manifest itself in a different way. Lin realized that the results of these competitions were used to distribute various benefits between countries. The director was sure that this competition had nothing to do with Lin yet because he was too young. But in the future, everything could change. He hoped that his student would one day take part in world competitions. Yang said the skills Lin demonstrated made him think about the space system and global competitions. According to him, there are still 6 months left until the World Championship, and Lin's speed of progress and skills will help improve the team's efficiency. He didn't want to put pressure on his student because there are a lot of dangers in world competitions. With Lin's current strength, there's a good chance he won't return from this competition. Lin thought about it and said that he agreed to participate in this competition and was ready to give his life to his country because he grew up in an orphanage. The director thanked Lin for his decision and said that he was worthy of being called his personal disciple. After this competition, he will personally take charge of Lin's training to improve his survivability in world competitions. Now the director asked Lin to make sure that he doesn't lose face in front of the other judges tomorrow. Lin said that he would not be participating in the team competition tomorrow and would be on vacation. And then the director asked him to show himself the day after tomorrow. The director said he would talk to Han to include Lin in the team. The next day, the host announced the start of the battle between Shanghai Academy and Gu Academy, where Yang Jie would be the main judge. The main character was interested in what his master had planned and why he invited him here. The girls from Gu Academy appeared in the arena, confident of their victory. The Capital Academy was worried and was sure that something was wrong here and that they needed to deal with these girls as soon as possible. Lin Xin, who has an ice system, listened to Jiang Hu and released ice from herself towards the beauties. The leader of the Capital's Academy himself waited for the captain of the opposing team to make an attempt to attack him. Then the leader of the Gu Academy commanded his subordinates and asked them to retreat. The subordinate girls obeyed their queen and retreated to a safe distance. The opposing team assumed that the girls were giving up, but Jiang was sure that the goddess was up to something. Then, the captain of the Gu Academy raised her hands and created a light judgment skill. In simple words, it was the lost sword of the great god. His fall to the ground threw all participants a long distance and created a crack in the floor. Lin could have intercepted the sword, but it was literally blown away. Judge Yang announced that the favorite was losing to Gu Academy by 1 point. After the match, the main character still couldn't forget the Sword of God, which was stuck in the stadium arena. He told this to his beloved, and she fortunately saw it live on air. During a conversation with Qin, Lin recalled his participation in the World Championship. He asked his beloved if she would look for a new boyfriend if he died. Qin got angry and replied that she would definitely look for a new boyfriend. And then the protagonist decided not to tell her about the world competition. Then Lin took back all his words and said that he would live a long life and would be able to teach their common baby spiritual practices. Hearing this, Qin was speechless and hung up the phone. Suddenly, Han approached the main character, thanked him for his excellent performance in the last match, and signed him up for the next round. The protagonist realized that the director of the academy, Yang, took care of this. Han laughed and asked Lin to take care of himself wherever he was. The next day, the main character was already standing in the stadium arena and waiting for an attack from his opponent. Lin's opponent was a serious platinum player who could turn him into a corpse. This young man asked Lin to turn into a white rabbit, but the hero did not want to do this. Lin firmly decided for himself that he would not turn into an animal and also would not lose. No one expected that Lin would use thunder skills at this moment, and no one could even guess that he had them. Lin concentrated his power and covered himself in an electric charge of thunder and lightning. The opponent was deceived because he thought that Lin simply had the transformation skill and nothing more. The protagonist launched a heavenly punishment at his opponent, who was confused. When Lin used the thunder system and the space system, all the judges' mouths dropped open in surprise. Now Han understood why the director wanted Lin to be signed up as a participant in today's game. Even Lin's team couldn't understand how he managed to have so many skills. Han reassured her students and said that thanks to this trump card, they were one step closer to victory. One of the spectators, whose name was Shan Dao, called a serious man. He asked the guys to prepare for the operation, because it looks like they will have to kill Lin. At that moment, the TV announced that Lin Yu had won the match. The entire crowd rose to their feet to applaud Lin and take his photo. Master Lina, Director Yang, came down to the arena. This time the protagonist was inexplicably excited by the victory. The director invited the student to go with him to the conversation. Using space transformation, Yang touched Lin and they were transported to one of the offices. A third person appeared next to them, and Lin was alarmed by this situation. It was the judges who praised Lin for his perfect combination of skills. They wanted to persuade Lin to join their team, since he would not achieve great heights with the director of the academy. The director believed that no one but him could teach Lin how to use the space system. One of the judges asked his comrades to shut up and get down to business. He explained that since Lin had revealed all of his abilities, it meant his life would be in danger. From that day on, a hunt was opened for him, but the director promised to assign him personal security. The director asked the security guard to come in, and Shen entered the office. She promised that from now on she would be with Lin 24 hours a day. She put handcuffs on him and chained them to her hand. She decided that while guarding him, she would be able to ask him all the questions that were troubling her. Luckily, Lin Yu came to his aid and saved him from being handcuffed. The heroes ran to the meeting, where Han was already waiting for them. Hanya announced that the opponent is not so simple. But despite this, it is quite possible to get to the final. She announced the lineup for the team and individual matches, and Ling Chu was listed in both. The girl chose the strongest, but the opponent's level is still higher. The girl believed that with Lin's help they would win and become the main academy. The leader of the Shanghai Academy urged his participants to victory. The next day, the host announced the start of the competition and invited the best teams to the arena. At the moment, the Shanghai Academy is 2 points behind the Beijing Academy. The first match will see the leader of the capital team meet with Chunlong. This was their third meeting, and each time Jiang reminded Chun of the taste of defeat. Chun was confident that even if he lost, his team would get even with their opponents. A real fight of the century took place between the team leaders. The leader of the capital team emanated a simply murderous aura. Jiang's ability began to destroy Chun's body, and if this continues, Chun will achieve and wait for death. After thinking for a while, the exhausted Chun admitted his defeat. He was confident that his team had every chance of winning. In the second round, 2 platinum-level beauties fought. The capital team used ice and snow techniques. Fortunately, Lin Yu managed to dodge and caught her opponent off guard. It was unexpected, but the participant of the Capital Academy surrendered at the very beginning of the fight. The host announced that the winner of this round was the Shanghai Academy. The host decided to invite the stars of the meeting and named Lin Yu and Jihan. Lin needs to manage to hold his team together and lead them out of a draw and towards victory. His opponent was Jihan, who has 9 gold stars. He made his first attack and released rose stems with thorns from his hands. The main character carefully walked around him and hit him from behind. The opponent clearly didn't expect this, because he flew into the wall at breakneck speed. He lost consciousness, and the host announced that the winner was Ling Chu. The losing opponent shed a few tears because Lin's blow was so strong. All individual matches had come to an end, and Shanghai Academy was ahead by 2 points. The host announced that there was a group round ahead in which several players would take part. She named her favorites, almost all of whom had platinum or 8 or 9 gold stars. Their leader didn't think they would lose to Shanghai until this point. When the host announced the Shanghai Academy, Jiang asked Lin to surrender. The leader of the Shanghai team ordered his subordinates to prepare for an attack. Jianghu asked his members to be on guard, because he felt like the opposing team was up to something. At the same moment, the strongest energy of the Shanghai team appeared throughout the entire location in support of the player San. The leader commanded his participants to run forward towards the Beijing team. The leader of the capital team ordered his subordinates to deal with the rest, and he himself wanted to take on Lin. Suddenly San appeared in front of him, feeding the entire team with power. San explained to him that his mission was accomplished, and he could withdraw from participation. He was eliminated from the game, which angered Jian because the opposing team was outnumbered. When he thought about his team, he saw that they were all lying unconscious on the ground. While Jung-hoo was trying to attack San, Lin Yu attacked her old acquaintance. The main character easily dealt with all the others. Jung promised Lin that he would still surprise him and his team before the end of the match. Team leader Chun ordered the members to attack immediately before Jiang's buff activated. But unfortunately, these words went into the void because Jiang's skill activated. An incredible energy emanated from him, which threw the main characters aside. Even Lin felt that this force was incredibly strong and that he would not be able to resist it. Jiang was confident that he had won and asked the referee to announce the results of the match. Lin's team decided to hold a final meeting to take action against this young man. But suddenly, everyone saw how Jiang's energy was absorbed and destroyed. This was the protagonist who was not broken by Jiang's previous attack. He told the boy that the competition was still going on because he was still standing in the ring. The judges told Jiang that Lin Yu was right, and that thanks to his ability, he remained on his feet during the attack. He was able to teleport upwards, so he didn't get hit by Jiang's attack, and according to the rules, this is considered correct. Jiang-hoo forgot that his opponent could teleport. The main character had many more tricks in his arsenal with which he could win. The main protagonist understood that if the fight continued, he would be the first to exhaust his energy. He wished it was night now, because he could use the power of the Moon Lion, which would give him a chance to win. The main character didn't care whether he won or not. The main thing for him was that he didn't back down in this difficult situation. He decided to give it a try anyway and teleported into the Moon Rabbit and Lion. Even the presenter fell off her feet from yet another transformation of Lin. A real Leo appeared before everyone, with hellish energy in his eyes. Lin asked the robot to calculate how long he could last if he used all his strength. The assistant informed Lin that the ability would be active for 2 minutes. But if he saved energy, he could hold out for 10. The main character decided to act in a mode of saving spiritual energy consumption. The first attack in this mode dealt Jung a lot of damage. Jung realized that Lin's strength was no less than platinum. He decided not to waste time and wanted to attack Lin as soon as possible and end this test. The main character decided to turn to the space system and open the space shield. The strength of the main character was equal to the strength of the enemy. Jung's ability almost destroyed Lin's space shield. One more attack like this, and it will be the end for the main character. Seeing that Lin was in trouble, the members of his team asked the coach for help. Han thought that Lin was a strong guy, and so she believed in his strength. Jung advised his opponent to admit defeat and end this nonsense. Lin Yu had no intention of giving up, and he believed that the battle was just beginning. The main character created a portal with which he deceived his opponent. When Jiang realized this, he released an electric charge towards Lin. Lin once again managed to outwit his opponent and use his portal skills. Jiang was angry, because it was very difficult for him to reach Lin. Now he is constantly in the protagonist's sights and can do nothing about it. And then the main character caught him by surprise and dealt him a rabbit blow. It was only today that Jung realized that he had never had to deal with a space system. The difference in strength was too great, and his attacks only dealt minor damage to Jung. Moreover, Lin had practically no strength left. Jung was certain that Lin's spiritual energy was almost exhausted. He rushed towards the main character and thought that he was about to win. Lin dealt a powerful blow to Jung and raised both hands, admitting defeat. Jung was angry that Lin just decided to leave without letting him hit him even once. He was so angry that he hit the ground and created his electrification skills on it. Jung asked Lin to wait a little, because they would definitely see each other in the final. Lin laughed at Jiang and said that Jiang might not make it to the finals because the girls from Gu Academy were still too strong. Jiang won this round but not by a large margin. The team leader told Lin that this match was necessary for the sake of points, because they would definitely win in the next round. The girl Wang approached Lin again and was worried about his health. As she began to examine him, Lin lost consciousness and fell to the ground. When he came to, everyone saw that blood was flowing from his nose. The female healers began to bring Lin to his senses and heal him. Leader Han explained this situation by saying that Lin's spiritual energy was exhausted. When Lin had fully regained consciousness, one of the girls from the Gu Academy approached his team. She turned to Lin and asked to speak with him privately. The conversation took place in Han's presence, and the girl asked Lin for one favor. She wanted Lin to admit defeat in the individual match between the academies. She explained that Lin's skills were capable of blocking her skills, and she wanted to achieve victory. Han decided to end the conversation and said that her team would definitely think about this decision. The girl from Gu Academy said that she had one more request for Lin. In fact, she is a fan of Lin and came here not for this proposal but to take a photo with him. Lin did not refuse her request, and then several more girls approached him. This was all shown live on television, and Chin was watching it. Then Lin understood that if his beloved saw this video, they would part once and for all. Lin decided to extract today's skill, and the robot congratulated him on obtaining a CC rank skill. This skill will alert Lina to fluctuations in spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters. Now no suspicious person will be able to approach Lin. He activated the skill and felt some strong vibrations of spiritual energy in the captain's room. The skill learning was interrupted by Shen's appearance. Lin invited Shen to go with him and test the skill. On the way, the girl told Lin that she knew that Lin might be hunted. The protagonist said that he, on the contrary, plans to use his power to lure the snake out of its hole. Lin joked with Shen and said that they were being watched right now. When Shen looked behind Lin, she saw two girls. Lin said they have been following them since the beginning of their journey. He decided to find a quieter place to deal with the girls without prying eyes. After some distance, the girls approached Lin and said that they were his fans and just wanted a joint photo from him. But Lin insisted that these girls were following him on someone's instructions. He said their hands looked like those of someone who handles weapons. Lin also noticed that one of the girls had a dagger hanging from her leg and her eyes were filled with X-ray skill. After hearing all his evidence, Shen completely agreed with him that these girls were not who they claimed to be. The girls no longer hid anything, because the main character had completely figured them out. They were the Platinum 6-star Snow Leopard and the Platinum 5-star Shadow Cat. One of them took out a bloody dagger and began to threaten Lin, which made him anxious. Lin was the target of their hunt today, and they needed to catch him by any means necessary. Shen asked Lin to be more careful and wanted to sort things out herself. When she was attacked by two girls at once, Shen began her transformation into a demon. She swallowed the poison from the girls' daggers and was ready to kill them. Using her dangerous skill, she dealt damage to them and knocked them down to the ground. The director of the academy immediately appeared and asked Lin to give him these mercenaries. He insisted that Lin return to the academy immediately because his life was in danger. Before leaving, the main character decided to take the dagger of these mercenaries for himself. At this moment, Shen received a 4 gold star breakthrough. Lin and Shen went to the participants' dormitory. The main character became alarmed that the door to his room was open. When he walked inside, he saw Chin sitting on his bed, holding a gift in her hands. The young man thought that she missed him, but she said that she had come to cheer for the academy. As a gift for her lover, she prepared cookies with his portrait. Lin wanted to hug her, but she refused, citing the fact that they were not alone here. Lin introduced his beloved to Shen, and she introduced herself as the head of the special department. Shen added that she is responsible for Lin's safety during the competition. Shin began to suspect that her lover was in danger. The main character tried to prevent this from happening so that she wouldn't worry about him again. Lin hugged Chin and promised that nothing bad would happen to him. He said that nothing would happen to him before their wedding, but Chin refused to marry him. Suddenly, the heroes heard a sound that someone wanted to enter their room. It was Director Yan who wanted to talk to the main character. During the conversation, the director said that the mercenaries belong to an organization called Black Rose. All members of this group are women and are linked to the murders of high-ranking officials. Today, the heroes reached the platinum level, but this organization has girls who are much stronger. The director added that before they could find out anything, they were poisoned. Lin realized that there was a traitor among them because the girls always managed to escape punishment for the crime. The director agreed with his words and said that the enemy had penetrated their surroundings, and therefore they had to be on guard at any moment. Without waiting for the end of the conversation, Chin announced to her lover that she was returning to the academy. She justified her resentment by saying that Lin needed to rest before tomorrow's final. The main character no longer cared about the competition because it was important for him to protect his beloved from the mercenaries. He promised himself that from that day on, he would work to become stronger. The next day, the final competition began, and the host announced the team lineups. The first to participate will be Beijing Academy and Gu Academy. 1,000 spectators sat in front of their television screens and watched this legendary battle. If Gu Academy wins, the protagonist's team has every chance of winning all the competitions. In addition, with the new double C rank skill, this chance increases. The girl from Gu Academy once again used her light judgment spiritual skill and threw the golden sword onto the floor. Jiang Hu was not so simple and responded with a dark star skill. As their skills intertwined, all the spectators noticed that Jiang had become even stronger. It will be difficult for the protagonist if Jiang wins and continues to fight with him. Jiang made a stealth maneuver and attacked the girl from Gu Academy. The audience applauded, and the host congratulated the Beijing Academy on its well-deserved advancement to the finals. Neither Lin nor Han were happy about having to face the Beijing team. Lin realized that their team was inferior to the Beijing team. Suddenly, he drew attention to himself and asked Madame Han about today's date. She said that today was the 15th, and Lin realized that today the moon was almost full. The host announced that Gu Academy was in 3rd place, and the remaining teams would meet in the finals. In the first match, team captains Chun and Jiang will compete. Jiang was confident that the end was near, and his victory was not far off. At that moment, Chun-Ling created an explosion skill and rushed towards the youth. The young people came face to face and put their best skills to use. Jiang announced that he had made another breakthrough just a couple of days before the final. It was at this moment that he decided to try his new skills on an opponent. In response to this, Chun concentrated on his strength and used the tripod spiritual skill. Han's team thought it was better to accept defeat, but Han had confidence in Lina. She knew that if Chun gave in, he would never forgive himself. This battle will definitely not be easy because Jiang's advantage is his physical strength. Jiang's punch sent both opponents to the floor, and they were unable to continue fighting. Jiang, who was delighted that Chun had so much strength. The presenter announced that for the first time in history, the competition ended in a draw. The team's healer realized that their captain would not be able to take part in the team battle. Chun apologized to his comrades for being too impulsive, but Lin calmed him down. The main character said that as long as he was here, their team would never lose. Hearing this, Jiang said that Lin was taking on too much. Because Lin did not give up, Jiang was determined to teach him a lesson. Lin promised him that he would take care of him and prove his strength soon. Han thanked Lin for not being afraid of competition and being willing to go all the way. Lin turned to the girl Khan and asked her to take command. He had a plan that would leave the leader of the other team to him. His companions were not confident that he would be able to deal with Jiang. The host announced that the game was declared open and the team round began. In this round, everyone was ready to listen to Lin as the team captain. This time, the main character was well prepared, and the other participants needed to help him a little. With a few maneuvers, Lin's team got rid of the extra players. Their main target was the team leader Jiang Hong. San helped the protagonist achieve the blessing of glory and increase his attacks. Jiang was confident that Lin wouldn't be able to handle him, even if he transformed into his beast form. In response to this remark, the main character stuck his tongue out at him and said that everything would be according to his rules. Jiang became angry at this prank and used the destruction skill. Lin Qiu tricked Jiang again and used the teleportation skill. While Jiang was scolding him for this, Lin looked outside and saw a full moon. He used the transformation skill, and in addition to that, he received a 500% boost to all abilities. Seeing the increase in strength, Jiang rushed at Lin, but he neatly dodged him. Lin proudly declared that his speed was too fast, and Jiang would never be able to keep up with him. The main character released his cosmic power towards his opponent. Jiang used his and tried to stop this flow of Lin. Luckily, the protagonist's attack worked and caused Jiang to spit out blood. There was a deep cut and a bleeding wound on his back. All the judges thought that Lin was faking and deceiving everyone with his silver level. Lin's team was thrilled that even the platinum level couldn't handle him. Jiang didn't understand how his opponent could become so strong in just a few days. Lin offered Jiang to surrender or continue this senseless fight. The protagonist hit Jiang again, and he was clearly uncomfortable. Lin decided to finish off his opponent and threw him away with his super skill. Completely exhausted, Jiang crashed into a wall and lost consciousness. Lin carefully approached him and announced his victory. For the first time in several years, someone managed to defeat Jiang. Thanks to this round, the Shanghai team took first place in the competition. While everyone was rejoicing, Director Yang regretted that Lin had revealed his abilities too early. He was sure that now the hunt for Lin would be even more fierce. The director's entourage decided to apply for special protection for Lin upon his return. Chun thanked Lin for the victory and announced that Lin would be the team captain from next year. Lin came out to the awards ceremony, took the cup, and said that this was their common victory. At this point, the competition between the academies was closed. The presenter announced that the competition would end with the presentation of a valuable prize. This victory had been Chun's dream for many years. As a reward, in addition to the cup, the team received beads worth 5 million. Each person got a bead, and Lin was curious which bead he got. When he lifted the cloth on the tray, he saw that his bead was missing. The jury told Lin that they would give him the bead a little later when they found the right one for him. As the team began to leave, the host said that there was another award added this year, an award for the best player. The protagonist immediately imagined that this award would go to him because he made the greatest contribution to the victory. The host named Lina and invited a weapons expert. The diamond-level weapon expert was Feng Peng. They have never met the main character before, but Lin finds his face familiar. When Feng gave Lin the bead for winning the nomination, Lin heard his familiar voice. Lin remembered the situation with the bandits and realized that this was the voice of that traitor. Lin decided not to rush because he didn't know anything about this guy yet. He decided to discuss this issue with his master, the director of the academy. Lin's team came up to him and said that everyone was ready to go and celebrate this victory. Lin said that he would join later because he needed to discuss some business with the master. At that moment, the master himself approached Lin and began a conversation about the sphere that they wanted to select for the main character. Lin interrupted him and said that he had information about the traitor. Seeing that Feng Peng was eavesdropping on the director, Yang suggested that Lin talk elsewhere. Feng Peng called on the phone and reported that Lin was not coming to the banquet, and said that he would follow him all the way. The director brought the protagonist to the studio office, where other assistants were waiting for them. Lin informed the director that he recognized the traitor's voice when he met Feng Peng. The director suspected that there was a traitor among them, otherwise the data would not have been stolen so easily. Feng Peng is Zhang's disciple and also the future successor to his position. If the protagonist realized that if Feng takes this post, the enemy will receive the entire package of information. All the judges realized that Feng didn't yet know that he was a suspect, and so they just needed to follow him and check. They turned to Lin Yu to help the judges extract a confession from Feng. After this, the main character, in the company of the director, went to discuss the remaining issues. They decided to go to the banquet, but on the way they met Shen. Shen went with the young people to the banquet, and at this moment Feng reported this and asked the other party not to take hasty action. The entire team, including judges and directors, gathered at the festive banquet. The main character sat closer to his beloved next to San. Shen turned to San and asked him to move as she had to protect her teacher at any moment. Suddenly the waitress delivered a delicious lamb to the guests. After smelling it, Shen told Lin that the lamb was poisoned. The main character decided to play along with his enemies and suggested making a toast. During a pause, he informed the director that the meat was poisoned and one of the waitresses was armed. After this message, Director Yang activated his skill and threw it towards the waitresses. He made them freeze in place and began to accuse them of what they had done. The girls did not understand what was happening to them and why they could not move. Lin then turned to the armed waitress and reproached her for wearing a dagger on her hips. The girl tried to justify herself and said that she carried the dagger for self-defense. Without trying to prove his case, Lin asked the waitress to try a piece of poisoned meat. Unsuspectingly, the girl ate a piece of meat and bit into the capsule of poison that was inside. She instantly felt ill and fell to the floor. When she passed away, Lin asked the director to have someone come and take her body. The director dismissed the second waitress and said that his people would sort everything out. Yang told Shen to stay with the guys, and he and Lin went to follow the waitress. Meanwhile, the waitress climbed onto the roof of the restaurant and jumped off. Before this, she reported to her boss that the mission had failed because the second waitress had bitten into the poison capsule. The boss told her to run away immediately and reported everything to the master himself. Luckily, the protagonist and director Ian saw the waitress disappear from the scene. Lin suggested inviting the others to help, but Yang promised that he could handle everything himself. Today, he wanted to show Lin what the space system was capable of. He activated the space system skill and descended down as if on a ladder. In one of the windows, the man accidentally saw naked women. Soon these women ran out into the street and tried to kill the gentleman. Yang used an active skill and froze time, and with it the rebels. When everything was ready, Lin created a portal and found himself next to his master. Yang told the student that he would temporarily send these figures to the capital because they had no evidence against the traitor yet. At this time, he ordered Lin to search the place until the troops arrived. The main character was sure that he would be able to find something interesting in this place. He lifted the hatch cover and saw a ladder leading down. He went down the stairs, and at the very bottom he discovered a cache of gold and various treasures. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he decided to take some jewelry for himself. Suddenly he felt someone's aura, and lifting the curtain, discovered a portal. He put his hand on the portal and felt that there were hundreds of people behind it. When Professor Yang arrived at Lin's place, he released his energy to destroy the wall. When the wall collapsed, the heroes saw several girls sitting in cages. The director assumed that these were future members of this team, which is called the Black Rose. Lin opened the cages and released the defenseless children. The children were in no hurry to come out, explaining that one of them believed such words and was brutally killed. The children were sure that Lin would torture and torment them until their death. The director pushed the student aside and promised to restore the child's trust himself. Using his special skill, he showed the children that he and Lin succeeded in killing the evil people. Only at this moment did the children believe Lin and Yan. It turned out that most of these people had spent their entire lives in a shelter. These children were told they were going to play, but instead they were handed over to dangerous people. After hearing this story, the director ordered his subordinates to call all the shelters in the country and interrogate them. Lin came up with the idea that he could use his savings to build houses for these children and provide them with education. He didn't want these unfortunate children to spend the rest of their lives on the streets. He promised the orphans that they had a great future, because he was also a child of the orphanage. Mr. Yan received an assistant who promised to check all the shelters in the country. It was Sunlei, who is the captain of the Blue Dragon Squad. When the whole situation was under control, the director suggested that his student go back. The next day, the protagonist and Ian met in the conference room. Yang told Lin to wait for Shen, and he himself went to talk about what happened. Lena decided to ask the robot for help, so that it would give him patience to listen to all the questions from Shen. Instead, the system gave the protagonist the E-rank skill, Firearms Master. With this skill, Lin can masterfully wield any type of weapon. After receiving the skill, Lin decided to absorb the sphere to upgrade his thunder skills. After absorbing the sphere, he learned the Thunder God Strike spiritual skill. Feng was informed that the Black Rose had been destroyed. He didn't understand how this could happen, because he always followed the paths of communication with the Rose. He assumed that it was impossible to reach him, but if someone did reach him, he would have a weapon in case of this. Suddenly there was a sharp ring at his door, and he became alarmed about the uninvited guests. Opening the door, he saw Lin, Shen, and Director Yang, who wanted to thank him for his help. They invited the guy to have dinner together, but he began to suspect something was wrong. The company went to dinner in a cool car. Arriving at an unknown location, Feng inquired where the dinner would be held. One of the boss's men told him that he had the nerve to accept an invitation to dinner after he had betrayed his country. The young man pretended that he did not understand what was being discussed. Lin reminded him of the 100 million situation in a phone conversation. Feng realized that he had been deceived then, but now he had been completely exposed. Feng had suspected something fishy about the story from the very beginning, and he thought it was Lin. Having finished the dialogue, he grabbed the weapon that he had recently prepared. He targeted the group of heroes and said that he would kill them to cover up his crime. Mr. Yang unleashed his active skill towards him to protect himself. Unfortunately, the young man still managed to pull the trigger and fire a shot. This shot was able to break through Mr. Yan's barrier. Xin began to worry about Lin and stood up to protect him from the gunfire. Lin pushed her aside and used the portal to catch the bullet. The bullet explosion occurred far from the main characters. The director maneuvered, and finding himself behind Feng, used the space compression skill on him. The director's subordinate released purple lightning at Feng. After all these attacks, Feng felt resentful that he had almost managed to finish his job. When the main character took the weapon from him, that was it. Thanks to his skill, Lin learned that this weapon was loaded with special spiritual bullets, which were placed in a clip of 200 pieces. Lin decided to use the gun and see what it could do. This weapon has great penetrating power, but the constant reloading makes it not so convenient to use. Feng couldn't understand how Lin had managed to master this weapon so quickly. One of the director's subordinates asked the criminal why he betrayed his teacher and his homeland. He said that someone treated him much better than the teacher because he gave him enough money to live. Yan offered to cooperate with Feng to consider leniency for this offense. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Feng Peng was bleeding from his mouth, with particles of poison in them. The alarmed heroes immediately realized that the criminal was trying to poison himself. It was important to them that the criminal should not die before interrogation. The girl Shen decided to help with this and attacked Fen. With the help of the demon's abilities, she was able to absorb all the poison into herself and improve her abilities. When the young man came to, he could not understand why he did not die from such a dose of poison. Lin explained to him that his student was able to absorb the poison into herself and save his life. The girl announced that he could repeat his poisoning attempts indefinitely because she would still save him. After the miraculous rescue, Lin decided to interrogate Feng. Feng said that after the interrogation, he wanted to die because if he did not die, his wife and children would be in danger. Hearing this, the director promised the criminal that he would let him die after interrogation. Feng revealed that he was ordered to poison 2 mercenaries who had fallen into the hands of Lin's team. Unfortunately, the young man knows nothing about his accomplice, because this man hides very well. He added that information about weapons is key in the development of new weapons. On the other hand, Lin realized that the other side wanted to arm itself with their research. The young man said that he had told everything and asked the heroes to fulfill their promise. Feng took a poison pill out of his pocket and bit into it. Seeing this, Shen wanted to pounce on him and suck out all the poison. When the hero forbade her to do this, something strange began to happen to Shen's body. After taking a dose of poison, Shen achieved a new breakthrough. The next day after this story, the heroes went to the airport to return to the academy. On board the aircraft, the main character began to suspect something was wrong. At that moment, a couple of young men took out weapons and began taking people hostage. Because of the danger, the robot gave the protagonist a forced awakening of the skill and gave him explosive disarm. Thanks to this skill, the main character realized that the plane was mined. The main character needs to find explosives as soon as possible. Taking a quick glance around the passenger cabin, the hero discovered explosives. He reported to the director and Shen that the robbers needed to be gotten rid of immediately. Jan jumped up from his seat and asked to leave the robbers to him. He was extremely quick in his actions, which allowed him to immediately tie up the robbers. At this time, Lin rushed to the wash basin and saw the explosives, where there were only a few seconds left. The hero understands that in such a short time he will not be able to defuse the explosives. He grabbed her in his arms and asked the master to create a barrier, to prevent the explosion from damaging the plane or taking anyone's life. Lin threw a dragon egg into the explosives. When the explosion occurred, the egg absorbed all of its rays. Lin turned to the robbers and began interrogating them. They began to apologize and said that their mutual friend had offered them to earn some money and put on a show on a plane. Suddenly, the plane started shaking and the flight attendant asked the passengers to go into the cockpit if they knew how to fly the plane. At first, Lin became alarmed and realized that the plane was cursed. After a few seconds, he remembered that he had a special skill that allowed him to fly a plane. The flight attendant informed Lin that after the shots were fired, both pilots had not responded to communication. With the help of the flight attendant, Lin and director Yang broke into the cockpit. Before them was the terrible sight of the two pilots and the robber dead. The robbers said their accomplice was supposed to back them up in the cockpit. After the death of the captain and co-pilot, the heroes lost their main lead. In addition, the robbers destroyed the onboard system and erased all the necessary important records. Lin took the helm and promised to handle the controls. The controller's voice was heard in the headset, informing that the plane had deviated from its course. As if nothing had happened, the main character reported the problems to the dispatcher in accordance with all aviation rules. After some time, the aircraft arrived at the designated place and landed safely. The director ordered Shen and Lin to return to the academy, and he himself wanted to investigate the hijacking of the plane. When Shen wanted to talk to Lin, he refused and said that he needed to meet a friend. He talked to the robot and asked it for an explanation for today's skill awakening. The robot said that he can do many things when a critical situation arises. He accidentally let it slip that he could restore his master's spiritual energy. He promised that he would tell Lin about all the details when he got the diamond. Lin returned to the academy with Shen. It seemed strange to him that during this time they had not met anyone along the way. He was already thinking about another threat to his life, but suddenly his friends attacked him with firecrackers and fireworks. The students said they were proud of Lin and his victory in the competition. The main character introduced his friends to a new student named Shen. Shin did not like this situation, and she was terribly jealous of her lover. Lin decided to dilute her feelings and invited her for a walk. While walking, Lin apologized to Chin, and she thought that he was talking about cheating. The young man confessed that he had spent all the money he had saved for the wedding. He told the story of the black rose that happened to them after the competition. The goddess forgave him, and the hero promised her to save up a new sum for the wedding. Lin made an unfortunate joke about children, and the goddess hit him in the shoulder. The next day, the hero felt incredible pain and decided to fix it by absorbing 3 spiritual spheres. After absorbing the sphere, the protagonist realized that he had become even more attractive and his physical strength had increased. The robot reprimanded him and told him to learn a new skill for the day. He gave Lin a double C-rank skill called Physical Enhancements. The hero's current physical strength is equivalent to 3 platinum stars, and he can now absorb the sphere that the master gave him. After absorbing the sphere, Lin felt that he was only a short distance away from the 6th gold. Suddenly his phone rang and the person he was talking to said there was bad news. It was teacher Yang who suddenly called all the people of the academy to the site. He told the disciples that a riot had broken out 100 miles from their city. Several nearby academies sent their teams to assist. The Shanghai Academy will also participate, but registration will be voluntary due to the increased risk. Those wishing to register must understand the potential for death during the mission. The main character has mastered too many skills lately, so he is quite confident in himself. The director announced that the students would keep all the spiritual spheres that would be there for themselves. Lin gave a picture of how he dealt with the riot and earned enough money to pay off the debt to the wedding fund. The first to volunteer were Lin and Chin. The hero asked his beloved to refrain because there were gold-level beasts there. The girl said that she was ready to go there because she was sure that Lin would protect her in case of danger. Lin handed the girl a pistol filled with the master's spiritual energy. With its help, she will be able to cope with gold and platinum level animals. Besides the gun, he handed her a dragon egg so that she could always carry it with her. Lin promised that in case of serious danger, he would definitely protect her. Watching this picture, the director was proud of Lin that he got into his team together with his girlfriend. He wasn't sure if he should let this girl into the ruins, because she had awakened the ice system earlier. A few days later, a bus with volunteers set off along the Serpentine Road. After a detailed inspection of the area, it was confirmed that the danger was not as great as previously announced. Arriving at the right place, the hero saw that other academies had also arrived here. The main character noticed that the team of one of the academies consisted only of girls. San told him that they were girls from the Gu Academy, and there was not a single boy among them. Then the director of the Gu Academy approached Lin and invited him to join their academy. Lin realized that they were showing him ambiguous signs of attention and carefully refused the offer. At this time, Director Yang gathered all the students and announced that this territory was controlled by another team. To complete the task, students need to go into the ruins and wear special jackets to protect themselves from the cold. Due to the sudden drop in temperature in the ruins, the spirit beasts became angry and started a riot. Before leaving, the principal asked the students to take care of each other and help each other. Using his abilities, he opened a portal that leads directly into the ruins. Lin took Chin's hand and stepped into the portal with her. When all the students used the portal, they found themselves in snowy ruins. After a few seconds, Lin shouted to his comrades to take cover immediately. There were quite a lot of elephants ahead of them, which were filled with fury. These elephants ran at great speed and knocked down everything in their path. Lin grabbed Chin in his arms and hid in the shelter with her. After scanning the spirit animals, the main character learned that they were not elephants, but mammoths. There weren't enough students to defeat this group of mammoths. Lin figured out that he could distract the beasts to buy time for his comrades to maneuver. With the help of a girl from the Gu Academy, he opened an energy working field. He himself turned into a moon rabbit and asked the healer to protect his health. Using a few more skills, he was able to fight off the mammoth and knock it to the ground. The main character had so much strength that he was able to lift the mammoth and throw it aside. The rest of the students decided not to interfere with what was happening and simply watched from the sidelines. They hoped to simply reap the benefits of Lin's labors. When the mammoths rose to their feet, they were met by an incredible stream of students. The leader of the mammoths shouted and ordered his relatives to run away from the dangerous people. Spiritual spheres were formed in the place where the mammoths died. The disciples asked Lin to take all these spheres for himself. Lin rejected the idea and said that all the students deserved the award. He brought Chin a golden ice bead especially for her ice system. Chin didn't care about the bead because she wasn't feeling well. The protagonist realized that his beloved had accumulated too much energy and was close to a breakthrough. He asked his comrades to look after her, and he went to collect the spheres. Suddenly, one of the girls from the Gu Academy collected all the spheres for him and handed them to Lin. She believed that he should be the one to take them for himself, because he bought a lot of time for the team. After the situation, Lin's friends suggested that they split up so that everyone could get their own reward. They understood that with him on the team, they would hardly be able to gain experience. Before splitting up, Lin handed them a flare so that they could signal him in case of danger. When the companions left, Lin took out the dragon egg and promised to hatch it soon. Without thinking, he treated the egg with the spheres he had just acquired. The company cannot move forward until Chin makes a breakthrough. At this time, Lin can examine the ruins, because there are many more of them than previously thought. The egg finished absorbing the sphere and made a strange sound. At this time, beloved Lina also finished developing and made a breakthrough. Chin came to her senses and informed Lin that she had just reached the gold level. Lin informed her that there were only 2 of them left out of the entire team. A girl named Shen approached them and joined their team. Chin looked around and asked to go into the bushes because something was calling her there. Looking into the bushes, Lin met another mammoth. The animal started to run, but Lin didn't want to let it go that easily. The main character made a mammoth his riding animal. He promised the animal that he would not kill it if it behaved well. On the road, the heroes felt like a thunderstorm was approaching them. Later, everyone noticed that something strange began to happen to the mammoth. Ahead of the mammoth, Lin saw a black-winged locust, which was also a silver-level spiritual beast. Frightened by them, Lin hit the mammoth and ordered it to run without looking back. The insects noticed Lin and clearly targeted him. The protagonist explained his escape by saying that even diamond-level warriors could not cope with such a number of insects. He suggested that climate change had influenced the active reproduction of locusts. He noticed that the insects were heading towards the exit where the portal was. If they get into the human world, it will lead to a huge disaster. Lin jumped off the mammoth and decided to prevent a disaster. He asked the girls to go to the ordinary world, and he himself wanted to try to stop the insects. He aimed at the nearest insects and waited for them to attack. Chin helped him with this and created the freezing skill. The nearest locusts were covered in ice and could not move. When the insects thawed out and came to their senses, Lin used a thunder strike. The blow was so powerful that its lightning killed almost all the insects. There were so many insects that the hero decided to act as if in a critical situation. He used an energy-consuming skill and tore apart the space. A couple of such attacks are capable of destroying all insects around. Lin turned to the robot and asked how he could immediately restore his spiritual power. The computer decided to help its owner this time, because the question is between life and death. The main character created a portal and found himself behind the insects. When they noticed him, he used a thunderclap and attacked them. When the robot refilled Lin's spiritual power, the hero used his skills in a circle. After some time, Lin returned to the girls and reported that the insects were gone. After killing the insects, Lin discovered that there was not a single sphere higher than silver at the site of their corpses. He decided that he would take quantity, because they would also be useful for his pet. Before leaving back, Lin decided to use the robot to extract today's skill. The main character has acquired an important skill that allows him to communicate with spiritual beasts. Lin was interested in communicating with the mammoth, with the help of which they move around the ruins. During the conversation, the mammoth told Lin a story about a blue pillar. About a month ago, a pillar of blue light appeared, and the mammoth thinks that a rare treasure has appeared in that place. He also reported that when this pillar appeared, a global cooling began in the ruins. Chin reminded Lin that she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was calling her. Lin found it strange that no one had taken this strange thing before them, since the director had reported that the place had already been cleared. The hero suggested that Chin go to this interesting place and see everything with her own eyes. Suddenly, the girl heard someone calling, but then everything suddenly disappeared. In order to find that very place, Lin suggested that Chin split up. After a long search, they gathered together, lit a fire, and took a break. The next day, early in the morning, Chin informed Lin that the mammoth was missing. If the mammoth had escaped, there would have been traces of it around. The main character immediately concluded that someone had stolen the mammoth. He assumed that their common enemy had a skill level no less than diamond. He decided to ask the robot about the missing mammoth, but it said that the solution to this issue was within Lin's competence. The system didn't want to tell him about this situation and gave only one single clue. The system gave Lin a new skill that increases his hearing acuity by 100 times for a short period of time. Thanks to the system's hint, Lin realized that the enemy was not that strong, and the hero would be able to bring the mammoth back. After thinking for a moment, he announced that he knew who their enemy was. He suggested that their mammoth might have been stolen by another spirit beast. Suddenly he heard that there was a creature a few meters away that they had to get rid of. With the help of the portal, Lin wanted to go around the creature and catch it off guard. When he succeeded in doing this, the girls were the first to attack the goblin, and he disappeared. Lin reported that it was a space wanderer that was extremely maneuverable. According to him, this diamond-level beast is extremely cruel and cunning. According to the description, this creature will definitely come back for its offender. In the nearby bushes, Lin discovered the same wanderer. He decided to play a role and suggested that the girls take a rest near a tree. Several hours passed, but the spiritual wanderer did nothing. Soon Lin heard that this creature had arrived to them. It turned out that the creature had arrived to kill Shen, who had previously offended it. Shen was confident in her abilities and turned into a demon. When the wanderer touched her, all her abilities became dull. The girl was completely trapped and could not move. The wanderer promised her that she and her friends would die here and today. The girl was able to escape from the wanderer's skills and take revenge on him. The wanderer made a maneuver and ended up behind Chin. He created a portal with which he pulled the girl towards him. The wanderer is extremely intelligent and cunning, and his strength is comparable to platinum. While all the spirit beasts were fighting for the treasures, he simply watched from the side. Eventually, after dealing with the last winner, he teleported to the treasure and then went into hiding to survive. Lin promised the wanderer that he would destroy him if anything happened to Chin's body. He rushed towards the enemy and asked the robot for help. The robot, like a navigator, began to guide Lin on the right path. Chin needed to find a way to wait for Lin's help as soon as possible. She remembered the dragon egg that her lover had given her. The girl decided to throw an egg at the wanderer. Once outside, the egg absorbed all of the wanderer's spiritual power. Compared to this egg, this creature is a pitiful ant. After the egg, Chin remembered that she also had a spiritual weapon. She pointed it at the wanderer and fired several times. When it hit the wanderer, it did minor damage to him. The girl remembered that even the strongest creatures could not withstand these spiritual bullets. One of the bullets hit the wanderer's head and tore it apart. At this point, the fight with the strange creature was over. At this time, Lin saw the light from the spiritual weapon coming from the bushes. When he arrived at Chin, he saw that his beloved had dealt with the wanderer on her own. The girl told her lover in detail about the egg and the gun. Suddenly, the wanderer's body began to glow, and several spiritual spheres appeared in its place. The spheres were incredibly bright, and Lin felt like they were different from the others. The hero asked the robot about these spheres, and the system reported that these were spheres of the ice soul. Lin decided to give these spheres to his beloved for dealing with this wanderer. Taking the spiritual spheres in her hands, the girl realized that they were the ones calling her all this time. Chin absorbed the gifted spheres and achieved a breakthrough. Everyone watched as she achieved several breakthroughs in a row and now had 9 gold stars. After the sphere was absorbed, the climate of the ruins began to return to normal. She informed her friends that she had awakened a new ice domain skill. In this area, the use of any ice system skills is increased by half. Lin also absorbed the necessary spheres and jumped several levels at once. In addition to the breakthrough, Lin acquired the skill of teleportation. Lin can now move the enemy to any location he chooses. Lin told the girls that he could use his skill within a kilometer radius. After some rest, he suggested that the girls go back. At the entrance to the cave, the remaining Lin team came across a huge mammoth. They were alarmed by his appearance and thought that their lives were in danger. Luckily, Lin and his companions arrived at the right moment. It turned out that this mammoth was Lin's friend who was stolen. The team completed the task and returned back where Director Yan was waiting for them. Yang was alarmed that in just a few days, Chin had managed to break through from silver to platinum. Lin told the master what happened in the cave. The principal asked the student for advice about Chin taking part in the world competitions like him. The main character was against this idea and forbade his girlfriend from participating in the competition. He asked the director not to suggest anything like that to her under any circumstances. Suddenly, the director's phone rang and he was told something unpleasant. The Koreans, Americans, and Japanese said they had each sent a team for an academic exchange, but things got out of control. The director responded to the request and said that they would soon arrive to help. A demonstration test was held with exchange students at the Shanghai Academy's sports ground. A student from the United States who has a gold-level fire system knocked his opponent to the ground. Worried, Han asked San to help their student. A martial arts master from the United States asked the woman not to interfere, as the competition could not avoid injury and death. The girl was angry that the death of students was being discussed. Having dealt with the pathetic student, the master from the USA began to look for the next victim. Shanghai Academy seemed ridiculous to the American students because all the students had low levels of preparation. The US master gave his opponents a chance if they admitted defeat. When the students refused to admit defeat, the master began to kill them. Fortunately, at that moment, the director of the academy, Yang, arrived and stopped the impudent man. He asked Shen to teach these scoundrels a lesson for what they had done. The young man thought that he would now have some fun with the girl, but she hit him and threw him a long distance away. The young man rushed towards Shen, but the director stood up to protect the girl. Lin scolded the American guests for beating their students half to death. The leader of the national team suggested to the director that they hold a real match since the main students of the academy had returned. The master did not understand why the warm-up lasted 3 days, but still agreed with the proposal. When he agreed to take part in the competition personally, the leader of the national team felt uneasy. She understood that it would be difficult for them to cope with the owner of the space system. The director understands perfectly well that these people came here for Lin's abilities. As expected, the girl wants to test Lin's abilities in order to understand what kind of opponent they will have at world competitions in the future. She suggested that her colleagues take turns competing against the students in individual matches. The director rejected this idea and suggested holding a single match in which everyone would participate. The guests from the USA understood that the advantage would be on their side. The director offered a bet that if his students lost, they would provide the guests with developments in new weapons. If the guests lose, the director will receive an equal reward. One of the guests called the general and received permission from him to take part in the bet. Yang announced that Lin, Shen, Chun, Lin Yun, and Chin would be participating from his academy. Lin asked his beloved to be careful and said that he would not need her help. Chin turned to the director and said that she would go first. The opponents carefully collected information about the best fighters of the academy, but they know nothing about this girl. They decided to send the weakest person to test her abilities. Chin turned to her opponents and asked them not to waste time and attack her all at once. This arrogance did not please the men, and they decided to teach her a lesson. Qin used the ice system and created an ice skill. The ice bound all opponents to such a degree that they could not move. In addition, Qin created weapons from ice. She launched several ice arrows at the boys and drew blood from them. This concluded the first round of the pair's competition. Linda from the USA, who is second on the team, emerged from the crowd. She asked that this arrogant girl be left in her care. Before the battle began, Linda met Qin and announced that she had 5 platinum stars. Hearing this, the protagonist became worried about his beloved. Because Qin had just reached platinum, Linda had excellent fire skills. Qin had completely opposite skills and stopped the fire flow with an ice shield. The heroine realized that Linda's strength was in no way comparable to the pitiful imitation of those guys' strength. For a long time, the girls fought with ice and fire. The US students realized that the difference in strength between the girls was barely noticeable. Linda admitted that if Chin had been on the same level as her, she would have definitely won. Chin believes that she is no weaker than Linda even now. After much attacking, Linda put away her skills and offered Chin a draw. Linda turned to her team and said that they no longer had anything to worry about because the Academy's dark horse was exhausted. She was sure that no one would be able to surprise them again. When other students fought with their opponents, Shanghai Academy always won. The national team had only 3 people left standing. The next round was to feature Chun, who was very keen to surprise Lin. His opponent was Dick, who is a member of the Canadian national team. This man advised Chun to admit defeat, since he entered the ring after an injury. The young man decided to follow Lin's example and not give up in such a situation. Dick concentrated his energy and created a gravitational field. Chun realized that he was facing an opponent with a rare system. He momentarily regretted not accepting defeat before the match began. When he began to show his abilities, Dick increased gravity 20-fold. Because of this, Chun spat out a few drops of blood. The enemy intended to kill Chun, who had become very ill. Someone else intervened in the battle and stopped Dick's hand. It was Lin Yu who stopped the test and saved his comrade. Chun was upset to the point of tears that he lost this fight. Dick threw a phrase towards the main character that he should have fought him when he entered the ring. One of the live broadcast observers fell in love with Lin. She promised this rabbit that she was already flying out to meet him. The US team captain announced that the fight should be continued by Lin, who entered the ring. Dick was curious to know what kind of power Lin held within herself. No one present expected that the main character had so many skills and abilities. With such an attack, Lina was not so easy to resist. Dick discovered the gravitational field and increased it 50 times. He promised Lin that today he would end this world because of his skill. At first, Lin had a hard time maintaining this skill, but he quickly adapted. He used his skills and played with his opponent. He made a maneuver and then gave Dick a rabbit kick. Lin said that right now he could kill his opponent with just one blow, but he wouldn't do it out of humanity. Dick realized that the strength and power of the main character was indeed at the gold level. Lin created a sea and plunged the self-confident Dick into it. He informed his colleagues from the world team that their Dick was in the pond behind the academy. The alarmed Americans went in search of their Dick. The representative of the Japanese team promised the master that he would definitely avenge Lin for him. The director informed Lin that talented students from Japan were entering the ring. These people started practicing at the age of 3, and their spiritual power makes them virtually invincible. Then Lin asked his comrades for a sword to challenge these Japanese. The director was sure that it would be better to send Shen, who had a lot of experience, to this battle. Mr. Yang told Lin that he had a sword for this battle. Thanks to this ball, the main character will achieve the desired result with minimal effort. The Japanese representative treated Lin with respect and asked him not to go too far. Lin decided to give him a chance and gave him the right to move first. The Japanese decided not to show off and attacked Lin. His movements surprised the main character, and he noticed his talent. However, his strength was not enough to resist Lin. When Lin blocked his attack, the youth respectfully asked him to show his true power. The main character told about the technique of one single killing blow. Lin showed him a couple of moves and he wanted to learn the technique. The boy quickly admitted defeat and asked Lin to become his teacher. Lin suggested that the guy change his citizenship to make his plans come true. The Japanese master said that this guy would not dare to betray them because he was the symbol of the country. Lin apologized to the master and said that he simply wanted to advise the young man to find another teacher. The opponents realized that Lin's team had neutralized all the best fighters of their team. The team leader was afraid that his boss would find out about this result and kill him. He remembered the girl Zoa, who has 6 platinum stars. He realized that with such a powerful player, they had nothing to fear. The girl uses her beauty to lead her opponent astray. Lin decided to use the space system to move the girl from the battlefield and destroy her. If he knocks it out of bounds, the game is over. With the help of a space portal, he found himself above Zoa. When he used another skill of his, the girl shackled his entire body. Lin fell to the ground and was unable to move his limbs. He didn't understand how the girl's abilities could be stronger than his space system. The opponent told him that her technique was completely taking over his body, meaning that Lin was under her control. After taking possession of the main character, Zhao began to harass him sexually. Seeing this scene, Qin suddenly became furious. Her comrades began to hold her down so that she would not interfere with Lin and cause him to lose. Lin didn't understand how he could get rid of this woman's spell because he couldn't move. Sensing danger to the brain, the robot gave Lin a mental barrier. This barrier helped the protagonist protect himself from Zoa's spell. Zoya did not understand how the young man managed to do this. because no one had been able to break her bonds before. She concluded that the opponent was clearly several levels higher than ordinary gold. She decided to release her bonds into Lin again, but it didn't work. The girl hoped that because of her powerful attacks, Lin would admit defeat. Lin alternated his skills and enjoyed fighting with this girl. The hero decided to take revenge on Zoa for coming close to his manhood and hit her on the rear end. This act angered Chin, and she was ready to break off relations with Lin. Zoya released energy from herself, and because of this, Lin cannot turn. In addition, the protagonist cannot feel the movement of spiritual energy inside the body. Despite this, it seemed to him that Zoa did not have much strength left. Lin had every chance of winning this round. Zoya should be physically stronger than Lin, but he always manages to neutralize her attack. When the girl weakened her attacks, Lin decided to take advantage of this opportunity. He attacked Zoa, and she realized that she had lost this round. She was upset that she had revealed a secret ability for the sake of her victory, but still lost. Lin praised her for her physical strength, but reported that her skills were suffering. He wanted to finish what he started and show Zoa his true abilities. At this time, the boss called the leader of the national team and said that they were a real disgrace. The boss asked the young people not to screw up completely and promised that they would help them soon. Looking at his companion, the young man realized that Zoa could now die at the hands of Lin. At the last attack, Lina Zoa crossed her arms and stopped the fight. She realized that she had already failed and decided to just talk to Lin. She asked him how he managed to block her attack. Lin reported that he simply merged their consciousnesses, and that is why the blocking was successful. When Lin started talking about his abilities, Zoya raised her hand and surrendered. The director couldn't understand how Lin managed to pull it off without revealing his abilities. Yang served as a judge, and after all the rounds he announced that the Shanghai Academy had won. He praised his favorite student, Lin Yu. The team leader admitted defeat and said that they were ready to fulfill their promise. Director Yang said that no one would leave this academy until they got what they were promised. The team leader said that at the moment they could not give them what they had promised and accused Jan of intending to hold them back by force. One of the leading girls of the national team asked the leader to calm down because they would not be able to stand up to the hands of a martial arts master. She knows that many great masters have fallen at the hands of the master. The young man didn't care about these words and rushed at Jan anyway. One of the three great masters, Grandfather Shen, intervened in the conflict. The opponents became uneasy when they learned that the Shanghai team had such strong reinforcements. To begin with, Grandpa decided to scold Shen for forgetting about his existence. After this, he turned to those present and asked what the problems were. Grandfather Shen turned to Lin and asked him to help him with the translation. Lin translated his grandfather's speech word for word, taking into account the swear words. After this, the grandfather turned to the team and asked them to call their boss for a serious conversation. These words excited the team leader, because he understands that this is the end for him. When the main character picked up the phone, he heard that the team boss promised help. Lin reported this to his uncle and said that the team was trying to stall for time. Uncle Shen advised Lin to report that if the bosses didn't give them what they promised, they would face the consequences. The US commander asked for his students to be brought back, and then they would close the deal and deliver what they promised. At the end of the conversation, the US commander announced that he would send his people to Shanghai within a week. After the telephone conversation, he ordered his assistant to send 52 tons of stones to China. The assistant tried to dissuade him from this idea, but the commander shouted at him. The commander explained that Shanghai had his best students in his hands. After the situation was resolved, Uncle announced to everyone that they could disperse. After the competition, Chin scolded her lover for stroking his opponent's rear end. 2 days later, students from other countries continued to be at the academy. Suddenly, the team leader received a call that the commander had sent the necessary cargo to Shanghai. This news pleased the young man, and he was ready to tell Director Jan that they were ready to go home. When he entered the director's office, he felt a special aura. He walked out into the corridor and followed the aura's trail. Looking through one of the doors, he saw a spiritual practice in which Yang, Lin, and other students were participating. Through this spiritual practice, Lin was able to make another breakthrough. The team leader concluded that Director John was a source of energy. The young man burst inside and reported to the director that the promised cargo had arrived. When he asked his team to go home, the director told him to gather everyone here. Together with the students, the director went to the port where the cargo was being unloaded. The director ordered Dean to inspect the cargo, which was made of precious stones. When Lin reported that everything was fine, the director released the students of the world team. The leader turned to the Japanese representative, calling him Capella, and asked what he was doing there. Upon hearing this name, a fragment immediately appeared in the protagonist's memory. This is the name of the sworn enemy of the commander of the special detachment. He decided to take a photo of this young man to show it to the commander of the special detachment. The director approached Lin and asked him to deliver the cargo to the base. At that moment, the men evaporated with the help of the space system. A moment later, they arrived at the magic weapon research base. There they were met by the chief master Zhang Chu, who was Hong's son. One of the workers reported to the director that the gun was the development of this young guy. Lin thanked the guy for the weapon and returned the spiritual pistol to him. In return for this, Zhang decided to thank Lin in a special way. After delivering the cargo, the director suggested that Lin go back, but he wanted to talk to the creator of the weapon. Zhang was sure that Lin would not be able to understand the structure of the weapon without any skills. Although Lin had not studied weapon craftsmanship, he had awakened the skill of casting. Zhang took him to his workshop, where there were several samples of weapons. He asked Lin if he had any wishes in terms of weapons, because he wanted to give him a gift. The main character likes different weapons, but he doesn't have a favorite. After some thought, Lin asked Zhang to make him a spear that could pierce a person. The spear is an excellent weapon for both attack and defense. Zhang's team didn't even think about creating a bladed weapon instead of a firearm. The young man became inspired by the idea and suggested creating a spear. When he went to get the blueprints and materials, Lin decided to discover a new skill. Oddly enough, he got an E-rank skill called forging. Zhang brought the materials and said that steel would be used for the body and diamond would be used as the tip. Lin said that unfortunately they didn't have the diamond, and Zhang was at a loss. When the main character suggested the ice forging technique to Zhang invited another master who is an awakened ice system. Lin asked his assistants to act according to his instructions, and they happily obeyed him. Zhang was worried that the weapons took much longer to make than it took him to make them. He didn't expect that Lin could masterfully forge any weapon. The boy asked for more ice, and the girl shot ice cubes at him. After a couple of hammer blows, Lin revealed the perfect spearhead. Zhang was surprised by this and asked Lin to take a closer look at the tip. As Lin passed the tip, it slipped from his hands and pierced the table along its entire length. Thanks to this, Zhang knew without examining it that the tip was incredible. He asked Lin to teach him, and the hero promised to pass on to him all the knowledge he could. Thanks to ice forging, the spear's power has increased by 20%. While picking up the spear, Lin accidentally cut his finger and he noticed how the spear absorbed his blood. Zhang said that his spear could be charged with spiritual energy. The main character was sure that he had created a real assistant for himself in battles. Lin promised Zhang that he would teach him other forging techniques so that he could share them with his colleagues. In exchange for this service, he asked the workshop to prepare a bow for Qin. After some time, the bow was ready and Lin wanted to give it to his girlfriend. After this, he gave a lecture to all employees of the organization. Zhang's progress was truly amazing, as he was almost on par with Lin. A week later, director Lin Yang and his assistant gathered in the capital. Ian thanked the hero for the fact that thanks to him, the effectiveness of the weapons produced by the university had significantly increased. But, remembering the spear, Lin asked his comrades to help him reload it. Jan's assistant agreed to this request and released some of his energy to the side onto the spear. He suddenly felt that something was happening to the spear, because the spiritual energy in his body was out of control. The young man gave Lin the spear and said that it had sucked all the strength out of him. He decided to go on vacation and left Lin alone with Jan. At this time, Qin was sitting in class during a martial arts lecture at the academy. She couldn't wait for her lover to return from his missions and come to her as a couple. Suddenly, she felt a portal open behind her. This was Lin's portal for quickly appearing anywhere. The main character scared his beloved when he sat down next to her. He showed Qin the bow they had made especially for her. The girl was happy with this gift, but insisted that Lin not think about her too much, because exams were coming soon. Then Lin decided to make a bet with her about who would score more points. Lin wanted to use kissing as a bet, and the young couple would kiss anyway. Suddenly, a message was heard in the academy that all the strong disciples, including Lin Yu, were to gather at the site. Lena's name was mentioned along with those who were platinum level and above. When everyone had gathered, Director Yang announced that he had some bad news. He reported that a volcano had erupted in one of the provinces and that the evacuation of people had begun. Lin realized that students would not be involved in such incidents. Yan said the eruption was so powerful that some residents were trapped. He again offered his students voluntary consent to participate in the task. Oddly enough, this time almost all the students raised their hands. Lin was confident that a space system specialist could be of use to them. The director used his abilities to transport the students to the site of the disaster. The students saw that some buildings continued to collapse and that residents were frightened. The principal asked the students to split into groups to search for those stuck in the traps. He said that he had more important tasks that were in line with his level. The man understood that there was a lair of spiritual beasts not far from here. He's worried that there might be real chaos there. Lin realized that the true goal, the true task, was not to cause the volcano to erupt. At this time, Shen received a call and told her comrades that they needed to meet with the captain. Her captain's team settled on the roof of a tall building nearby. Having reached the designated place, Lin was glad to have met these people again. The captain called the eagle and asked Lin to discuss everything on the spot. The huge bird grabbed Lin and the team headed to the evacuation site. Several people were trapped by lava and could not escape. Seeing them, Lin reported everything to his superiors. The hero understands that flying to this place on a bird can only make the situation worse. The eagle decided to act independently of its owners and first wanted to look around. He saw and immediately reported to Lin that a stone was falling nearby. Lin asked the eagle to warn the rescue team that a rock was about to fall. He created an ice stance and went to the rescue. After that, he grabbed the spear and struck the platform where the people were. As the people flew up, Lin opened an energy portal. All the residents were saved thanks to his rescue operation. The main character himself remained standing in the hot lava and could not leave the dangerous place. Seeing this, Oriol began to worry about him. Lin said that his physical fitness is at the platinum level, and therefore he does not feel the burns. Despite this, Oriol still grabbed the young man and wanted to send him for treatment. He carried Lin to the team, where he received the necessary treatment, and his burns were healed. The team asked Lin to always be in touch, because he could be useful to them at any moment. The hero took his girlfriend and they went to explore the area. They arrived at a place where a house had been destroyed by fire. Lin decided to use X-rays and his keen hearing to scan the area. The heat coming from the volcano was bothering him, so Chin created a cooling effect. With his hearing, Lin heard someone crying and pleading for help. Using the portal, Lin and Chin headed towards the sounds. Near the destroyed concrete slab, they saw a child with a kitten. Lin understands that the child is in danger and is about to be covered by the stove. Luckily, he managed to create a portal and save the child. He took the baby and returned to his team. Rescuers need to save everyone before the volcano becomes more active. By evening, rescue operations were completed. Before leaving, Lin and Chin decided to rest and have a little snack. It's time to awaken a new skill for today. After such a hard day, the robot gave Lin the skill of lip reading. Suddenly, an unknown company arrived at the young people. They were worried that Lin and Chin might be injured. Lin explained the situation and they said they were volunteers. When Lin introduced himself, everyone recognized him as the championship winner. The young men insistently recommended that Lin and Chin take a rest and promised to keep an eye on them. Chin hinted to her lover that these were dangerous people. The main character understood this perfectly well, even without her words, and simply played along with them. The protagonist realized that his new skill could be useful in this situation. Lin could tell from his lips that these people wanted to do something to him, and were afraid for now that he would run away. These people knew that Lin owned the space system and the gold level. They were nervous about the upcoming fight with Lin, because his level was not weaker than Diamond. Lin took Chin's hand and wrote on her hand to tell her to run away from this dangerous place. Chin didn't want to leave his lover alone with these bandits. Lin insistently asked her to leave for a safe place so that he wouldn't have to be distracted by protecting her. Chin promised that as soon as he reached a safe place, he would send him reinforcements. With her beloved gone, Lin can take action. The men asked Lin if Chin needed any support. The hero said that there was no need for that, and Chin would return soon. The hero was kind to these people and offered them a snack. He distributed food to almost all the bandits and watched their actions. The gang leader decided not to eat and went to talk to Lin. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and asked Lin for an autograph for his daughter. The main character took out his photos with ridiculous expressions and gave them to the leader. When Chin didn't return for a long time, the leader realized that something was wrong. He reported to his men that Lin had figured everything out. He decided to take immediate action and gathered all his subordinates. When they began interrogating Lin, he said that he had guessed even before he treated them. He laughed and said that he added folk remedies to the food to improve digestion. He advised people not to use abilities because the consequences could be unpredictable. One of the people did use his abilities, but then a mishap occurred. He couldn't stop his natural needs until he stopped his skill. The team leader was glad he didn't agree to a snack from this guy. He is the only one from this team who can use his abilities. When Lin wanted to leave, the leader transformed into a spiritual beast. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in time, and Lin escaped through the portal. The commander promised his subordinates that he would catch up with Lin in the near future. He used his keen scent skill and detected the hero's scent. Following the scent, he discovered that he had come to the right place. At this place, an armed Lin was already waiting for him, who dealt with some of his subordinates. The protagonist opened a portal and promised the leader that he would start with his subordinates. The subordinates could not move because of the wild pain in their stomachs. When Lin dealt with some people, the spear absorbed their blood and restored its energy. With such a weapon, Lin can fight without stopping. The hero decided to put on a show and took several grenades out of his pocket. He threw them into the place where the commander's subordinates were sitting. Lin opened portals one after another and threw grenades through them. It drove people crazy because they couldn't escape them. Grenades don't do much damage to people, but the scene is still pretty humiliating. Despite the urge to go to the toilet, one of the young men decided to take revenge on Lin. All he can do is aim at Lin and strike. Taking aim, he launched the puma towards the hero. This worried Lin so much because the speed of the puma was insane. The main character realized that the guy had an ability that allowed him to see the trajectory of the enemy's movements. Lin decided to outwit him and opened another portal. With the help of this portal, he appeared behind the young man to neutralize him. The young man received a blow to the arm and demanded that the doctor heal him. The doctor reported that he could do nothing to help these people. The leader then told his subordinates to all return to base, since they could not deal with Lin. No matter how the situation turned out, Lin had every advantage, since today was a full moon. Lin turned into a moon rabbit. I decided to play along with these people a little. When he wanted to pounce on the weak, one of the bandits stood in his way. Without thinking twice, Lin swung his spear at him and chopped off his entire head. Seeing this picture, the leader became angry and promised Lin that he would not leave here alive. He told the survivors that they had to get rid of Lin today. The protagonist also planned to get rid of this company today. The main criminal was sure that Lin was no match for them. When he rushed at him, Lin decided to show him his physical fitness. A real war began between the young people. In this war, there was supposed to be only one winner who would survive. The criminal shot at Lin, which sent the hero flying far into the wall. The criminals were sure that after such an attack, Lin was dead. Suddenly they saw that the hero, as if nothing had happened, rose to his feet and continued the fight. It was unclear to everyone how the young man with such a level managed to withstand this attack. It wasn't that easy for Lin to fight his opponent, as he was incredibly strong. The subordinate helped the leader locate Lin with his keen senses. Realizing this, the main character decided to destroy this guy first. He rushed towards the young man and covered him with his energy. He realized that some force was acting on him, preventing him from moving. To destroy this enemy, Lin used the royal technique, and now he was left alone with the leader of the criminals. Seeing Lina's true strength, the leader realized that he would not be able to defeat him and escape. He decided to take a risk and rush towards Lin. Since the spear's power was already exhausted, the protagonist decided to simply strike with it, as if with a hammer. Lin was sure that this coward would not be able to stand on his feet for long. The leader noticed that Lin's energy was already running out, and therefore decided to take active action. Lin was alarmed because he knew perfectly well that he could not cope with his opponent's fighting skills. When Lin was actively attacked, he remembered the egg that could protect him. All the criminal's energy was directed into this egg and did not harm the main character in any way. The rays reflected off the egg and burned the man's hand. The egg completely sucked out all the spiritual energy from the criminal. Lin ended the fight by stabbing his opponent with a spear. At this time, reinforcements arrived for Lin. Lin informed them that there was one survivor here who could be interrogated. The assistants couldn't believe that Lin had dealt with so many criminals single-handedly. At this time, Chin also arrived to see Lin and was worried about him. The captain asked his subordinates to collect all these bodies in order to proceed to the next stage. When the subordinates began to drag the bodies, they smelled a strange smell of excrement from them. After dragging the bodies, the subordinates handed over an egg and several golden spheres to their leader. The main character did not remember the moment when he dropped this egg. The captain said that when the egg was discovered, there was a strange volcanic rock around it. Then the main character realized that his pet had also absorbed the volcanic magma. He decided to use the portal to go closer to the lava and feed his pet. He placed the egg on the ground and it began to absorb the magma. The egg absorbed the magma and left solid rock in its place. Lin reported to his comrades that he had found a solution to the common problem. Lin suggested that if he could carry the egg to the crater, he could hatch his pet. The instructor reported to the captain that a second volcanic eruption would occur in about half an hour. This time should be enough for Lin's spiritual power to be replenished. Lin asked the captain to start evacuating people. I myself wanted to approach the center of the volcano. None of the commanders understood how Lin could prevent this disaster. Lin knew that the egg would absorb the lava, but there might be toxic fumes in that area. Then the hero decided to take Shen with him, who gets along well with poisons. Despite the danger, Shen agreed to go with her master. Once near the crater, Lin launched his egg closer. The egg fell into the lava and began to absorb all the liquid. Lin opened a portal and asked Shen to absorb the poisonous gas on his command. The magma around the egg instantly solidifies into solid rock. This produced a poisonous gas, which Shen immediately absorbed. Everything was going according to plan, and Lin decided to continue. Lin and Shen continued to cool the land, but they couldn't last long. Once they reached the crater, Lin said that he would go there alone so as not to put Shen in danger. Lin said that they could no longer use the egg and took out a bucket of water. He doused Shen and himself in order to survive the high temperatures for as long as possible. This is necessary so that their clothes do not burn during teleportation. After some time, the young couple descended into the very heat. Lin's energy was almost at its limit due to the heavy air. Lin launched the egg for the last time and felt uneasy. He began to lose consciousness and fell into the crater along with Shen. During the flight, the girl realized that she did not feel the heat at all. When they landed on the ground, they saw that the magma had turned into solid rock. Luckily, Lin came to his senses from the big blow. When Lin examined the egg, he saw something emitting heat from within. At this moment, incredible things began to happen around the heroes. Lin assumed that they were blocked and the rock was about to crack. The temperature of the location began to rise rapidly. It looked like the egg still didn't have enough energy to hatch. Judging by the scale, this energy is equivalent to 10 nuclear bombs. Suddenly, Shen pointed out to Lin that a helicopter was flying over the volcano. These were teleporters who filmed what was happening live. They reported to the audience that a couple of young people were able to cope with the volcano. The television crew found it strange that the young people were in the center of the volcano with a strange egg. The girl invited the main character to fly with them, but he refused because of important matters. He did this in order to absorb more volcanic energy into the egg and hatch it. Lin decided to take a little rest before the next stage. When he closed his eyes, he heard a strange sound as a dragon hatched from the egg. The little dragon hugged Lin and called him daddy. Fortunately, the protagonist could easily understand his pet due to a special skill. The dragon went to the sleeping Shen and concluded that she was his mother. Lin began to threaten his child and said that he would spank him if he did not stop talking nonsense. The dragon reproached his father for not helping him break the shell. After a few minutes of communication, Lin realized that the dragon understood human speech. The pet said that it took him exactly 30 seconds to learn his father's speech. The hero asked his pet not to call him father, but rather to call him brother or master. Lin suggested that the dragon choose a suitable name for himself. After several attempts, Lin himself suggested naming the pet Xiaohei. Xiao agreed and promised Lin to be an obedient pet. Lin asked Xiao what his level was, and he guessed that he was platinum. Lin told the pet that he wanted Xiao to be a riding dragon. The kid said that he can control his height, which can reach 200 meters. Then Lin asked Xiao to show him his abilities. At that moment, the baby concentrated on his feelings and became a huge dragon. Lin decided to try his pet and sat on him. Lin ordered the pet to move up, but it had too little strength. Suddenly, the main character noticed that they had lost their course and were about to crash into a volcano. Almost instantly, a powerful explosion occurred at this place, causing stones to fly apart. Luckily, Lin and his pet survived, but suffered some injuries. This was the dragon's first flight, and he still has poor control over himself. Shen first saw the legendary dragon that hatched from their egg. Lin asked the pet to become smaller so as not to attract people's attention prematurely. The girl was delighted that this dragon could also shrink. The protagonist asked Shen to quickly come down from here and tell the captain the good news. When Lin and Xiao arrived back, Lin introduced his beloved to the dragon. He said that the disaster was only prevented with Xiao's help. The captain reported that the spirit beasts in the area were angry because of the volcanic eruption. Xiao asked Lin to take him with him so that he could resolve the conflict. He was confident that he could be useful and negotiate with the spirit animals. Lin decided to keep Xiao small and asked Eagle to take them to the right place. Soon the entire team arrived at the portal. The beasts that needed to be dealt with are still inside, but not for long. Lin felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here was simply incredible. Suddenly a stone began to fall on the captain and Lin. Director Yang intervened in time and stopped him with his strength. He told Lin to go back because it was too dangerous here. He believed that Lin's level was not enough to handle this situation. In this location, all the animals went crazy and attacked people. Despite the resolution of the volcano problem, the disputes between the animals have still not subsided. Lin turned to his pet and asked him to resolve this conflict. Director Yan was shocked that this baby hatched from that egg. Shai rushed towards the animals and transformed into a huge dragon. At first, the other rescuers assumed that reinforcements from the spirit beasts had arrived. Xiao told the animals in his own language that everything could be discussed peacefully. The animals told him that people had killed their fellows. Xiao shouted at the animals and asked the leader to come out and talk to him. Xiao reported to the leader that his brothers had died because they tried to escape from here, and added that the problem outside had been resolved. The leader said that there was no need for them to leave here if everything was stable outside. Xiu explained to him that if they did not return, it would lead to great casualties. After all the beasts left, the leader asked Xiao how he could transform into a dragon. He gave him advice to follow the true path to become a real dragon. The leader immediately remembered the problems with people. Dragon Xiao yelled at him and asked him not to take the conversation in that direction. After these words, the leader of the beasts felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, and he went home. Upon returning, Xiao greeted everyone he didn't know. The main character praised his pet for the first completed task. Everyone was shocked that the dragon could speak human language. The director praised Lin for resolving a situation that was difficult for even the Supreme Commander to handle. For this act, he decided to reward Lin with some kind of reward, and he asked for the spiritual spheres. When he announced the number of spheres, Yang was angry. The protagonist said that he needed the spheres to complete the breakthrough. During this mission, Lin constantly used his spiritual energy. He absorbed the gifted spheres, but his body behaved strangely. Lin gained the skill to transform into a giant beast. He decided not to bother with it and study it a little later. Yang reminded Lin of the battle he had mentioned earlier. Then the main character said that in the forest they met a group that attacked them. He announced that the leader of this group was named Chen Qing, and he was a diamond-level master. He told this only so that his companions would agree to reload the spear. The comrades agreed to equip the spear only as a token of gratitude for what Lin had done. At this time, Yang asked Lin to go to another place. Together with him, they arrived at the corpses of wild animals, next to which were spiritual spheres. Yan said that Lin knew exactly what he had to do. One of the commanders brought documents for Lin to review. Lin looked at it and said that he would only take the spheres and meat for himself, and the masters could keep the rest for themselves. At that moment, golden spiritual spheres were handed to him. Everyone hoped that Lin would continue to help them cope with difficult tasks in the future. When Lin was reluctant to take the spheres, the director began to instill pride in him. After thanking him, Yang said that they now needed to find Chung Chin, who had attacked Lin's company. The company went to the center to discuss further actions. It was clear to Lin that hidden forces had emerged in the country that were causing problems. The instructor suggested that they go to headquarters and see what they could find out as researchers. Lin turned to the captain and showed him a photo of Capella. When the instructor recognized Capella, Lin said that he was part of the delegation. He warned the commander to act carefully and without impulses. Suddenly, the director was informed that all his students were located near the hotel. The director grabbed Lin abruptly and went with him to the students. All the academy students, led by Han, were lined up at the portal. Lin didn't understand why this situation led to the entire academy arriving at this place. Han offered to help, but the director said that the problem had already been solved and it was shown on the news. Han said that despite the news, all the guys still wanted to come to help. San noticed the problem that there was a need to help with the resettlement of people and the reconstruction of their homes. The principal then asked the students to complete all the work within the next few days. For this, all participants in the operation will receive 2 points towards their academic performance rating from the academy. Yan himself decided to return to the city and invited Lin with him. Lin refused to return because he wanted to help all his comrades. The captain and instructor approached Lin and expressed their appreciation to him. The instructor decided to send Lin to where his help was most needed. They boarded a huge eagle and flew away from that location. Soon they arrived at a temporary settlement area, which was full of tents with people. Other rescue teams were busy healing the wounded. Entering one of the tents, Lin saw his beloved Chin. The girl was so surprised that she spilled water on herself and had to take off her clothes. The protagonist hoped that at this very moment Chin would completely undress. But suddenly, he was informed that the commander was waiting to meet him. When Lin came out to the commander, the entire detachment saluted him. The captain informed him that Lin was now the commander-in-chief of this mission, because the main force was the students of the academy. Lin is the only one who can solve many problems because his knowledge was enough to win the league, and write an encyclopedia about spiritual beasts. Lin got the impression that they simply wanted to push all the responsibility onto him. If this mission is successful, the country will definitely reward Lin for it. At the very first meeting, the hero was told that the problem with accommodation needed to be resolved. There are not enough tents, and so many people will not be able to survive the approaching cold night. Lin suggested building something like dugouts, but was told that this was impossible. Then a robot contacted him and reported that due to the heavy load, brain cells were dying. He forcibly gave the protagonist the E-rank construction skill. Lin suddenly had an idea and asked for paper and pen for drawings. When the drawings were ready, the subordinates gave them the highest rating. Now no one doubted that they had before them an excellent architect who could be trusted. Many were afraid of the lack of resources, but Lin had an idea for this too. He suggested getting materials from a mountain nearby. For this job, They have enough high-level people who can help get resources. Workers need to manage to obtain resources and transfer them before the evening begins. Lin gave the order to everyone to begin the operation, and everyone present listened to him and got to work. There were no problems with the construction, and the hero only had to wait for the stones to appear. Then it seemed to him that the transportation of resources was too long. The stones were too heavy for the people who were carrying them to cope. Even with the help of spirit beasts, the speed of transportation increases only slightly. Lin decided to test his abilities and asked the young men for one of the heavy stones. After that, he opened his chest pack and placed the stone inside the space. Despite the success, Lin asked his comrades to try their best to transport the stones. He himself put several stones into space, and the place filled up. Lin was upset that he couldn't teleport people along with the stones like Director Yang did. Lin asked his assistants to follow him because he had to show them the right place. New houses soon appeared on the temporary settlement site, protecting people from wind and rain. Lin's participation saved a lot of effort and significantly sped up the process. Before sunset, all the victims were placed in new housing. During the rest, his beloved prepared lunch for Lina. She reproached him for taking on too much responsibility and helping people. Lin didn't see a problem with this because he liked helping people. After a hard day, the young people began to rest and watch the setting sun. Suddenly, Lin saw an eagle, and this meant that something bad had happened. The captain ran out to the main character and reported that the bridge over the river had been destroyed during a volcanic eruption. A supply truck is stuck at the bridge and cannot pass. If the heroes don't fix this bridge, they and the rescued people will be left without dinner. The captain reported that it would take several days to repair the bridge. Suddenly, Lin's beloved had a brilliant idea. She suggested taking all the ice system masters to recreate the destroyed bridge. In addition to this, the heroes also need craftsmen who know how to work with plants. Lin gathered all the masters and informed them that it was necessary to freeze the river as soon as possible. Lin's subordinates became angry and did not want to do anything stupid. Lin explained to them that she could increase their abilities by half so that they could succeed. After this proposal, all the ice masters agreed to help Chin. Lin gave the masters a temporary boost in ability. All the girls rushed to the water and began to freeze it with their spells. When they succeeded, Lin asked the men to lay vines on the surface of the ice. All the boys, including San, used their abilities and released vines. Everyone did a great job to ensure that the buses with food reached the people. After solving this problem, it was clear to everyone why Lin was named Commander-in-Chief. That same evening, the main character, in the company of his close comrades, began to celebrate the successful completion of the mission. During the conversation, Lin told the captain that he was returning to the academy tomorrow, because exams awaited him soon. The captain wanted this young man to join them, but this time he didn't even suggest it. Suddenly, those he had saved came to Lin to thank him. The child of these people asked the strong Lin to show some abilities. The main character decided to show the child his harmless image of a white rabbit. Besides this child, there were other people here who were waiting for Lin's special transformation. Shin asked her lover not to refuse these people and to show his image. A mini concert began with all those present, where Lin had to show his abilities. The host of this performance was a girl named Jae Sana. The main character decided to try out a skill that he had recently acquired, according to which he could increase his size. Looking at the moon, he summoned the moon lion. All the spectators, including Chin, were crazy about Lin's behavior. Suddenly, everyone present saw that Lin had grown to 10 meters. It turns out that the young man can control this skill and increase his height to 50 meters. Immediately after the enlargement, Lin felt some weakness throughout his body. It turned out that this was his trick to avoid embarrassment in front of the public. He created a portal and simply disappeared from public view. He went to the tent, where he tidied himself up. Chin arrived to see him and found him without pants. The next day, all the people came to see off their hero. They all hoped that they would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Lin in the future. Before leaving, according to old tradition, Lin was saluted. All the heroes got on the bus, and soon they will find themselves at the academy. After this return, it is not possible to return as heroes. It turned out that most of the students with low levels were not allowed into schools to participate in the rescue operation. Lin thanked San for showing courage and not being afraid of danger. San said his older brother always taught him to help those in need. Moreover, during the rescue operation, Sun successfully broke through to the gold level and awakened the damage enhancement skill. Hearing this, Lin decided to ask the robot for a new skill for today. It seems that the robot laughed at the hero and gave him the skill of calligraphy. Lin got angry at the robot and wanted to hit him. Chin saw him waving and asked about it. Chin, who cannot see the system, began to suspect something was wrong. Suddenly the bus braked sharply and Chin stumbled upon a calligraphy brush. Lin had to admit that he had become interested in calligraphy. After half a month, he proved to his girlfriend that he was a natural-born master of calligraphy. Chin had one of Lin's works framed and then hung on the wall. During these 2 weeks, Lin acquired the skill of fixation, with the help of which he can track the behavior of any person. When he tried out his skill, he found that Chin was in a place he had never been before. Lin simply pinpoints her location and uses the door to nowhere to instantly get to her. When he followed Chin, he found her just as she was undressing. In the women's locker room, Chin was chatting with her friend about Ling's calligraphy. The hero decided that it was better not to listen to women talking about him. When he jumped from the window, he accidentally gave himself away with his voice. Chin guessed that it was a pervert who was spying on them. The girls decided to get dressed and go outside to have a look. At this time, Lin was standing behind a tree and San was covering his mouth. When everything worked out, Sun thought that Lin was deliberately watching the naked ladies. Lin tried to explain that he was just testing a new skill and fell out of the window. San believed him and said that Director Yang had returned and was waiting for Lin in his office. In the office, the director informed Lin that after the holidays he would be training with the other members of the world team. Yang wanted to tell his student why so many people wanted to harm him because of his possession of the space skill. It turns out that the location of the world tournament is a diamond spiritual mine, which is also spatial. All awakened ones with spatial abilities have a huge advantage over others. Behind the world tournament are interests related to the distribution of resources from the only known supreme-level mine in the world. Yang added that spatial mines open every 4 years. Lin will need to obtain as many spatial spiritual pearls of the highest value as possible. Lin immediately realized that he could find just one valuable pearl and beat everyone. To do this, he does not need to collect a bunch of spatial pearls, because this does not guarantee victory. Jan said that it is not so easy to get one valuable pearl, because the strongest participants from different countries will gather here. In addition to Lin, 9 other people from the academy will be attending these competitions. Of all the participants, the director singled out Chin's name. Previously, the main character was against his girlfriend going to world competitions where she could die. The protagonist rushed to her to try to convince her to give up the competition. Yang explained that there was only one strong ice mage of a strong rank in their team, and that was Chin. Lin must never put his beloved in danger. Lin found Chin and called her for a serious talk. The girl said that she would not refuse to participate in these competitions if Lin participated. She is glad that she will be able to participate with Lin, because then she will be calm about him. Chin was confident that Lin would protect her if danger came her way. She promised her lover that they would both return from the competition safe and sound. A few days later, San contacted Jin about the pearls that Lin had asked him to purchase. Sun didn't understand why Lin was training hard every day if he hadn't been noticed doing so before. Now every day Lin sits in meditation and concentrates on her powers. The robot warned Lin that if his physical form could not keep up with the increase, it could lead to consequences. Lin admitted that he was training hard in order to reduce the danger to Chin during the tournament. Now the hero's body can withstand the level of spiritual energy up to the Platinum 6th level. Lin asked the director to get the necessary spiritual pearls to become stronger. The next day, Lin received the pearls that John brought, and thanks to them, he broke through to the Platinum 6th level. Without even realizing it, Lin passed all the exams without being distracted from his training. In recent days, he told San that he and Chin had business to attend to, and that they might not be in town for the next few days. San realized that he would only meet his friend next semester. Director Yan approached the heroes and announced that he was ready to send them to a closed training session. When Lin and Chin were ready, Yang sent them away using the teleportation skill. Jan went with his students to the training base. He introduced Lin and Chin to the coach and went to greet the others. When Lin extended his hand to the master, he boldly threw it aside. The captain's name was Chen, and he has a diamond star and awakening with ice abilities. He turned to Chin and asked if she had anyone in love. He believed that his ice skills and her ice domain were simply made for each other. The main character was completely furious because some stranger was trying to take his girlfriend away right in front of his eyes. He couldn't contain his anger and struck the captain. Captain Chen informed Lin that he could not act arrogantly even if he was the winner of the tournament. He pointed to his assistants and said that any one of them could put Lin down for this arrogance. Chen asked Lin not to be insolent, and hatred erupted between the young people. Luckily, Director Yang arrived and stopped this madness. Jan said that needed to forget about hatred, because they had a month of training ahead of them. To begin with, all participants will hold internal competitions to better understand each other's skills. 5 members of the opposing team had to fight against 5 members of Lin's team. The protagonist then turned to Yang and asked for a personal battle with Chen. The director said that he just wanted his favorite student to fight with this captain. Before the battle, Yang announced the rules that the use of spears, teleportation, and spiritual weapons were prohibited. Chen didn't understand why all the restrictions were announced for Ling Chu and not for his diamond level. Lin agreed to the restrictions and said that if he won, he would become the captain of the overall team. Chen agreed with him, but wanted to get the bet for Lin's loss. He came up with the idea that if Lin lost, he would leave Chin, and then the girl would be his. The main character did not agree to exchange his title for a wife. Lin said that if he lost, he would obey Chen unquestioningly in any situation. Being at the diamond level, Chen was confident that he could defeat this weakling at the platinum level. Jan decided not to waste time and announced the start of the competition between the first pair. Yuan was up against Jung-hoo, who is also competing in the World Championship. At this stage, Jung-hoo has 6 platinum stars and the element of destruction. His opponent Peak is a platinum level 8 armed Arhat. The protagonist was surprised that Jung-hoo had progressed so much during this time. Peak activated his 8-armed skill and began the fight. Seeing this madness, Jiang wanted to withdraw from the tests early. He decided to try to stop Peak and used a spiritual skill. He slammed the ground and activated the power of the destruction skill. Zhang's skill was able to deal special damage to the opponent. After this attack, Peak became strong and took off his clothes. In addition, he took out a weapon in the form of a kitchen knife from his bosom. Because of its 8 arms, this knife also had a large number. Peak added some spiritual energy to his attack and everything burst into flames. He threatened Jiang that he would now become lunch. Zhang released energy from himself, but it was unable to deal with his opponent. The enemy decided that Zhang should also feel what it was like to be a victim. At this point, Zhang lost the fight and admitted defeat. Peak thanked him for the battle and said that his power of destruction was quite interesting. During the battle, Zhang became scared because he felt an energy as if someone wanted to kill him. Director Zhang announced the start of the second pair's performance. This battle involved Ling, who has 8 platinum stars, and a girl from the Gu Academy. He was a support member who could apply buffs to the opponent. He does this without using physical force, because he simply blows into a tube. Captain Chen told Lin that this skill is actually a refreshment of the mind and calmness. The owner of this skill can defend against most mental attacks. The team captain was confident that this guy would be able to stand up to Zoya from the USA. The man hoped that he could defeat his partner with the help of fog and smoke rings. However, she instantly swung upwards and did not receive any damage. She once again readied her golden sword to strike justice. The young man warned the girl that she was forcing him to use the hardest technique. At that moment, he activated his skill and became completely covered in fog. The captain from Gu Academy was a stubborn girl and had no intention of giving up. She struck with her golden sword and cut the guy in half. Luckily, her attacks had no effect on him at that moment. Linga said that now he would use a skill that would make the girl fly high into the air. When he did this, the protagonist and his girlfriend were blinded by the explosion. The impact was so powerful that a crater remained where Linga had been. Lin was pleasantly shocked that world players have such a level. After receiving the damage, the girl from Gu Academy realized that she was still not strong enough to withstand this attack. She accepted the defeat with regret and announced the end of the round. After using the skill, Ling emits smoke from all orifices of his body. When Linga came to his senses, he began to show signs of attention to his opponent, because their abilities complement each other perfectly. When the girl refused him, Director Yang announced the beginning of the third round. The third pair was Chunlong, who is a platinum level in Zhongli. Suddenly, a volunteer from the crowd volunteered to fight alongside Zhongli. She wanted to study her boyfriend's skills as closely as possible. Then Yang said that Chunlong would be paired with Qin. Qin greeted her opponent and said that she was a 3-star platinum level and also had the ice element. Director Yang arranged for the contestants to fight in pairs in this round. Chun was with Qin, and their opponents would be that couple in love. Recently, Chunling has been able to train himself in some new skills that allow him to break rocks in mid-air. He was confident that the strength of his opponents would not be able to cope with their skill. But suddenly many tall pillars appeared in front of him, and Qin promised that she would help him with this. The opponents launched an attack and threw Qin off their pillars. In addition to this, they added the element of fire to their skills. Thanks to the fire, a golden phoenix appeared in the sky, which brings some danger. Qin gave in to her emotions and understood that now they would definitely lose. But suddenly a powerful explosion occurred at the sight of their opponents. The upset Qin suddenly found herself in the arms of her lover. The protagonist explained to Qin that during a critical situation, he quickly teleported to save her. Qin accused her boyfriend of violating the competition rules, and the director declared the fight over. Yang added that Qin would never have been harmed even if Lin had not saved her. The girl realized that she had lost, but suddenly her opponent approached her and thanked her for such strong abilities. Yang announced the final fight, which will feature Zhu Chen and Ling Chu. The main character was the last hope of the Shanghai Academy. Chen told the protagonist that he would definitely pay for his pride and arrogance. Before the fight began, Lin announced that he had 6 platinum stars and beast transformation. Ju-chen reported that he had 1 ice element diamond star. Lin struck him several times, but to no avail. Then the main character understood that the diamond level is not so easy to defeat. It was Chen's turn, and he released metal energy chains from within himself. These chains wrapped around Lin and did not allow him to move. Chen laughed because his opponent couldn't withstand even 1 blow from him. Chen was sure that her lover had also lost his round. Yang told her to take her time and look at Lin's expression. There was a smile on the protagonist's face, which meant that everything was under his control. Chen was sure that Lin was blocked to the point that he couldn't even speak. However, the main character spoke to Chen as if nothing had happened and stunned him. He communicated this by saying that he had a shield and many other ways to avoid attacks. He wanted to see what Chen was capable of, so he created a spatial shield around himself. The ice just wrapped around his energy shield. While Chen was recovering, Lin decided to trick him and use the portal to strike him from behind. Seeing Lin's sneaky attack, Chen decided not to spare him and used his powerful attack. He waved his hand and released huge ice flows from himself. These ice flows were an ice seal that gradually slowed down Lin's movement. When one of the ice flows burned the protagonist, Chen realized that he was about to give up. Then Lin decided to climb into outer space and get the blacksmith's hammer. According to the rules of the competition, the use of only spiritual weapons is prohibited. This hammer was previously received by Lin as a gift. This hammer has a target lock and also has a thunder limit arc. Lin promised his opponent that he would now find out what a storm is like that sweeps away everything in its path. Chen was confident that this blow was not capable of penetrating his defense. When Lin struck Chen, he literally went soft in midair. He flew quite a distance away and was completely disoriented. Even Lina's master, Director Yang, was shocked by such a blow. None of the spectators could have imagined that the tide of the battle would turn so sharply in favor of the Shanghai team. One of the girls noticed one detail, that Lin came to victory without resorting to animal form. Then Jan decided to finish the test and discuss the world competition itself. To begin with, he offered to heal Chen, who had been seriously injured during the battle. When Chen came to after being healed, Lin was glad to see that he was completely fine. Chen was upset that he lost to an opponent with such ridiculous strength. He had to get to his feet and admit that from today on, Lin would be the team captain. In fact, the main character has already forgotten about this agreement. Chen also added that he clearly saw that Lin was worthy of being with Chin. Lin accepted the words and promised that he would always listen to his advice. Jan was worried that there would be discord between the young people, but it seems he worried in vain. At this point, the competition was completed, and the participants united into a single team for the world competition. Next, John decided to create an individual plan for the participants to train based on their specific needs. He sent some of them to train in the mysterious ruins. He had a special mission for the main character, and Lin didn't like that he was going on it without Chin. Lin realized that he was not sent only because in the ruins he would learn about their full power in advance, and would easily win the competition. Jan turned to the remaining participants and said that they would remain at the base, where their training would take place. Each of them will train and fight with Ling Chu, at least 10 fights a day. Lin didn't like the fact that his task for the next few days was to become a sparring partner. The young men didn't like the idea of fighting Lin, who was 1,000 times stronger than them. Before leaving for the internship that evening, Chin met with Lin. She promised him that nothing would happen to her there, and that Lin would not have to worry. The girl explained that participating in world competitions will give her the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin. She is not happy that she is always looking at Lin's back, who wins everywhere and everyone. Taking part in the world tournament makes her truly happy. After these words, Chin confessed her love to Lin, and they began to kiss each other. Before leaving, Chin Ling decided to give her baby Xiao. The little dragon promised that he would protect Chin in any situation. Chin's comrades arrived for her, and she had to say goodbye to Lin. With them were masters of the true warrior level who would protect the students. Lin was worried about his beloved, but then a robot appeared and advised Lin to worry about himself. The system reminded the protagonist that he had not learned a single skill today. Lin reluctantly received the skill, and the robot gave him the skill of sewing. As soon as the hero imagined himself with threads and fabric, he felt uneasy. Lin didn't see how sewing would be useful to him in the near future. The next day, Jan introduced the healer to the remaining students. Healer Hua was a former commander of one of the best squads. This master is considered the best healer in the world, and it is he who is able to break through to the level of the Supreme. His presence at training ensures that Lin does not overdo it and take the other participants out of their game. Lin was angry that everything was going against him, and Ian wondered how many rounds his best student could last. He announced the start of the competition and asked who would risk being the first victim. The first of those who wanted to do so believed that Lin needed to be exhausted, so that he would use up his spiritual power. This guy Peak used his best skill again, and created 8 arms and 8 knives. Today, Lin wanted to show his students how he could conserve his spiritual power to the maximum. With these skills, he was ready to beat up students so badly that even their family and friends would not recognize them. Lin landed the first attack on his opponent, and he was no longer able to move. Then the main character appeared close to him and struck him from close range. The man expected that all attacks would be carried out using skills and abilities. He fell to the ground and all the students began to laugh at him. The main character did not receive any damage during this round and summoned the next participant. The next one to volunteer was the girl supported by Jung. She expected that Lin would not be so cruel to her because she was a sweet and gentle girl. When Lin refused her, she became angry and raised a fiery fist. Lin didn't like this behavior, and he wanted to take his opponent out of the game as quickly as possible. He used his skill on her and the girl disappeared from sight. It was a teleportation skill that moved her a little further. At this point, the round with her was over. Lin took his amazing hammer and challenged his students to a fight. He was ready to fight 2 of them at once, despite their platinum and diamond levels. The participants decided that Lin was getting cocky and rushed towards him. The main character wanted to find out in practice whether he was arrogant or not. As the diamond and platinum level players approached him, Lin only made one swing of his hammer, and the next moment his opponents were lying on the ground and barely conscious. The next guy to come out was the one who emits mists. This promising fight was over in just 5 minutes. In the following rounds, Lin revealed all the trump cards of spatial magic, giving it his all. Under his pressure, the participants progressed at an astonishing rate. Unfortunately, Lin's spiritual energy was melting away before his eyes, and it was now becoming increasingly difficult to defeat the disciples. Director Yang originally thought that Lin would only last 5 rounds in one day. The spiritual power in Lin's body was almost exhausted, and the 8th round would most likely be insurmountable for him. The 8-armed guy Peak decided not to give him a break, so that he would not accidentally recover. Lin decided to compensate for the lack of spiritual power with a knife. His opponent also decided to use a weapon, and created a knife in each of his hands. During the fight between the young men, one of them shed blood. Everyone noticed that Lin Yu was on his last legs. The location gradually filled with drops of Lin's blood. With his last bit of strength, Lin decided to use the Thunder God's strike. His opponent realized that the fight was over, and he accepted defeat. He was upset that he lost, despite having 8 arms and 8 weapons to strike with. In anticipation of the thunderous blow, the man completely dropped his hands and began to wait for defeat. It turned out that Lin had outwitted him and simply put a sword to his neck. He explained his action by saying that he did not have enough spiritual energy to carry out this blow from God. The man raised his hand and declared that he had lost in good faith. Then Chen came out of the crowd, wanting to finish off the exhausted Lin. As long as there was at least a drop of breath in the protagonist, he planned to deal with Chen completely. He snuck up behind him and delivered a stunning blow from behind. Chen was injured and his waist was damaged, but a healer immediately arrived to help. During his break, Lin decided to take advantage of what John-san had given him. While waiting for the next participant, he took out his loaded spear. If the opponent uses even one spiritual technique, Lin will instantly lose. It was unclear to Lin and the other participants whether he would be able to survive another round,